Good morning, g'day mate, and welcome back to Dyson Sphere with me, Jenny, with the wonderful sunrise in the background and the rain that shoots up. Don't question it here in this Dyson Sphere, because we have rain that shoots up. Welcome back to Dyson Sphere with me, Jenny, and of course, wonderful Voltron, defender of the universe. In our last episode, we went off hive hunting. We just removed a couple of hives from the Epsilon system and north. Cool. We had to go hunt out for some hives, and there were 5 hives now, and now there's 4 hives because one of them accidentally had a small incident. Small tiny incident. But we have the alpha hive that has been disabled. We have the beta hive that has been thoroughly disabled. We have the Eta hive, which is also been disabled. And none of these have, they have some, but not a lot of the Photon receivers. And we have Snaky Hive. Snaky Hive is doing perfectly fine, which means this system has been thoroughly dealt with. And at the same time, we have been building our sphere, building our wonderful sphere. We're up to 80 gigawatts worth of power now, and now our friends are stealing very little. They're still stealing 6 gigawatts. Like, we might need to go trim them back some more. Maybe, possibly, in the future, we'll see. But we're producing a lot more power here. We're also here on this planet because, when I find the right button, this is the wonderful planet where we have a ray receiver or two, just 1 or 2, and they are sucking down an awful lot of power to make our good friend race. And, now that we have a couple of updates in the game, one of them being the power sorter, this made my whole system a whole lot easier because, putting down 2 rows of these and feeding them out into a single belt was always nice and easy, but you'd have a situation where the belt would fill up. The belt would fill up, you'd have more than 30 of critical ray time. Now I'm forgetting the name. Critical photons on a belt. So then you'd have to split out a new belt and all sorts of funny things and blah, 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 blah. Pain in the butt. Now, and if I can find one. Haha! On this planet, we have these little little pile sorters, which now make sure that as these are on every belt 4 times around the planet, once every quarter, that things are fully stacked up before we let them pass on and before we let them make it to the tower, which means we're now making a bunch of critical photons on this planet. An awful lot of critical photons. Enough critical photons, you might say? Probably not. Which brings us on to today's episode. Today's episode, I need to still hunt down more critical photons. We are making 7,500. Like, numbers have vastly increased with the trimming that we've been done, also the spheres we've been building, and the fact that I put down a whole lot more ray receivers. So things are going a whole lot better, but I have a new problem. That is going to be the topic of today's episode. One new problem to solve, and then we're going to turn on science. The new problem is this particular Dyson Sphere is built. So I don't launch rockets anymore. Pride, obviously, the spheres are built. I'm not launching rockets there. The Raga system, we're not launching rockets there. So we need to find a new system where I can start building a new sphere. So we start launching new rockets. So I can start, making a new sphere, making more critical photons. So that's going to be today's plan. Today's plan is going to be a new planet, new system, new sphere, new sails, and after completing all of that, then we're going to go turn on science. So that's today's plan. So with today's plan out of the way and a little bit of a sidetrack when we start the episode, can I ask that very important question? That very important question being, can Voltron, the wonderful Voltron, the wonderful defender of the Earth, Voltron, please borrow a like. Just like to borrow a like before he hurries me up. If you're not happy with the video, you didn't enjoy the video, by all means, Mr. Voltron has said, you can have your like back. So our plan is, first off, go to this wonderful tower. Where is that, my wonderful tower? Where is the tower? Holy crap. Here. I need to go here, and I also need to click on one of you guys. So one of you guys is currently requesting 103 megawatts and making 2.9 critical photons per minute. One of these ray receivers maxes out. Oh, actually, you're doing 3. You're doing 3.29, 3.3. Not bad. And you are requesting 116. So you're at 67 megawatts. Is how much you're actually getting. So what these guys can do is they can do 6 critical photons per minute at max speed, and that will give you 120 megawatts worth of total power up, because you're still upgrading. There we go, 121. So these guys will do one critical photon. One critical photon equals 20 megawatts worth of power. And I want to get, to run science, I needed 3,600. I need 2 belts worth per minute, which means I need to have at least 70 gigawatts worth of, wrong buttons, total power from spheres. Between the Ranger system, which we're only getting 30 gigawatts, the Epsilon system, where I'm getting 82, and the Pride system, where I'm getting 42, I should be able to spare 70, because some of those critical photons need to go into important things, like our antimatter capsules, also our antimatter fuel rods. So we do have some bits and pieces being stolen elsewhere. So this is why I want to build a new sphere before we go any further, which means I need to pick a new system. So new system wise, if we come out to the star map, I have a couple of choices. We can go pick any star out there, okay? I really want to aim for like a blue star, an O star, a B star, these ones, because they have a luminosity of around about 2, okay? The higher luminosity is, the more power I get from my sphere. Out here we have a wonderful red giant, which although they look very impressive, they're very big, has a luminosity of about 1. So that means any sphere I build out here, I'm going to get half the amount of power and compared to building around a 2. If I go to, well, a neutron star, that looks super pretty, but they have a luminosity of 0.7, so I don't get a lot of power out of them. A black hole, luminosity down here of 0.1, right? You know, it looks very bright, but most of the light doesn't come away from the black hole and, you know, gets absorbed into a Dyson sphere. It mainly goes into the, yeah, it's a visual representation thing. You are a B type, what's that? A type. A type's another type. A types are generally around about 1.3, you know, bright white star, bright white star, not so good for the power generation. So I was looking through all my options all over the system, and I'm like, you know, rather than going and finding a new system to literally go just dump down a sphere, I already have Ranger already has a sphere. We have Epsilon has a sphere. I could do K down here, but I'm not sure the inner planet is inside a Dyson Sphere range, and the advantage of having the inner planet inside a Dyson Sphere range, like our Epsilon number 1, is if I swing around to the dark side of the planet, right here, and click on any one of these guys, they're maxed out. They're continuously receiving power, because even though they can't see the sun, they're getting it from, well, the Dyson Sphere that's behind them. So there is definitely an advantage to picking a system inside picking a system that has a big enough orbit that can build a big enough Dyson Sphere that's going to cover the insert, the first planet's orbit. So then I was looking at Necar, and Necar has a planet right here. It also has a star, luminosity 1.5, so not super good, but that planet definitely looks like it's inside the sphere radius. So I want to go to Necar 1. Necar 1's going to be our choice. Out on Necar, we have collection planned. I've obviously hit up gas giant. That's the only thing I've hit up on this system so far, but that's why it's lit up, because I've been here, which means I want to go try out Necar. So our plan is to go to not necessarily clear Necar 1. We want to go fly over to the Necar system. As soon as I'm inside that system's sphere of influence, I can bring up the Dyson Sphere interface, and we can have a check-see to see if, the sphere is going to be around the planet, or if the planet's going to be outside the sphere radius. And once we've done that, if it's going to be inside the sphere, we're going to clean off Necar 1. That's going to be our plan. We're in the Necar system. Okay. Bring up Dyson Sphere interface. Can I delete that one? New layer. Too close to planet orbit. Yep, first planet's definitely inside the orbit. That's substantially inside the orbit. Okay, so with that little bit of knowledge done, we're going to go say hi to Necar 1 and clear off all your friends. And this is going to become our new system. Cool. Can I... Nope. Z and 9, please. And, yeah, just your average amount of chaos. Uh-huh. Okay. And where we would like to land, please? Everybody's pissed off. Wow. I think he looks good. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to leave those ships in orbit this time round because that seems like a good idea. I have 2 cannon shells. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Or it won't be fine. I'll have to go back to the planet and go pick up some more ammo. Can I enable that one for what it's worth? And pop. Swap to that one. Alright, so I'm going to stand here and wait for a few waves to come slam themselves up against my shields and my ships. And then I'll see you guys when, well, the planet's clear. And it's outposted. And I realized why I turned off the clouds now. You just miss so much detail on the planets. Yeah, we might turn... render cloud particles. Is that the one? Nope. That one? That one. Yeah. Yeah, you missed a lot of detail with the clouds on. Okay, yeah, planet is done. Now, normally, and this is why I invited you back, normally I would go through the process of outposting this planet, okay? It's in, it's defended, we have plasma guns, we have a shield, okay? We're in, we're defended. There might be a couple of low spots in the shield that I probably should fix, but I'm honestly not going to because I don't think it'll be an issue. And this is the point where I should go around, I should put in, you know, well, 24 smelters for iron and 26 smelters for copper and 1 smelter for silicon because it barely exists. And being a lava planet, there's going to be another 17 smelters for titanium and 2 for glass and 1 for coal and yeah, and also go and put advanced miners on every single resource. But frankly, I hate lava planets. I really despise lava planets. Okay, I hate that when I put down my wonderful blueprint, my wonderful planetary blueprint, that, you know, that has so many cuts in it, so many gaps in it, so many things that I need to go fix, that I'm a little bit frustrated. Honestly, I'm a little bit frustrated. So we're going to ignore this problem. It's defended. Nobody can come back and land on this system. And we're going to go and turn on science because that's what I really want to do. So now we have Necar system 1 cleared and I have the option of putting in a sphere here in a short minute. I want to go back to Epsilon. It's Epsilon number 3. Lava planet. See, like I said, I hate outposting lava planets. They have so many tasty resources, but it's just frustrating how long it takes. It just takes so long to get them done. I think that's my biggest issue. They just take ages. So we're going to head back to Epsilon. We have a new planet. We have a new chance to build a new sphere, which I need to do. We need to bring over rockets and all sorts of things, and you know, a few things. But I want to turn on science. I desperately want to turn on science. I desperately want to get more damage because yeah, I could definitely do with some extra damage. Not having to use cannon shells for the last planet for our conquest was fine, but it was not ideal. So we need to build how many? Oh god, I can't tell. 256 labs. That's the plan. Okay, so can I have you give me 300. Okay, so this build has been sitting on this planet for a while now, an awful long while now, and it has had a chance to buffer everything. Okay, so we're starting off from a situation where everything is maxed out. Okay, every single tower you see is going to have 10,000 out of 10,000. The exceptions being, you know, bigger towers. Bigger towers going to have 20 out of 20, but this system should be ready to go. We should have had a chance to pre-buffer juice. I've got 20,000 juice. I don't really want you to have remote. No, you can't leave the planet. Yeah, I don't want you leaving the planet. And 326, that'll do. I'm not picky. So this should be ready to go. Now, one thing I want to look at very quickly is research. Entire star cluster. We're at 12.1k. And it's not perfectly flat. It's not perfectly flat, but it's reasonably flat. And I have no idea what that actually equates into. Each lab has a hash rate of 240 per second. Right? T. Can I do this? Well, this is 11.8 hashes per second. And this is 12.1. 11.2. It's not a perfectly flat graph. Okay. We're going to grab all... I'm going to set you back to 0 in case I need to request more. I'm going to grab all those. And with them grabbed, that should put down a lab or two. Now, like I said, this has all had a chance to pre-buffer. Okay, this is fully pre-buffered, fully... What? Matrix lab. Oh, because I didn't move. I'm in blueprint mode. Oh! Here am I like, labs go down! No, labs not go down. I need to walk closer. Okay, lab or 3 goes down. All right. So, that should fix that problem. Now, a couple of things I should mention. Oh, God, everything's well lit up. Okay, I'm using pile sorters. I'm using pile sorters out of the labs, which means we can stack up to 4 deep here. But if there's no room on the belt, they're going to slide out 1 deep, which is going to be problematic because then this main belt's all going to be 1 high. They don't have a chance to pile on top of an existing item and therefore, get the pile bonus stack, the pile stack bonus, the piling bonus. That's the words we're going to go with. So what I want to do is I want to grab a pile sorter, and just the same as I did in the ray receiver build that we're looking at the start of the video, I want to put a single one of these guys here, which is going to ensure that at this point, everything is piled. And then we're going to come to here, and I'm going to do the same. And I'm going to come to here, I'm going to do the same. Yep, it's every second one of them. So then I'm going to do the same here, and then same here. Maybe it's every third one of them. It doesn't really matter. I was just looking for a pattern. No, 2 should work. 3 would also work. We'll start with every 2. I might trim it back. We'll see. But I want to put these in where... Oh, no, you're a bit long. Sir, you're a bit long. Okay. So that's that one. Then 1, 2, this one. And then 1, 2, this one. And then this one. And that's it. Okay. And that leaves 1, 2. Yep. So these 2 come out. And as you see, they're going to get piled here. And it will keep stacking this stuff up until eventually it gets 4 stacked on one on top of one another. And then they'll release them and it will slide forward. And then anything is already piled will just pass through. Okay. Well, technically it's going to pass in. It's going to kick an old one out, but that's besides the point. It'll pass through for all intensive purposes, which does mean as we work our way around the belts that the belt's going to get more and more populated with pre-piled science, which does mean by the time we get to the end, hopefully we're in a situation where everything is stacked full high. Now, I don't actually know if we have enough labs. I've got no idea. Okay, I just slammed down a ring of labs, went 3 high, that's probably good enough, and then left at that. So, first things first, 30,000, that's a nice start, but production, science, local planet, 1 minute, so we have a shorter average, consumption 1728, and production of 2152. So 2152 is well short of our target. Our target is, well, our target was originally 1,800, being 30 items per second, and now doubled, so that's 3,600. So that's really the number I want to look for. Now that's post-proliferation, so 3,600, and 80% of that, which is, the original number before it's proliferated, means I want to consume around about 2,880 science per second, which means I need more labs. Dear Space Academy, I wish to have more labs. I have no idea how many labs, but we need more labs. We need more of the inner ring of our labs, being the alien labs. And actually, curious, if I copy from there to there, that is 144 labs. And if I double it, we're doing 1,700. So if I double it, it'd be 3,000. That's way over. So I don't need to double it. But they're all 3 high. So if I have 144 of them and they're 3 high, that means I have a ring of 48 labs. If I put down another 100, well, another 96, another 96 technically, we should go from 3 high to 5 high. And is that enough to hit the magic amount that I need to make all the sciences use enough? I don't know. Probably, but I think the only way to find out is by going around the ring and doing exactly that. So putting 2 high on each one of these and then seeing if I'm consuming enough. That one. I feel like I want to turn the lights on. I choose lava planets intentionally because they're bright. So therefore, you know, hopefully it's easy to see. But when you're dealing with science, like, you have 2 choices. It's either dark, because, well, technically it's nighttime. I'm in the summer zone, but technically it's nighttime where I'm standing. Or it's overblown out because of how bright science is. Science is pretty, but it's pretty from a distance. There. Oh, I should also check power. No, power's fine. It's 7 gigawatts being used out of 13. We can make 13. Okay, and then there, and then there, and there, and there, and there, and there, and there, and there. Okay, so first off, how much is that actual science? Go burr. 1 minute. So I'm really looking for, what I say, 2,880. That's the number I want you to top out at, which should give us 3,600 universe matrix. Although my consumption might not be high enough. No, so as long as I look at this belt, if this belt and these labs are not running, then therefore science is not maxed out. It's getting to this point. And it needs to take a couple of minutes for it to boot fully up. So 2,880. And technically my dead stop is purple science. Purple science is the weakest of all the sciences. Everything is built to the right ratio or more, except for purple science. Purple science is built to exactly 2,880 per minute. Well, I have the perfect amount of labs. So we're doing exactly 3,600 per minute. My consumption's not high enough, but where the science is coming, I honestly don't know. I think it's just a lag situation. Because the belt's not maxed out. And the labs in front of us, oh yeah, more of these guys are running. Oh, actually, oh, you have extras on top. Oh, I obviously left some spares. Okay, well, if I have spares, can we just try and bring this up to the same height as the other row in front? Because why not? Okay. And if I come to this side and spin the camera around. Yeah, so the alien labs are 1 tier higher. So that'd be wrong. Yep. More lab go faster. Okay, that should be everything. All right, so back to this section. So this is This is the start of white science being processed. This is the 3/4 section. So at this point, 3/4 of the labs we've gone around 3/4 of the circle. Okay, and as you can see, these labs are somewhat running. And if I go back to production stats, we're now consuming 3,700. So no, we're definitely consuming everything. In fact, science is making it to about here. So technically, if I want to see all the labs running, I should probably trim off some of these labs that I just put on and then sort of monitor the belt and make sure it gets up to the end. But by the same token, what I actually want is, if I forget to turn on research for a little bit, I want more labs so I can actually burn stuff faster. Okay, so that looks to be fine. Now, the big question is everything keeping up? So you still have 10,000. So yes, you have 10,000. Yes, you have 10,000. Yes, you have 10K. You have 10K, 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 10K. Okay, so the next row down, let's start, I don't know, where's the 0 point? I guess here. So optical fiber is still 10K, PEEK containers are 10K, titanium glass is 10K, plane filters 10K, engines are 10, other engines are 10, CPUs are 10, titanium crystals 10. Continuing down the planet, you're still 10K, and I do want to mention this is important because we consume a lot of hydrogen. We consume a lot of hydrogen in red science. Can I click on you? Red science is a major hydrogen consumer. Okay, I got to remember, for every 1 red cube we're making, we're consuming 2 bits of hydrogen. So that will chew. Can I get rid of that? Cool. That will chew some of our hydrogen, but our actual biggest hydrogen consumer is the good old cashmere crystals. The cashmere crystals consume 12 hydrogen for every crystal, and we made, I don't remember how many it was. It was a few. It was a few. So this has the tower, the main tower, which is demanding in all of them. And as you can, I really wish I could turn off the symbols just every now and then, so ease of viewing. But as you can see, we have a number of drones working here. Not nearly as many drones as I have working over here, but I also have fidget spinners at the back. This particular tower is bringing in 500 hydrogen per, I don't know, minute, second, whatever. Deliveries are on their way. And that is coming into the back of the tower at full speed. And that is linked to a lot of fidget spinners to make sure that things don't backlog. So oil doesn't produce that much hydrogen, so it's pretty good. But one thing that does produce a shit ton of hydrogen is our fire ice. Our fire ice over here. So our fire ice over here comes out into 4 different fidget spinner hats, and each one of these has all 10 of their spinners flying across the map, the short distance of there to there, to make sure all the hydrogen out of here disappears into that system straight away. And even then, you can still see I have far too much hydrogen. I think I'm going to turn on remote supply. We should be okay to lose. Well, actually, technically, all the hydrogen we make here is going to disappear into this system. Technically, we're hydrogen negative on this planet. This is why I have to bring in hydrogen. Oh, there is some serious hydrogen being pulled in. Yeah, I'm going to set you back to remote storage how you were. Yeah, your drones are set to 1% now. Remote storage. Yeah, you're not meant to remote supply out your warpers. Okay, so all your hydrogen should fly to here either via fidget spinner network or via drone network. These guys are set to 90%, so they'll go out and get hydrogen reasonably regularly. These are set to 100%. This is the last spot hydrogen leaves from when it comes to this planet. Okay, so it leaves, where are we? Going back to you. If you have somewhere to shove 1% of your hydrogen, a drone will take off with whatever it can carry. Like, whatever it can carry, I will take off and take it there. If there's a demand for it, I should mention. You will also leave at 1%. So if there's any way you could take your hydrogen and it will fit somewhere, you'll take off and do so. We can see that number keeps going down. You are going to request in hydrogen 90%. So at the point where 90% of a drone can leave and fill 90% of its cargo, it will. You are also 100%, 90%, not a lot of difference between them. But then you are 100%. You are the absolute last person to leave with hydrogen to take hydrogen somewhere, locally supply it, because, well, I don't want you dumping hydrogen. Honestly, I'd prefer it that you save your hydrogen because you are my supplement to the system. Okay. Like we also make hydrogen right here with our critical photons, which is not at 10k, 20k, which means I need more critical photons. I also get that to go away. You're set to 80%, so you leave before the 90%. You also leave before the 100% to get rid of the hydrogen that comes in from this system. So you're worrying. And okay, back to checking. So we have lenses 10k, quantum CPUs at 10k, your juice at 14k, which is definitely worrying because that should stay at a rock hard 20k. That's not set for remote delivery, so that's not going to go anywhere. Next on our list is oil. Oil's at 20k, so that's fine. Graviton lenses 20k. This is a supplementary system designed really to feed our juice. Yep, this is a juice system, as is this. Actually, no. One of these is for science, the other one's for juice. This one's for juice. Okay. But you're also maxed out 20k and 20k, although you look like you're having problems getting fire arrows. Can you get more power? More power is definitely an answer. More power. More power. Okay. What else do we have? So we have critical photons, the problem. And that's not a charge problem. Although I'm going to make sure it's not a charge problem. That is a getting critical photons problem. We still don't have enough of them. Okay, so back into production. Quick look is we're doing 3,600, so science is running flat out. If we look at critical photons, we're using 3,600. I'm producing 8.2 and they're all... Oh no, I'm consuming 10k. And I'm only making 8. So I need to do something about this. I'm also consuming core elements that have no farm active, which is why I need science running. And juice. Is juice not our favorite? Oh, that's dangerous. Okay, can I find juice, please? Because I sort of want to confirm that we're going backwards on juice. I believe we are, but I'd like to be sure. Juice. We are definitely going backward. Okay, so I need to fix the juice problem. Now I have two options. I could dump down a whole new build, or I can just double speed of this one. We're going to choose to double speed this one. Now, to do that, I need to, well, have pulse sorters. Done. Dusted. Remove you and you, because you're both ugly, and I don't need you anymore. And that means that power pole goes there. And then we run that into there, because we're using pulse sorters everywhere, so that should be fine. They should be probably level 4 by the time they get here. And then if I double the speed of this, I need to double the speed of this. And you're making diamonds. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of them. 12 of them, which are running at speed 2, which means I'm making 24. And then I need to run them at speed... I can upgrade the smelters to speed 3, which then means I need 24 divided by 3 equals 8? So I need 8 of them? It doesn't seem right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I'd have 24 of them if I was at speed 1. Oh, no, I'd have 8, and then I need to increase it, and then I need to double the speed, so I need 16 of them. Okay, so I need a few more of these guys. All right, so our plan is a simple one. We're going to upgrade facilities, belts, the whole lot. And do I have those on me? Got 2 of them. That's as far as we got. Okay, we need to organize In a tower, I need to have some of them. 100, please. Yep. And also, not that. I need the smelters. And technically, no, 100's too many. 20? 20's overkill. I'm gonna get 100. Okay, cool. Glad we sorted that one out. Yeah, it seems too many is the correct amount I'm gonna have delivered. Far too many. All right, and I did restock on ammo whilst I was on the last planet. Good. All right, so I need to increase this to 16. So I think the easiest answer for now is I take the shield and I put the shield here out of power. That way I remember that it's there. So I need to add 4 more. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, for a no-brainer approach, that should do the trick. And then I take that way, and I take that way. That'll probably work. Can I grab all 100 of those? And we're going to apply more juice. More juice. Okay, I think I got everything. And actually, you have a belt speed thingy over here, don't we? We do. Okay, you read 1700 so far, which is a full belt of 30. 60 seconds, target flow of 0. That should count up slowly after all this system has a chance to propagate. You have a tiny bit of a buffer, so we have a little bit of leeway. But I need to have you guys. Okay, can I clear that? So we're gonna want upgrade these guys, and then we're gonna want 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5. I saw like 5. Like, I know I don't need 5, but it will just fit so nicely. And that means I can put this power pole here, and then I can put the shield here. Yeah, that fits nicely. Okay, can I dump whatever's in my inventory in there? Okay, and can I delete those things? All right, so you should be running flat out into this tower. This tower provides the stacking capabilities no matter what. Oh no, we don't have enough green. We not have enough green. Okay, so I now have. This was built around our belt speed problem, which is no longer a problem. Possibly. What is a problem is me getting stuff out fast enough. So this tower is doing stacking, which means this is coming out at, so speed 30. I really wish this had, so total cargoes is not how much is in that tile, it's how much is on that belt, right? So you're providing stacking. So this means that these items here, I hope you can see, these items here are already stacked full high, okay? And the tier 1 juice is coming through here, and then these machines are consuming all of it by this point. This end of the belt is staffed. It's already going through 120 items per second. So what I need to do is I need to get another belt of juicy bits, and we're going to bring that to there. Okay, remove that little bit, and we're going to make sure that the ones that are struggling, being you onwards, power's also struggling, are going to have 2 belts you can pull off. And actually, we might do there and there as well. All right, can I... How much power are we going through? Oh, we're up to 14.5 gigawatts. Okay, that seems like a bit of an issue. All right, can I... Power. Can I put a star here? And a backup star behind you? Okay, no. All right, we need to put the star here first. There. And science is not ready. And there. And power pole here. Then this star goes there. And that star won't fit. Sir, you're too fat. Okay, science. So, you're a 60k, you're a 54, 60, 52. Can I get a 52, please? Can I get a 54, please? Can I get a 54, please? 44. 44, 48, 52, 56, 50. That science done. But that should get science moving. How is it? You exist, but you... Oh. Oh, wow. The grid's still yellow. I thought those couple of fixes would have done it. Okay, can I put you in here? So I need more suns. Okay. Can I put a sun linked into that sun? No. So close, and yet so far. Okay, can I put a sun... Yeah. Can we do a belt from there to there? And this... No. There to there. This can output juice rods, and that can input rods, and that doesn't work. Damn! I was really hoping that would work. Okay, can I then... We'll just bring a belt from here down to there. Can I just do... Oh, really? You're making this not only annoying, but also expensive and ugly. You're like fighting every way possible to make me grumpy. Okay, there and there. Oh, it needs freaking power. Okay, fine. All the way up to 100 its nose. And then can I put that in? Okay, now after all that fucking around, I don't even know whether I like it. There and there. No, okay. Can I come further south? Here and here? Yeah, see, that looks better. And then I go from here down to here and across to there. And I bring power in there, power in there, and power in there. Yeah. Do I need that power? Probably not. Honestly, I think I'll remove that. And I think I'll remove... Where did I put these two? I think I'll remove that. I'll let them burn off what's on the belts. If power becomes a problem, we'll look at changing it. But I think it'll be okay. Alright, back to juice. Juice, 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 juice. Juice is down to 9k. That's worrying. Let me through. Okay. So, you guys are all running, but you're not outputting. You're at all sorts of different levels. Can I move that power pole over another tile? Can I bring you down to here? Okay, can I grab one of you guys? And do that, and do that. Okay, so this pile here is already fully stacked most of the time. This is not, and that should make it fully stacked, which should mean that it should come down here. Already fully stacked, 120 items per second. And then you guys should just run. And you're having a supply issue. which is the only one that didn't get a copy. And I have the space, so why the hell not? All of you can get off both belts. How do you get? Oh, you get off. How do you get here? Okay. So I might want to trim you and you. At this point, it doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, I need you guys to not have the little yellow thing saying lack of material. Okay, and there's gaps in this belt, which I assume are okay. There you go, have more. I think it's running. I think it's running. I think it's fine. I think we're okay. Like, it's not a coal shortage. And everything's fully juiced. So we should be fine through to there. We should be fine through to here. You're running most of the time, but not all the time. Well, you're getting materials sometime, actually. Can I have you... Yeah, I don't think so. I want you to, yeah. Okay. The green comes out, so it's not quite making it to the end. Actually, we're up to 11,000. Numbers going up no matter what. This build might be a bit of a problem because I'm willing to bet there are definitely parts that are going over 120 items per second. But we are up to 2,800 cargoes per minute, which means that although we're not doubled, we're at 5,700. We're only using 5.4. And science-wise, well, we have slowed down a little bit. We have slowed down a little bit, and that is going to be down to... Wrong button. Critical photons. We have new critical photons here, so they're being processed. Actually, why has that slowed down? Reduction. What did I say? 3,600. No, local planet. That's right. No, science is running fine. Science is running fine. Science is running maxed out. I think it built to ratio. No, we're out of copper. We're out of copper! Yeah, I'm out of copper. I'm also out of titanium. So I need to have you bring in copper, and I need you to bring in titanium. Because one ship bringing things in was not fast enough. Yeah, and I think that'll fix this. But site should now be flying along. We're doing 67,000 out of 80. Which means the 52,000 research that we only turned on minutes ago is now done. Which does mean that I'm also now done with this episode. I'm pretty sure we're just adding copper and titanium here. This should fix this problem. Although silicon's not looking great either, so maybe I'll add a silicon as well. And we're just going to need more towers to import. Now, as we do research like this one, and our vessels get faster, that will mitigate that problem. An awful lot. Also, as I do more, actually no, because that's all in transit. This whole amount here in blue is in transit. Yeah, so it's second tower is my best option, or more speed of more ships. This is literally adding more ships to the problem, but that seems to have solved that. And titanium's fine, diamonds are fine. Yeah, Yeah, I'm pretty sure things are fine. Anyway, yeah, like I said, I need to call this episode here. We're making lots of blue juice. We're making lots of science, but I'm going to need more critical photons. Photons are going to be our next thing that we need to deal with, which does mean that I need to go make another travel to another planet, although that's saying it's through the roof. We're going to work on critical photons on the off chance. And then after I've done more critical photons, I think the next step after that is maybe science doubling again. We'll see. Either way, need to call it here. As always, thank you guys so much for watching. Do hope you've enjoyed, and I'll see you in, well, the very next video. All right, bye. Good morning, g'day mate, and welcome back to Dyson Sphere with me, Jetty, and of course, the wonderful Voltron, who's blocking the star, which is blocking the star. Well, the sun, the sun. Yeah, which is about to pass behind another sun. Is that some sort of, you cannot speed me up! Just because we were standing here waiting for the solar eclipse, waiting for everybody else to join us, does not mean you get to speed me up, sir. No, sirree. Okay, in our last episode, we came back to, well, the Epsilon system. We turned on the science build. We got it cranking into high gear, and we're now doing about 70,000 hashes per second. We haven't cracked the 100,000 hashes per second mark, but we need to do something about, well, mainly critical photons. Critical photons in this build is what's actually holding us up. So we need to go and make more Dyson Spheres. More Dyson Spheres comes with more power becomes more responsibility, or something along those lines. So that's what we need to do in today's episode. We need to go get more critical photons, which means we need to go back to the Necar system that we set up last. I'm trying to explain what today's plan is. We're gonna go back to the Necar system. I need to outpost the system. I need to set up rocket launches so we can start making a brand new sphere. And we need to also set up some sails. We need to start launching sails from there so we can start building a new sphere to get more critical photons. That's gonna be today's plan. So, with today's plan out of the way, I need to ask that very important question before I get interrupted again, and that is, well, can I borrow a like? I just like to borrow a like. I like to borrow a like early in the video. If you're not happy with the video, you didn't enjoy the video, well, Voltron's gonna get grumpy and he's gonna, I don't know, tap his wrist, you know, indicate that, yeah, hurry up. All right, so our plan is leave the wonderful Epsilon system, which is, speaking of spheres, is coming up at 100 gigawatts. The Ranger system has its problems, but this is where our farm is located, so I don't know if I can do much about that. And the Prime system, are you built? You're almost built. Our dark matter sphere is almost built. Almost complete. It still has 40,000 sails to go. How many in orbit? Yeah, I probably need to pop back home and turn that off. Also need to put in some more ray receivers back on the home system. Yeah. Can we turn that off? It's made out of dark matter. We can't see it. It's intentional. Ranger. The only thing I can do here is I can go and clean out hives. It's building slowly. More launching capabilities would probably not be a bad idea. We're only launching 7,800 here, and in the Epsilon system, we're launching 18,000. Of the 18,000, they're all being attached, like, straight away. It has a few million to go, so, you know, FIFA's been happily sponsoring this sphere, but, you know, there's obviously more to go. Maybe we need to set up more launching. But for right now, we, like I said, need to go back to the Necar system, Oh, to Pride. Oh, okay. We need to go back to Necar's one, and we need to... You've grown up like a big boy. You had a small issue whilst I was leaving. Alpha, beta, eta. You had one that was coming and already has got here. Or, no, actually, no, I haven't seen anything coming to Necar yet. All right, either way, we need to go back to Necar 1. That's going to be our plan. So... Oh, and I forgot to mention. I did have to... So we had to boost iron and titanium No, iron. Copper and titanium. Also had to boost iron and silicon. They both need multiple imports. So this planet is absolutely ripping through resources. I also fixed the problem by putting a whole ring of suns down here. Oh yeah, somebody made a boo-boo. And you just finished cleaning up. I'll take that with me. I'll take that with me. And just you know, fix it up before I go. Fix it up before I go. Otherwise I'll forget. And I'll never ever fix it up. And this end of the planet will always be one sun short. Okay. Yeah, I had to fix the problem. We got up to like 15 gigawatts worth of constant draw. It was bad, but that should fix that problem. All right. So as I was saying, on to Necar 1, which we've already captured. Where it's already ours. I literally need to go there and add a sphere, launchers, rail ejectors, and outpost it. I hate outposting lava planets, like I mentioned last episode. But it needs to be done. We're gonna need the resources sooner or later. And where is that planet? There. I feel like I'm dodging between hives. Okay. All right. So now we're here. We need to call in some resources. Can I bring in? So I definitely don't have carrier rockets on me. Correct. Can I get vertical launching silos? Right. 50 of them. 41, 81, sure. And rail ejectors, I don't remember how many is in the blueprint. Oh, I should look that up. 105 railguns. So let's try 100. 60, 120. Okay, so that solves that problem. And then our plan will be probably from this end. I think we're going to put the launches on this end. Can I get all the landfill? Oh, okay. No, actually, can I come to here? We probably should do this early because we're going to need the resources. Can I have landfill? Oh, let's make sure it starts arriving. Okay, we're gonna come to here, and I need to fill in all of this, which now means I can put in the missing plasma cannons. Fill in that, fill in all of that. And you're already buried. You need to be buried. And that should be us ready to go. Okay. Cool. Can I remove those? And no, you really don't want to fit. Okay, I can put one here and here. Yeah, I've added even more things to the queue. Yeah, I gotta keep the queue full. Okay, can I remove you and you? And you, and actually I need to remove that one as well. Did I get this one? I did. And then you, and you. And we should be able to put these cannons in. So cannon. Foundation required. Oh, there's a divot in the ground. Okay, and then you should have a shield right there. Might want to add that. Might want to find one of them. How is our shield? Yeah, it's definitely got a bit of a weak spot. We never really fixed this up. We sort of did the bare minimum and then buggered off. Okay, can I drag that through there? Like I said, wind turbines, best power poles in the world. And does that mean I'm missing a shield on this side as well? It does. There's meant to be a shield in that gap. Cool. All right. So that should be that plan. All right. And Now I have you guys and you guys. I need to bring in carrier rockets. Carrier rockets are here somewhere. There they are. All of them. Okay, and our easiest answer is we disconnect that and then we repurpose it to do all our carrier rockets. Number 3, please. And we drag that. No! Where the hell did that bell come from? Here. Because I'm going to need that power very shortly. And then stop there. That can go through and over there. That can go over here to here. Cool. And clean up stuff on the floor. Which is unfortunate because I think I wanted some of that on the floor. Yeah, that'll be fine. Alright, blueprints. We want blueprints. I can put down the carrier rockets first. I can't put down the sails until we delete. And can I put those back, please? Alright, I cannot put down the sails until we pre-set up. Okay. Can I have that in my hand? Can I change those to those that we don't have to track them back down? I can't do the other one. The sails until we have got the swarm set up. Wow. It just fit. Okay, didn't expect that. I was expecting a whole bunch of arguing, yelling, and sliding forward and backward by a tile. Alright, so once this goes in, the only thing I need to do is I need to work out whether it's going left or right and remove the one sorter so I don't have a complete loop. Because it turns out, well, with the new pile sorters, they're so fast that they move material around the loop far, far, far too quickly, so it never actually stops. Rockets will go around and around and around the loop forever and never get launched. Yeah, it's a feature. Okay, bring that into there, add that into there, and remove you. And the fact that you have rockets means everything's good. All right, now I just need to find a sphere. Give me half a second to find an adequate sphere. Something that, you know, people keep complaining I didn't build full spheres. I'll make sure I find a full sphere this time. All right, so sphere has been found. Now, I've already loaded in the Dyson Swarm, so we have our 20 layers of Skittles, but my Dyson Sphere, I found a sphere. Now, hopefully everybody's happy with the sphere. It is a full sphere, as promised. And we're going to paste that one on there. We're not going to paste that one there. I need to delete it. Try again. That one, 0, and doesn't matter. Paste. Yes, perfect. All right, as you can see, it clearly says, hide back structures. It clearly says subscribe. So you should definitely subscribe to the channel because I filled the requirement. The requirement was a solid sphere. It is a solid sphere that needs, well, only 190,000 rockets, so it's probably not going to take too long to launch. And what's that? 13 million stars. 13 million stars. That'll probably take a minute or two. And actually, we're going to improve that even slightly. Can I do... S, yep. S, yep. U, yep. B, no, B's gonna need some lines on it. There to there, plus to there, plus to there, and there, and actually, that might do it. No node allowed in a shell. Okay. So let's do that. And maybe I can remove that one. Okay, so that should do that. Oh, no node allowed in a shell. No, I don't think so. Okay, all right. That and that. And then we'll do What? Oh, really? This is so annoying. There to there then. Okay, and then, nope, no, I haven't got to painting yet. Fill that in, fill that in, fill that in. Okay, and then the S is something I can just paint. The C, the R is going to give me problems. There and there, that should be, no, and I'll need one at the top. There. Okay, can I paint that, that, and that? The I will be fine. The B is going to be the same problem, which was, how to do? Down, down, corner, corner. Down, down, corner, corner? Oh, this B is entirely different. Okay, we'll do that corner then. Fill that in, fill that in, fill that in, and fill that in. E might just work. Might just work. Okay. Then painting. Can I set this to red? And we'll paint the E. We'll paint the B. I don't care if I paint the lines. They're not obvious. Yep. 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 And then black. And just like everything. Everything. Up. You know what? It's just quicker to paint everything than come back for the subscribe. Yeah, we're just going to paint the whole sphere. I like black spheres. I like black spheres. You know, it blocks out the sun. Look, I can tell you, living in Australia, anything that's painted black, you know it's painted black. It gets hot. Why is there a random... Oh, that's right. There's extra nodes around the middle. Sort of tracks sails faster. I remember this sphere. Okay, do that. Do the hat. I might come back to lines. I don't know. Like I said, you don't really notice them, the lines, whether they're painted or not. There's not enough. They don't carry enough light. I think it's the best way of explaining it. Okay, you, and can do your internals, and your internals. Cool. And I missed you and you. All right, back to red. All the red. Oh. Okay, back to all the red. And you're gonna be red. You're gonna be red. You're gonna be red, and you're gonna be red, and you're gonna be red. Cool. All right. Yep. It's the subscribe sphere. And that means I need to go down to this end of the planet. And I need to build just a few rail ejectors. I get that filled in. I need that to go away. I need this to go away. Yep, so I knew that was going to happen. Where's my landfill? Let me collect all of that. We'll dump that there. That there. And that there. I'm probably going to build around you. Okay. So, you need to go away. Yeah, power's going to be a problem. I'll fix power in a little bit. We'll worry about power shortly. Power's not super pressing for right now. Okay, I need you to go away. I need you to go away. I need you already missing as a you. Okay. Alright, so with that done, we can blueprints, 105 railguns, and the trick is to get them close enough to the plasma cannons that they don't complain. That technically doesn't break my belt. Okay, so can I go up a tile? So the one on the right's now complaining. Okay, left. That is just one of them being blocked. That's where we're going to put it. Yep, I can sacrifice one cannon. And I will need a tower, which, well, Mr. Landfill, you'll do. When I bring the sails in... Yeah, no, I think I'm just going to bring in the sails in here directly. I don't know, I might change my mind. I also need to bring in juice. Can I get juice? Just a smidge. demand, and sales, demand. You can technically locally supply that out. You can have ships, you can have that. You don't have warpers. I don't think you need warpers. Turns out I'm low on belts. Number 4. Pop that there. Bring out the juice. Number 5, upper tile, and into there. And power? Power. No, we're actually good for power. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to remove that row. Or find somewhere else to bring it. I could probably bring it in. No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't know. I always reserve the right to change my mind. Okay, and then just side load. Oh, I didn't upgrade the sorters. Didn't upgrade the sorters. Okay, fine. Yep, the autosaves are getting bigger and longer. I think the saves are like 300 meg, 400 meg now. Metadata? No. Performance. 463 meg. Yep, for a save. Okay, can I walk down here, please, and get this lot built? Because I'd like to start launching. There we go. First cannon firing. Walk our way around the planet. Need to fix power. Power's at 90%. That's going to fall as more of these guys get up and running. Then I need to build all the smelters, because I need to outpost this planet. I have put down some advanced miners, not all of them, but I've put down some of them. So I need to go through this whole planet, advanced miner the whole thing, find some power poles. 200, better. Find some power poles, dump down some power poles, dump down all the advanced miners all over the planet. You were missed. Oh, better. Advanced miners all over the planet, and what else do I have to do? That's about it. And nothing's missing on this planet. That's just the farm that's broken, and there's lots of stuff broken, but I'm ignoring that for now. All right, so what I need to do is I need to go do all that outposting. I need to get all the miners put in. So, and all the advanced miners in, all the smelters put in. We need 24, 26, that's 50, 17, that's, what, 67? 68 with a silicon, 70 smelters. I need to go do 70 smelter blocks. Yeah, that's gonna take me a minute. So, I guess I'll see you guys in 1 minute. So, it hasn't been 1 minute, it's been about 40 seconds. Honestly, it's been about 40 seconds. But, well, something happened, something amazing happened. This says that I have 1 unit incoming on Last Hope, Pride, which means Pride. To show me. It finally, after, I'm serious, like 30 plus hours since we cleared off the farm on Last Hope, it has finally been repopulated. And I actually think the triggering factor was not, it might be Alpha? Snaky? It might be the Snaky Hive. I think it was a new Hive arriving. Like, you've obviously been here before because you've been beaten up already. Beta Hive, obviously been here before because you're missing some pieces. You have ships. You have ships. That implies you've got matter. Where's the other one? The closer one. Alpha. So I would have assumed it was Alpha, but it's, well, it has, so 1, 2, 3, 4. It has 4 relays. Let's go back to Beta. Beta has 5 relays and ships. Yeta has 6 relays and no ships. And Snaky has 6 relays and no ships. So therefore it has to be, oh, there's the barge right now. So it has to be Beta Hive. Beta Hive has decided to go and reinfect the planet. Now, I don't know why it took 30 hours, 20 hours. It's been a ridiculous amount of hours. Yeah, I'm 66 hours in the playthrough. So maybe it was 20 hours. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since I had to shut down the Hive on the home system, or shut down the farm on the home system, because every single time I'd done it previously, it got repopulated super quickly, so I was never worried. I need more smelters. Can I request in buildings, smelters? I'm short 400. I feel like it's a lot more than that, but sure. 500 please. Go. 1,000. Cool. All right, that probably solved that problem. And a whole bunch of sorters and a whole bunch of belts. Belts. I fixed power, and I need somewhere for sorters. It's fine. I'll find sorters in a minute. All right. I still have a few smelters to put in. Iron's done. Iron's done. And glass is done. And silicon's done. This is all copper. I still have to do 17 titanium. It's done. It takes a minute, but it's done. We now have an awful lot of smelting. All the copper's gone in. And then I needed more iron. I also needed steel. We might as well do steel here. And then magnets as well, because like we should get it. Yeah, okay. And there's been asked multiple times, why don't I make smelters in the middle section of the planet? And the main reason being is, well, there's always stuff in the way. There's gonna be there's a higher chance, just a chance, that you're gonna have core sites in the middle section of the planet, or resources. Okay. Basically, there's always one that's missed. Basically, because you tend to make the builds fatter and shorter. Okay, you know, if I take smelter blocks, iron smelter, and I rotate this, give you one too many times. I rotate this there. I can stamp these in, and I can look. Honestly, you can just stamp these sideways if you really felt like it. I think you can fit 4 across. I'm pretty sure you can fit 4 across without a problem. Maybe with a problem. Maybe you can only fit 3. I don't know. It's never really been designed to fit here. It's really been designed to fit at the top of the planet, because I feel like this is an easier area to clear than stuff down here. Now, in saying that, I have designed, I have built. I've only put the other titanium one so far, but given that all smelters are basically the same, it's not too hard to change it across. But I have put in a pile sorter smelter. Yeah. This one does yeah, can I come and stop? Yeah, that'll do. Okay. Can I copy that? 48 smelters in a dead straight row. Sharing so having an input belt and then a shared output belt. So because this needs 2 lots of ore, that should be, and then it needs 2 seconds. Yeah, so it should be 24 on each belt, I think. 48, 24, and then doubled again, 48. So it should be 48 per second back on the belt. And because we're using pile sorters, it's very, very easy to snap this together. But yes, this is a nice, simple, easy build. You can throw down long, straight, narrow. Again, if you're interested in these blueprints, they're on my Discord server. Actually, Smart Jetty did not add a description. Well, bad Smart Jetty, because that way I could read the description back to you guys, and therefore I feel more confident in my maths. I can't remember the maths. I've been staring at smelters for hours. At least it feels like it. All right, so with this done, we now have more resources added to the global network. That's what it really matters. And although I want to go visit my farm, I do want to go visit my farm, but we're also burning through research. We're up to Actually, I have no idea what you cost. We're up to 60k. Minimum cost of any research. Yeah, I found a 55. And then a 66. And then a 72. Yeah, we're in the higher tiers of research now. Things are getting expensive. You're a 66. You're a 72. You're a 56. Okay, I probably need a few levels of that. You're at 60. You're at 96. You're at 60. You're at 94. You're at 65. So there are some cheaper options. There's not many, but there are some cheaper options. So what I need to do is I need to go back to Pride. I want to know how the farm's doing. I really want to know how the farm's doing. I also need to... I think I need to stop at the foundry. Foundry. Okay, can I go there? And can I just look very quickly? Pride... sphere number 2 is complete. Or basically complete. You're at like nothing to finish. All right, so we need to go to the foundry. I need to stop launching sales from there. And then I want to go back to New Hope. I want to see how New Hope is. I want to see how the farm's working. Also, you might notice it still says 1 units are coming. It's said that since I last spoke to you. There's 1 unit somewhere that is very lost on a planet by itself. So we need to, we're just gonna go turn off some cannons, okay? Because I don't see any reason on firing cells. I don't need to. Foundry. Cool. And I just need to work out where cells come into this planet. And rather than packing up all the cannons and everything, we just stop bringing cells in. Cells come in here. Supply. Done. And then cells get moved to here. And that movement will just stop. I could set you to... I'm going to leave you on demand. That way there's a better chance that you'll consume... We'll set you to 1%. Glass. Yeah, there's no stone left on this planet. There's iron somewhere. There's brick. Clear. Okay. And as must be an import. We're still making titanium alloy. Okay. I also need to come back here and do something about ray receivers because technically, wrong button. Technically, Dyson Shell's doing 43 gigawatts, and I'm requesting 53. So I need to add somewhere. Probably just need to pull out a whole lot of the geothermals. And actually, I can build further towards the North Pole because this planet I've sort of, this planet's not meh. We get some critical photons out of it. Not a lot. It's not like one of our blue giants, but yes, that should stop launching those cells. That's what really matters because there's no need. There's no need. Anyway, back to Last Hope. Can we go see how Last Hope is doing? And I literally hit my head on that. You can come with me. You can be set to 300%. That way, hopefully, when I look at you next time, you're all done. And energy shield level 12. Nice. Okay. And through the JD Sphere, which instantly lights up bright red when you hit warp. Okay. So, cannons are here. They'll protect the planet. Oh, God. 1 coal vein. Did you forget to stick your head out of the ground? Where is this coal vein? Hello? Hello? I'm laughing in the wrong direction. Okay. Pop you there. Oh, you are set to 300%. You can go away, you can go away, you can go away. You see, every single time I come back to home planet, there's things to clean up. You're still doing stone. Oil. Oh. Well, you're finished. Oh my god. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Disable? Okay, you guys are already disabled. Okay. What was right here? There was one guy shooting a wireless power tower with one robot hovering above it, repairing it constantly. And that's why nothing had happened. Okay, remove that and remove that. Okay, whilst I'm here, can I look at one of you guys? I want to dump that. I'll dump that, I'll dump that, I'll dump that, I'll dump that. Oh. Nope. Nope. Goes back. I want to dump that. Okay, alright. So, yes, we definitely have a new relay. He's definitely very happy. Except these guys are level... what? So level 41. 41's not as bad as... well, technically the farm's going to be 50 when we go back to it. But, due to the extra levels, their damage is 58 for a raider. Raiders are not the bad ones. The rangers, reasonably bad at 30. The guardians up here, they do 100 damage per shot. They also have a shit ton of hit points and plenty of armor. Armor is actually our biggest killer. It's making life difficult. Hence why I need more better research faster. Can I get one of those? All right, so whilst we're here, I want to add some defenses to our farm. And you might say, JD, how can you add more defenses? This is about as defended as it gets. And the answer is, I can always add more. Oh, you guys just broke that. Always add more. Always add more. So first thing is, I want to landfill in this. Because there's obviously a section of Babs that could go down right here. Can I also landfill in all of that? Because we're going to put in some decoys. The game did give us, things like the slowdown towers and things that we could put in something like that. It would probably be effective. There to there. Okay, fly around planet to this section I just built. Why do you have that crap? Oh, you have a sorter, you just can't output. Great. I want to put a power pole. Where am I putting power poles? Power poles were on this line. Okay, so I need a power pole here and here and here and there and there and there, and that's it. It's all powered. Okay. All right. Couple of things I want to try. Couple of unique things I want to try. Cool. I want to try that. I think that should stack a single item, which should give me more throughput on the belts. I actually have no idea if this is going to work. Because as you can see, the belt is definitely maxed out currently. Like, don't get me wrong, upgrading all the sorters that are coming out of the Babs would also definitely help. Things are definitely stacked. So that works. That works. That's awesome. Okay. Can I upgrade sorters? I want to upgrade by 3 levels. From bad to way better. Okay. Any towers with a free slot? I don't think I do. No. Okay, I need a temporary tower then. Can I get a... I'm going to want lots of those anyway. Can I get a temporary tower? And I need to have some of those, which I believe I can still ship out. 2,000. A little bit more than I wanted. Just one or two. Right. All right. But as we can see, the assaults that come in, and they're doing a decent amount of damage. That's just a minor little attack. That's a normal little attack. Nothing too special. Just a fairly normal attack. But they're going to keep doing damage. Significant damage. Okay? And I want to mitigate that damage. I do not want the farm to be in a situation where it's going to take damage all the time. So what I need to do is I need to give it a little bit of a boost. Okay? Now, signal towers attract our friends. Okay? We all know signal towers attract our friends. So I want to put... well, something with a lot of hit points. And then beside it, a signal tower to attract it. Collide. What? Okay. It's that tile. Okay. And then something with an awful lot of hit points. I can't see what I'm doing. Too close. Click to build. Okay, so there. Okay, you. Too close to another logistics station. You're at 2 different points. That's still too close. Really? Okay, first off, can I have those? No. Okay, this tile. There. The next one would be here. And a signal tower. Cannot go in the middle and power them both. Okay, so in that case, can I go signal tower, and then one of those guys? Can the signal tower come back this way? It can. Yeah, things do not need to stick out if they don't need to stick out. Okay, so that's going to be our plan. And the plan is signal towers are going to attract them. And then... actually, I want to copy here. Actually, I need to copy the whole lot. Okay, without foundations, copy, paste, and there. And I realize. And then there. And then resources go away. Yeah. And there. And there. I feel like that's sticking out so far. It is. It is. Every single time I've clicked, it's been one further. Why? Oh, actually, it's something I should change. Okay, deletes. Otherwise, I'm going to slowly spiral into their base. Okay, set you to charge of 30 and a charge of 30, because obviously that's going to be really important, the charge rate of these things. I'm going to copy from there to there with that, without blue, without foundations. Yep, tab, and copy you over the top of that. Yes, go. And then go. That failed. Although it placed, so maybe it didn't. There. And then there. And then copy the whole lot. And we have so many babs. Collide with other objects. Like, I expect you to collide, but no. Oh, there's water. I didn't get all the water. Okay, all the water done. Yes, okay. So, it's going to be a little bit hard to demonstrate. Okay, can I paste that part? No. Okay, Is that all the water? No, there's more water. And more water. And more resources. Go away. Because I want to be here for the next attack. Okay, and there. And there. That might be enough. Okay, so we're going to see the attack comes in. But there's a portion of them that decide to go on a giant merry-go-round and just shoot everything once, which I have no problem with. Because if they're shooting everything once, they ain't killing anything. We're going to put that one there. You're obviously in the way. I'd like you to finish, but that might not be an option. Too close, too close, too close. Too close to advanced mining machine. Yeah, okay, so you're not going to go in. And we go back to our original one. I just need a small selection. And yeah, okie dokie. And oh, that's pretty close to a full circle right there. So if we look at these, some of them go off on a giant merry-go-round. And like, obviously there's a gap right here, so that's the point where they decide to attack. But I don't mind. Like, a couple of them went this way. And this planet's unique. So this one is just working on lasers, nothing but lasers. Which means, filter sorters. Can I do every sorter around the planet? So this one just has lasers. It doesn't have artillery. It doesn't have rockets. It doesn't have anything else. It's nothing but lasers. And I like the fact that our farm on our home planet, which technically has been running basically, well, apart from a few times it was pruned, basically since square one. Like, we've been farming on the home planet forever. We're expert farmers at this stage. And I'm also expert. I need more power. Oh yeah, by a long shot. Okay, you can go away. All right. Hopefully with the upgrade to the sorters, we don't have a problem with that anymore. I'm going to have to, well, probably throw a sun or two at the problem. Yeah. Oh, water tower. I'll do. I'm going to have to throw a sun or two at this problem, so I have power. I'm also going to have to leave this episode here. We should be in a case, in a stage with basically giant hit points. Like, this is all these things are. So we have signal towers. Where are we? Defense. Signal tower has, with all my research, that's what we want. Look at how they spread. With all our research, signal towers come with a base hit points of 3,000, and I've added another 1,680 hit points to it. But the big one is these guys. These guys start with 5,000 hit points. And I've added another 2,800 to it, which is an awful lot of hit points that they need to chew through to get rid of one of these towers. Because I don't want to be in a situation where I need to replace things. And I also want to keep the farming with just lasers. I need to fix power, because that's a problem. Not helped by the fact that all these are using however many megawatts to charge stuff. Also, technically, all the sorters are... No, the farm has emptied. The farm has emptied. Also means I don't need these sorters here anymore. They're definitely not needed. Oh, that is a light show and a half. But yes, it does mean that when the light show kicks in, as everything, oh good, as everything is lasers, we use significant extra amounts of power. But yes, I need to leave this episode here. I need to go do something about power on this planet. In the next episode, I think we're going to be clearing off the Necar system. That's sort of the point I'm at. I need to clear Necar. I need to have it up and running and clear, and oh my god, all the crap in my inventory. Yeah, I need to have it up and running, cleared, and well, that's it. I need to have that cleared. Yep, I need to have that system cleared out, and we also need to start collecting power from the Necar system, because I haven't bothered putting in any ray receivers yet. It's only just started building. It has a few thousand cells to go and a few thousand rockets to go. But the point is, all the cells are now at the point, or I have a cell problem. I might have a problem with cells. I don't think so. You know, it's firing. Can I turn that off? Yeah, we're definitely firing. I think they're all being absorbed now. we've built enough of the structure that they're all being absorbed. Either way, I need to leave this video here. All right, as always, thank you guys so much for watching. Do hope you've enjoyed. I will see you guys in the next episode, which will be full of death, destruction, and a couple of planets need to be cleared. And with the current round of upgrades I've got, hopefully it's going to be easier. Hopefully it's going to be easier and faster, but we will see. Either way, need to call it here. As I said, thank you for watching. Do hope you've enjoyed. And myself and Voltron will see you in the next episode, where we need to defend the universe. G'day, mate, and welcome back to Dyson Sphere with me, Jetty, and of course, the wonderful Voltron. We're back on last hope because, well, we need to do a few things. We need to do a few things in the hope system, the pride system. We need to tidy up a few things, and I really like to split the next couple of episodes into really dialing in on some certain things that we need to look at for long-term success of the series and also the system. So, as I said, we're on hope. We're on hope. We're on hope because, well, in our last episode, we came here and we fixed up the farm. We made sure the farm was working. We upgraded all the sorters, and I've also upgraded power. But there's a couple of things I want to do once we're here to work up. Hey, excuse me, be patient. A couple of things I want to do whilst we're here to, well, just finish off this planet, and means that I don't have to worry about this planet, preferably for a long time, you know, providing the farm doesn't break or something along those lines. So also want to go to the foundry, fix up foundry, spend some time on the foundry, and also finally go to Hope, our main planet, with all its, well, power and bus and building stuff. Yes, I also want to go there, also do a couple of things there. So that's going to be today's plan for today's episode. And then later on in the episode, we'll talk about the next episode. But with all that said and done, I need to ask that very important question because before Voltron really kicks my ass, and that is, what can we borrow a like? I just like to borrow a like before he skits out too much. If you're not happy with the video, you didn't enjoy the video, hopefully it will calm down. All right. So first thing we need to do on Hope is definitely confirm the farm is working. The farm is working beautifully, and all our lovely, 7,000 hit points. Transportation, almost 8,000 hit points. Interstellar Logistics Towers are doing a great job of, well, absorbing damage. Also, the signal towers are doing a great job of making the friends go in a merry-go-round. They also have almost 5,000 hit points. We've got some research to do. But one thing I want to do whilst we're here is I want to tidy up. Now, I'm tidying up for a number of reasons. One, because, like, well, I don't need this here. I don't need this here anymore. It's obviously, we've mined out all the resources, so all of this can go away. This whole tower can go away. All of these guys can go away. And you can just ignore things. That is perfectly viable. Probably helps if I put a power pole back. You could just ignore things. You could probably ignore these things forever. Can we please land? There we go. But I am concerned about this. Now, Dyson Sphere, I love it. I have no idea what that slider does. Oh, that's time tools. It lets me physically slow down the game. Cool. It's a mod. What I'm worried about is the CPU usage, okay? Now, any game that you ever play, you need to make sure that the CPU per frame, because this is what we're calculating, it's taking me 12.2 milliseconds to produce one frame of the game. And as you can see up the top left-hand corner, I do have the current FPS and the current UPS. The UPS is the number that I care about, because currently I'm at 12.2 milliseconds. Now, if you go to 16.6, that is the uppermost limit. The uppermost limit to stay at 60 UPS, also normally 60 FPS. Dyson Sphere is a little bit different in that it tries to maintain a 1:2 ratio. So you get one frame, i.e. one picture, for every two processes or every two steps of the CPU. Now, you can change these. Like, I could slide this to a 1:1, and then we're trying to aim for 60/60, but you're going to notice that my UPS starts to drop, which means the game starts happening slower. Time literally slows down. So Dyson Sphere is really designed around you go 1:4. I want a 1:2. 1:2 is the default. We're going to leave that right there for now. So what I want to do is I want to try and trim things that are not doing anything, okay? As you can see, the main logic for the game is using 80% of this magic marker. Icarus is using 1%. That's good. Physics is using 2%. All production lines are using 50%. Sort of expected. Sorters themselves are using 15%. which means, in theory, I'd like to cut down on sorters. How do I cut down on sorters? Probably less machines, honestly. Power systems are using 6%. Construction systems are using 10. This is why I've been saying it for a very long time. Every single time I stream Dyson Sphere on the weekends, and people ask, how do I make my game go faster? I'm like, do you have babs? Delete them. Delete them. Bring up this menu, look at what that number is. If that number's super high, delete them. And keep deleting them. You might have noticed I haven't been using babs for a long time. The only place I have babs is, well, here on this farm, and also on, well, our other farm that's currently dead. They're the only two places I use babs because, well, they use performance. They're constantly looking for what they can build, what they can repair, and there's nothing around for them to build or repair, so they're just chewing performance. Also, combat, I'm using 15% of my total processing is going to the combat system, so in theory, if I killed off everything in the whole cluster, rather than making the game more difficult, I'd have 15% extra processing power I could make to making more Dyson Spheres, more production, more everything. So what I want to do is I want to go through and I want to kill anything. I want to remove anything that's useless. So if I come to here and I remove that belt that goes out for copper, and that belt, and that belt, and that belt, and then all of this stuff, and all of this stuff, and all our main early production, and all of this stuff, and all explodes out onto the floor. That can go away. Ammo can go away. Little box can go away. Can I come here? Can we turn lights, please? All of this stuff, we're going to remove you, we're going to remove you, we're going to remove you, I'm going to remove you, and I'm going to replace you with a single advanced miner. Collision? No collision, cool. And you, I want to max out, and can I just throw that on the ground? Okay, well, things that I can move. All right, so I've already set up power on this system. In fact, we have an awful lot of power running for a couple of stars now, which means I am more free to remove things that I don't need, and I'm also free to dump all of that in there, and it's just going to get filtered out as it does. Can I also put those guys in there? So actually I don't want them in there. Cool. Have a little bit more inventory space. Those can go away. All right, so I want to replace you with an advanced miner. Rather than having 2 miners here and a bunch of belts, same story. I'm just going to prune all of this and put an advanced miner, come on, right there. And I'm going to run this at 300%. 300% doesn't use any more performance. What it does do is, well, mines out the patch faster. That's what I really care about. The faster the patch disappears, the sooner I can come back and remove that one item and get back the tiniest amount of processing that one item is using. Okay. And this is what I've been doing between episodes. I've just been going through and I've been pruning. I thought I got most of them, but obviously I've missed some pieces, or I left them here as a demonstration. That's entirely possible too. So I've just been removing things that I don't need. Like, I do know that there's one over here that I intentionally left as a demonstration because, well, this is all mined out. This is doing nothing. And then I can pick that up and we're good to go. So the other thing I want to remove is, if we remembered earlier, I have power system, and I can't open a drop down because that's unfortunate. I really like if we could open these drop downs so we can see where these things are. Either what under power system is using the most performance, or pretty much that. Yeah. Well, what part of power system is using the most performance? Is it mini stars? Is it wind turbines? Is it solar panels? I do know that ray receivers and solar panels use more performance. Also thermal power plants, yep, they all use more performance than well, wind turbines, because wind turbines have a static number. They have a strength of whatever it is on the planet, and they operate 24/7. Whereas solar panels need to constantly calculate where the sun is and which one they're facing, and then as the sun starts to rise, they have that increase in strength that goes up, you know, as they get more sunlight on them, and then of course that dissipates as the sun goes back down, so that has to be recalculated again. Ray receivers are much the same to a lesser extent. This is one of the reasons why, again, I hate solar. I hate wasting performance on something as meaningless as power when I could literally just use wind turbines as power poles, knowing that probably in all reality, they have as much performance impact as a normal Tesla Tower would, one of these things, but at the same time, they're going to make a little bit of power. Technically, I actually think the wireless power towers, they do stretch further, so that's their bonus, but they also consume some power, and I'm willing to bet they might have a higher performance impact than a normal power pole. I'm not sure on that one, but I do know that these accumulators are not needed on this planet, so therefore they're literally wasting performance. It might be a fraction of an amount of performance, but when we're talking about a galactic system, well, that all adds up. I do not need hydrogen here anymore, so I'm going to stop bringing in hydrogen. I'm also going to remove that belt, and I'm going to remove all of you guys. Yep. You can all go away, and you can go away. Cool. And then the other thing that you might waste some performance on is, if I bring up this again, we have space junk, 4%. Can I drag that? I can. Cool. So if I click this, space junk jumps down to 0. Where I like it, because we just deleted it all. You know, sure, we do have new friends that are, you know, populating our system with new space junk, but that's fine. That's fine. And that space junk will either get picked up or it will disappear, whereas the stuff I destroy and leave on the ground will just live on the ground. Yeah. So wanted to do this. I want to do this on the system. I want to talk through one of the things that I'm doing in the background just to try and help out. That belt goes to here, and then to here. Is there not a closer oil belt that you can jump onto? I guess not, because that's a long, stinky belt. And oil does go there, so I guess that's perfectly reasonable. All right, so that was one of the things I want to do. Next thing I want to do in our effort to clean things up is I want to go to our foundry. We're going to head across the foundry. Now, the foundry has a few things. One, it used to be launching sails from there, which means all those EM rail ejectors are doing absolutely nothing. So I want to remove them. Come on, outside the gas giants. Severe influence, and we want to go there. Now, Foundry, there you go. Foundry is doing a few things that I want to clean up and clear up. First thing is, I want to set you to supply. All right, first thing is this coal patch. This coal patch is obviously dead, so I want to remove that. Second thing I want to do is I want to rotate that belt so coal starts flowing in the opposite direction, and I want to no longer have sails here because we're all sailed out, okay? Our demands. Our Dyson Sphere. The Jetty Play Sphere is obviously fully built. Can I just turn that off for a minute? Cool. The Jetty Play Sphere is obviously fully built, and our Dark Matter Sphere is also fully built as well. So I want to turn you back on so you can be pretty. So I don't need to launch sails here anymore. So we've turned off sails, okay? I came here, I cancelled us importing sails to here quite some time ago. So we're no longer doing sails. Can I put those in there, please? But I also have a couple of production lines here that are doing nothing anymore, namely this one. So I want to remove this. We don't need to make green juice here anymore. We're all juiced out. We don't need the juice anymore. So I'm going to remove that, okay? That's the first thing I want to do. Second thing I want to do is... I should really replace some of these with advanced miners, but we'll worry about that later. Second thing I want to do is... I want to come here, actually. Because I'm pretty sure... I caught it earlier. I did. Okay. Pretty sure this is where all our landfill comes from. All the landfill that's ever been dropped by a replicator potentially get shipped here to sit and holding. Can I get number 5 and drag that into there? And then can I grab number 6 and drag that in there? It imports into this tower. This tower is remote demanding in all the landfill it can possibly find, and then passing it into all the other towers, which is then remote supplying it back out with warpers, which means all the landfill ends up here, and then as I use it, it dissipates, and then, well, eventually, I can then call out landfill from here. I was sort of thought I'd have a little bit more, but then again, I have been spending it fairly regularly. Okay, turn on the lights, please. You have the tiniest amount of iron. Okay, can I remove that whole belt and all of this? So same story. I just want to try and increase performance. And if that means coming to a planet and cranking you up to max and give you back the iron and delete. No, I wanted that. Doesn't matter. Delete, and delete. Cool. I want to tiny up things as we go. So I want to make sure that, you know, if I can replace half a dozen miners easily with a single miner, I will. You're another prime example. Like this whole belt can go away. And I can replace all of this with a single advanced miner that's going to sit about there. And then mine at 300%, so hopefully it removes the resources faster and therefore has less resources on the planet. Less resources on the planet, once the planet's finally mined out, it's no longer an issue. I'd like to remove this, but I honestly don't know if we're still using batteries on another planet. So please, I'm not farming for engagement for a change. I'm just curious, do you remember what planet I used batteries on last? Because I need to go visit probably a number of planets and find out if I'm still using, well, batteries on a planet. And if I am, replace it, because I'd really like to remove this whole system. But I don't know if it's critical to another planet running. And I don't really want to find out by having the Dark Fog invade another planet and then go, oh yeah, it was important. Okay, so we want to, on this planet, that's why I'm trying to get to here. I want to come to here. Because we have hundreds of cannons wrapped around this planet, which were all launching. They're not launching anymore. They are retired. So what I want to do is, to help with performance, remove this. And then come here. And then remove this. And then come here. And remove that. And can I get a point remove? Can I get a point remove there and there? And a point remove there and there. And come on, keep flying. I want to remove that one. 83 of them so far. Actually, sorters. Sorters is probably be a better counter. I think I had 2,000, and I would have had 2,000 tier 3 sorters to start with. So if we just look at how many tier 3 sorters I have when we're done, we can then work out exactly how many of these cannons that were sitting on the planet. And, I didn't want to remove you. They're still tracking. They're still tracking their orbits. Even though they don't have sails, they're still using some amount of performance. How minor or major it is, how well the game deloads them and cuts back on the performance cost, I don't honestly know. Lots of games have lots of tricks to try and cut back on... can I remove that? Yeah, can I put... Where there they are. Okay, can I put those in there? And you can honestly go on the ground. Sorters can go on the ground. Thermal power plants can go on the ground. You can go into that slot. You can go into that slot. You guys can go into that slot. You can go into there. That can go on the ground. Yeah. Lots of games have lots of tricks. Lots of tricks to try and save performance where possible. And that includes deloading things. So you may have seen in many, many games in the past that if you approach something quickly, you find out it doesn't exist. And then after half a second or whatever, it loads in. Games do this all the time. They do it with graphics. They do it with assets. They also do it with performance tasks. So rather than calculating, every single one of these every single second, they might calculate it every, 30 seconds, every 1 minute. They might just bulk calculate them. They might also approximate the values because it's quicker. It doesn't give you an exact count, but realistically, when you're launching Absalom, when you're launching 18,000 sails, it's probably a bad example because they're not all being launched constantly. Actually, production. When I'm launching potentially 9,000 sails, 8,000 sails, does it matter? Does it matter if we're off by 1%, 10%? Okay, does it matter if they don't line up perfectly with the exact orbit they're meant to hit? No, it doesn't. Do they each need to be simulated? They are normally simulated, But realistically, if they're launching, they're going to a sphere and they're being absorbed instantly, and you're not there to watch it, does it matter? Like, look at how quickly he's scanning across. Like, does the game need that normally if I'm not here watching? No, I would say no. Doesn't need that. You know, the age-old saying, if what is it? If something forest. Oh, if a tree falls over in the forest, does it actually make a sound? Yes, or something along those lines. You know, I know nobody can hear you scream in space or in my basement, but you know, if a tree falls over in a forest, does it make a noise? Also, what happens to a dog if it happens to be standing exactly between 4 trees and desperately needs to go to the bathroom? These are the important questions in life. You could probably get a university grant to answer some of them. All right, I want to remove that bit of belt sticking out there, and then we're going to remove all of that and that bit of belt there. I'm also going to remove you, and you, because you're actually important. All right, that can go on the ground. Those can go into there. Okay, that's maxed out. I don't want you, so we're gonna delete that too. We're gonna delete that. That I do want, so we're gonna keep that one. And we're gonna click this button because it makes the ground clean. And I have been studying for my children from years, and they keep telling me that every single time you throw things on the ground, right, that it magically disappears in time. Yes, I clean their room. I solved the problem by anything that's on the floor that they've been told to tidy up several times never ever needs to be tidied up again because it just disappears permanently. Don't ask, don't question. It's magic. Yes. So the other thing I want to do whilst I'm here is I want to max out any of these that I see that are low on resources, because it's just quicker than trying to get everyone on the planet. I do want you doing coal. Can I max you out? And you're now doing coal as well. That is available remotely to anybody who needs coal. And then the last thing I want to do, this is very, very important, is on this particular system. This particular system between our dark matter sphere, which is doing 40 gigawatts, and our jetty play sphere, which is doing another 3.5 gigawatts. Let's go. With we have a total Dyson shell generation power of 43.7 gigawatts. And I would really like to request around about 43.7 gigawatts. The swarm currently is doing 9 gigawatts, but as we're not launching anything into it, it's going to slowly dissipate. So I really want to hit, aim for that like 40 gigawatts worth of requesting power. Now, the dark fog hives are stealing some of it. We're going to talk about those in a minute. So we need to find you guys. You all have the little array, the little photon picture on you. So you guys are all doing photons on this side of the planet. We are not doing photons. So I want to change you to photons, and I want to click and drag probably that far before I need to drag again, and then drag back. Yep. And to there, and to here, and then finally to there. Now, these guys are all going to be requesting a certain amount of power. And actually, can we just turn off lights for a second? All right. Can I go to here? Nope, too far. Okay, and north. So these guys are all going to be requesting a certain amount of power. And currently, we just happen to be sitting on an orbit where even these guys on the dark side of the planet, they are still requesting 100%. Okay, and they have a continuous receive number. But if I was to pop one of these here on the very, very dark side of the planet, they're going to have a signal strength of 0. They're not going to get any power whatsoever because they're on the dark side. In fact, actually, some of these, signal strength of 73, 74, because, well, just where they happen to be parked. We do have technology. There's a technology upgrade here. Planet ionosphere utilization. Allows ray receivers to consume graviton lenses. Nope. The planetary ionosphere utilization technology gives a ray receiver more time for high energy radiation in a day-night cycle by extending the effective altitude for incoming rays to the outer boundary of the exosphere and increasing their operations time. So we have this research done. Prior to that is just the basic ray receiver, which basically, as soon as it goes to the dark side of the planet, just stop working. It's a little bit more nuanced than that, but pretty close to. This means they can work definitely And nope, can I go back to there, back to there? Like, this is definitely a shaded area. This is definitely on the dark side of the planet. We can see that it's dark around here. And, well, you're operating 100%. You're at 79, you're at 80. You know, we're definitely on the dark side of the planet right here, but you guys are fine. You're doing something. Now, because of the way this planet's set up with... Nope. It's a lava planet, so it's a little bit hard to see. Yeah, there we go. Another 500 meg autosave. Okay. Because it's lava planet, it's a little bit hard to see, but somewhere along this line, you're going to see there's a light side and a dark side. Actually, if I turn that on, does that help? It's artificial, but does it help? Not really. Yeah, lava planets is a little bit hard to tell. There are some planets where you can actually see a clear, defined day-night line. Also, I just noticed you and you. Yeah, there are other things I'm tidying up. So, what I want to do is I want to just request a little bit more power, just a tiny bit more power in this system, because this is doing, we're requesting 43.1 gigawatts, and I'm making 43.7. I want to go a little bit over 43, like 44, 45, to make sure I'm requesting all the power that is available, because, well, if I request too much, then everything's fine. If I don't request enough, well, I'm sort of wasting some of the available power. I also need to make sure I stay on top of that research queue, because I don't want you to max out. Can I do... Let's do this side of the planet. So what I need to do is throw the iron ore into you. There you go. Have some iron ore. What I want to do is I want to go to some landfill, and I'm going to be removing you and you and you, and hopefully that's enough. Okay, you and you can go away. Our power is really not important on this planet anymore. We're not using it as worried about power as we used to be, because, well, I'm no longer charging on those batteries. That's what it really comes down to. I can't remove them because I don't remember if they're actually being trickle used somewhere anymore, but I'm really not using them like we were. All right, so what I want to do is I want to get one of you. I want to put you... This line belongs to the cell below this. I don't know if I can put you there. Can I start over? Oh, can you go away? Can I start there? We'll see if this works. I might need to move one cell higher. All right, I want to put you there and you there. I want to set you both to photon generation mode. And then I want a tiny bit of belt. I want to come out to here and out to there. And I want to come out to there. I want you to have a tail on the end. Yeah, I don't think with that zigzag you're going to work. We'll find out. And then I want to skew out. I want to go from there to there. And no, you're moving back and forth by 2 squares at a time, which means you're not going to work. Okay, cool. Can I remove that? Remove that, remove that, remove that, remove that. My inventory must be very full. Can I put those in there? Can I put that on the ground? We can put that in there. Advanced miners, I can put those away. Oh, landfill, put that away. Unless I need it. Okay, so I want one of you guys. I can't put it on that line, so we can come up one line. That way we're in officially this section of the planet. We're on this... What do they call them? Tropic area. No, I can't remember. They call the lines a tropic line and a... Yeah, I can't remember. All right, what I want to do is I want to have... The town behind me go away. I want to have 2 of these beside one another. Okay, shortest distance possible. Plus, I want a continuous belt. Plus, I want a tail on the end. The tail on the end is going to be very important because I'm going to copy everything from one to the other, including where that tail would end on the previous one. Copy, I'm going to hit paste, and I'm going to put this with that landing on the tail. Then I'm going to drag sideways. I'm going to see that there's a 1 tile gap, just a little gap with the 2 belts don't overlap. If I press minus, they're going to line up, and then I'm going to drag to there, and then I'm going to put that there. I've already hit the minus button once, and I haven't stopped using this blueprint, so you will automatically line up, providing there's a belt in the way. Okay. Wait, actually, it's only a belt. Yeah, we're going to say okay. Just shift enter to okay that blueprint, and then I'm going to bring that to, probably not to there, just to there then. Okay, and then I'm going to intentionally join you into you. Cool. I have a continuous ring of ray receivers. They're going to go around and around and around and around, and they keep going around, except there's a belt right here they're going to run into. But what we're going to do is we're just going to bounce over that belt, and we're going to keep going. Come on. Come on, Voltron. Move it. Keep going round and round. The belts move faster than you do, dude. Okay, all right. What I want to do is I want to turn the lights so we can see a little bit better. I want to hijack the belts right here. Looks good. And we're going to run it this way and dump it onto that belt of critical photons. Because I do believe requested power 43, Dyson Sphere 43. Really? Like, you guys still have to power up a little bit. I sort of thought one ring would get me out of trouble. 42.5. 42.2. It's going down. It's going down because obviously we have lights on, which doesn't help. Yeah. So you guys are officially powered down. Strength of 0. Yeah, I said it would happen. They'll eventually power down because they're too far on the dark side of the planet. Okay, so my choices are we add another ring at the top, or I come to this side and I add a ring here. And I have lots of these things. All right, we're adding 2 rings. If in doubt, add 2 rings. Okay, now these ones I can't click and drag with belts, so we're just going to have to manually spend a minute. Fill that to there. Get some foundations. Fill that in. Put the foundations back. Tab. To here. You can go away. More foundations. And then grab you again. Tab you out so you get the right distance. You can go away. And again. Foundation. Okay, I can do foundation. We can do foundation. And to there. Okay. You to there, you to there. Alright, so what I want to do is I want to grab a belt and we're going to go belts, 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 or belts. More belts. It's a fairly repetitive process, but it is what it is. Anytime you're up here in these higher sections where the distance in the grid changes as you move up and down the planet, you're gonna find that you can blueprint one half of the build, but the other half of the build you're gonna have to sort of hook up all the belts manually. There is a point like this one where they two line up, and if we can continue around the planet by having you walk, eventually, is this the one? No, you're still off by a tile. Nope, nope, and this is it. So here they line up again. So there is a repeatable pattern, and you can copy and paste that repeatable pattern with some success. Yeah, blueprinting in Dyson Spheres blueprinting is fine. Doing unique blueprints, like I want to copy you without the foundations, without that, nope, there to there. Yeah, there to there. Cool. Copy. Paste. Alright, so that is literally everything that's right here. In theory, this should paste there without a problem. It's going to say collides. I press Shift Enter, and that should have put in the belt and hooked it in this main line. It didn't. And it's just a Dyson Sphere thing. Yeah. And then I don't trust the belt without rebuilding the whole thing manually. So yeah, it's a Dyson Sphere thing. It's a weird. The game's like that. The blueprints sometimes work. They sometimes don't work. What am I looking for? I'm looking for Y. I'm looking for. Oh, it's still low. Okay, you guys all have critical photons pictured. As do you guys. All right, fine. We're gonna come to this end. I'm gonna put in another row. That's gonna be my solution. Can I foundation in this? Like I said before, we're not worried about the power anymore because we're not charging batteries here anymore. So we should be able to just, yep. Can I? No, they'll have to be custom. Okay. Can I go from? I don't know. Actually, this will do. Just you to there, and then to there, and then a belt out to here. And this is another thing that I often do, is if I'm higher on the curve of the planet, I will generally have every build on their own separate belt. Bit of a waste, but it is what it is. Okay, can I remove that, and that? This is the way I blueprinted it. We need to work in reverse. Minus, please. Okay, hopefully that's enough. So I'm gonna move on to the next project. Because we still have one project to go. Alright. Requesting 44, we're making 43. Done. Alright. So from here. Next thing I want to do is I want to look at that. I want to work on that other number. So we're losing 1.68 gigawatts to hives. Now, hive-wise, I have a couple of hives. We have, actually, let's go with Beta Hive. Beta Hive is going to be the first one I'm going to talk about. Beta Hive has humpbacks. So the humpbacks are moving around. Reason you have humpbacks is you're actually attached to the farm on Hope. So occasionally we'll see a barge coming back and forth, bringing in matter, which means you have resources to grow. You're going to have power from the sphere, pretty much no matter what. Not a lot I can do about that. And you're going to have matter from here, so you're going to grow. Not a lot I can do about that. But Snaky Hive, I think, is a brand new seed, i.e. the seed landed in the system and spawned this. And then at this point, it ran out of matter. It couldn't build anymore. So this is all it has. And we might notice that there are 6 relays down here. What I want to do is I want to rip apart this, but I'm going to leave the relays in space. And I'm curious if we leave the relays in space, like this also has 6 relays. If I leave the relays in space, technically they belong to that hive. Does that then put us in a situation where the hive can't rebuild because, well, it has relays? You are brand new. I'm pretty sure you came from a brand new seed that has arrived. This has been slowly building out over a little bit of time, and you only have 1 relay currently. But I want to go flatten all 3 of these guys. So what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that combat is enabled. We're going to turn off attack relays. I want to leave the relays live, and I want to turn on the weapons, and we need to get out of here. So Snaky Hive first, and I'm pretty confident I can just roll straight into these hives without a problem, because they're pretty tiny. Yep, you shoot my shields. You can see that. Guys, hello? Did I leave you behind? I did. Hurry up. There's a party over here. You're left behind. Okay. You. Bright flashes. Okay, relays. So, there's a bunch of relays right there. Now, in theory, a relay can rebuild this hive. In theory, providing the relays have any matter, any access to matter. Providing the relays are normally on a planet. In this case, the relays have some matter. I think that's the matter that they start with. It's all 9,600 for each of them, so I'm going to go with it's probably the matter they start with, and they're definitely not sitting on a planet. So we can see we have a little ring of, well, a little tiny ring of relays out here, but the orbit's disappeared. Now, does this mean a new seed can't come in? I don't know, which is something we need to find out together. We're going to go to Yeet Hive, and we're going to do the exact same thing. We're going to give you the exact same treatment. We just gave Snaky Hive and make you go, whoa. Oh, I left the fleet over there. Well, that seems fine to me. Yeah, we're going to make this one disappear as well. Now, I've turned off them taking out the relays. So, again, we should end up with a situation where there is a... Oh. Oh. Is that the one we're meant to keep? Well, it's not there anymore. Technically you have a planetary base so you can rebuild. I'm sure it was Beta Hive. Beta Hive has humpbacks. I have no idea how you had a humpback. We fought a humpback. Okay. Can I bring back up this? It's those little white dots there. Hello? Okay. That. No, that's Sneaky Hive. We're just starting to Yeeta Hive. Which way am I facing? I can't tell. I'm facing that way. Great. Well, you might be obliterated. I don't know. Okay. Eta Hive is just spawned in, so we're gonna go. Okay. Beta needs to live. Eta does not. You have one relay. You're the one that's freshest. Crap. Research is finished. Can I pick a research, please? We're going to do this one. Cool. Can I pick up all my science? So I put myself out a booby trap. We'll call it a booby trap. Oh. Can I put warpers there? To make sure I didn't end up with a situation where all science finishes and I don't realize and we don't have anything in the queue. As you may notice, I have 5,000 science packs, which live in my inventory, which is fine until science finishes, at which point they either go back into my inventory or if there's not enough room, they explode everywhere. They just exploded everywhere. Okay, I don't want Beta Hive. I need to have Alpha Hive. Okay, can we go say hi to Alpha Hive as well? I was meant to be talking through the numbers. So we're losing a gigawatt worth of power. We're going to go say hi to Alpha Hive, which is, from the looks of it, a brand new hive. Brand spanking new hive. Has some amount of energy. Does have some photon receivers, and I believe you have. It's easy to say this. It's easy to see if it actually works. Has a couple of relay stations. That's it. Okay, can I just run into you? Because the fleet will be here in half a second. All right, research. We need to do research. You're at 65,000. What other research do we have? 60? Can we do a 60? Can we do another 60? You're at 96. You're at 94. You're at 56. And then the one after that is at 60. And then the one after that'll be at 64. You're at 72. We don't care about you. You're at 72. You're at 66. We'll do a 66. 90, 80, 90, 78. Okay, well in that case, going to do another one of those at 68. Okay, that's the research queue set up. Yeah, like I said, I set myself a booby trap. All right. Science all disappeared because it's back in being processed, and wrong button, that button. We're now at 855 megawatts worth of power. Now, like I said, there's nothing I can do about Beta because you're attached to our farm. And I want my farm to work. I could come in here and trim things, but I don't really want to. Last thing I want to do is I need to go to Hope. And when we get to Hope, I need to do two things very, very quickly before we run out of time. One of them is, well, one of them's empty my inventory. Two is, so we have power. We're doing fine on power, which means I want to find this giant power brick here, rotate the camera around, and I want to remove that belt and that belt, which my inventory is full. Which means that eventually, probably very quickly, all those will run out. Can I put stuff in there? 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 Can I put that in there? Can I take all the green ammo and put it in the green ammo box so I can get upcycled into antimatter rounds? Can I put this side of the bus? Can I put rockets in there? Ray receivers in there. EM rail ejectors in there. I got another 300 of them. Okay. I've got 29 spare. Can I just shove the 29 in doesn't help when you rearrange things in there. The other thing I want to do, I don't need that, I'm going to delete that. The other thing I want to do is I want to ditch the awesome smelters because I don't need to carry those around, and I'd love to ditch the awesome assemblers, except there's no room. So can I clear a bit of space and put those in there? Oh, and those accumulators. Fully charged accumulators I have no need for. So can I put them in which box? Which box? Big giant chargey thing right beside that. You. Cool. All right. So yes, I want to cut off the old power because I really, you're doing nothing. You can be set to supply. I really want to get rid of the old deuterium power plants because deuterium actually goes into rocket fuel, which could be very helpful. Rocket fuel. Yeah, rockets and Dyson Spheres. Whereas it turns out we have just a few yellow shiny rods, 1 or 2. So I'm pretty sure I'm good on power, at least for the foreseeable future. Yeah, but what I need to do is I need to leave this video here. I need to finish tidying up my inventory. I also need to prep for the next episode because today's episode was all about the Pride system. The next episode is going to have nothing on the floor. It's going to be about the Epsilon system. We're going to be spending all our time in Epsilon. We're going to be doing things in Epsilon. We're going to be making sure Epsilon's nice and happy. I do find it amusing that I now have four core destroyed here, which I'm wondering if I have 4 core destroyed here, and that's what I really want to get to. I want to find out, is there a way for me to physically have hives in a system to stop new seeds coming in, but to have them not absorb any power? Because I'd really like to be in a situation where all the power we're generating, we get to keep. And yet, I can't have new hives come in. I could just obliterate them. I could just wander over there and obliterate them all the time. But the problem is that that's something I need to do manually. I need to come back to each system every now and then and obliterate all the new seeds, which I prefer not to do. I prefer to automate it and make sure it never, ever happens again. But we will find out more details about that and other things in the very next episode. Right now, I need to finish emptying out my inventory. And I need to say, as always, thank you guys so much for watching. Do hope you've enjoyed. And I'll see you in, well, the very next video. All right, bye. G'day, mate, and welcome back to Dyson Sphere with me, Jedi, and of course, the wonderful Voltron. In our last episode, we spent some time in the Pride system, just a little bit of time in the Pride system, made sure that, well, we did some optimizations around the hives and also around the ray receivers to make sure we could maximize what we had in the Pride system. But in today's episode, do not rush me yet, it's been seconds. Today, we're moving on. We're finishing the Pride system. I want to go to the Epsilon system. I want to give it sort of the same treatment. I want to confirm everything is running there as planned, as pictured, and then we can move on to, well, as another system after that. Just want to make sure we've, crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's before we move on to the next project, which means I need to ask you that very important question. That very important question being, well, can I borrow a like? I just like to borrow a like. I like to borrow a like early in the video. If you're not happy with the video, you didn't enjoy the video, Voltron will get you down on one knee and beg you, can you please keep the like? So, we are going to be going to, no, all the wrong buttons. V for view, all the way out here, view. We're going to be going to the Epsilon system. Now, the Epsilon system has, 4 hives, and that's going to be our first stop into the hives. We have a Yeta hive. Yeta hive has already been severely beaten up, and we've got a vein utilization level 20. So it's already been beaten up. The Alpha hive has also been severely beaten up. We also have a Beta hive over here, also severely beaten up, and we have a Snaky hive. Now, Snaky hive is fully underdeveloped, and that's actually going to be our first stop. Our first stop is going to be the Snaky hive. I need to make sure I turn off all the weapons before we leave to go to Snaky hive, because this, as far as I understand, is going to be my perfect hive. My perfect hive where it won't do anything, ever. It's just going to sit there and hopefully not absorb any power. If we go and look at Epsilon system, we can see I've got 122 gigawatts worth of power here. I'm requesting all of it, and, well, I'm losing 9 gigawatts. I'd really like to not lose 9 gigawatts. In fact, if I don't lose 9 gigawatts, we're going to be very, very close to the amount of requested power I have actually being fulfilled. So, plan is to go out to that one. Now, before I do that, I need to, like I said, disable weapons. I can leave you on manual fire, and technically you guys should be enabled. No, not that far enabled. And I want to disable you guys, because the last thing I want to do is, if I have a perfect hive, accidentally blow it up. Cool. So we're going to jump out to... Come on, there. Always, every time. Probably because I don't really mind wasting warpers at all. Can I go in there? And can... Just delete. Cool. Alright, Snaky Hive, 2 light years, don't overshoot. 5, 4, 2, 1, right there. Cool, Snaky Hive. Snaky Hive, please stay on the screen. Cool. Snaky Hive. Snaky Hive is losing matter. I don't know what it's building. It says building 0%. It's also losing energy. It has 0 energy in store, which to me implies that this is a very, very broken hive, which is my perfect example of a perfect hive to be thoroughly broken. Can I hit that? Cool. All right. So yes, you have matter, but you don't have energy. So at some stage, I broke this in some way where it never, ever, ever got to the stage where it could start requesting energy, which is fine. That's perfect. So we need to actually confirm that you're not actually getting any energy. What is that in the background? Oh, that's the black hole. Okay, all right. So yes, in theory, you're a perfect hive. Combat mode. Where are you? 5 AU, 3 AU, 0.7 AU. Alpha Hive is going to be our target. Go. Cool. Alpha Hive. All the hives are pretty broken, so I should be able to get close to this first. Okay. Again, same story. You have some sort of power storage, but you look like, if I go to this side, you look like you're dead. Like nothing is powered up. Well, technically that's powered up. You have lights. Which half has lights? Okay, the top half has lights and is somehow getting power. What's that? Why has that got a light? It doesn't have a light, it has a reflection. Okay, if we look at the underneath, I do not see a single photon receiver. If I click on any part of this, it all seems to be 0 energy. You know what? Can I turn on that? Can I run into that? Actually, can I? Yep, match speeds by running into. Cool. Have run into it. Okay, can I turn on that weapon as well? Minus 2.6 gigajoules worth of power with an energy level of minus 9 megawatts. Yeah, it looks like this has no power whatsoever. Wrong button. I want to go to that button. 9.08. So that hasn't changed anything. Can you gun shoot that thing? Gun. Shoot that part. Cool. Insufficient power. Yeah, so as far as I can tell, everything looks here like it's dispowered. Now, we do have a bunch of, in theory, there's a bunch of photon receivers on the underneath. Can I click on any one of them? Probably not. Okay, I'm gonna have to zoom in and we're gonna have to deal with the fact that I can't match speeds. It's a seed node. What am I looking for? I'm looking for something that's attached here. So that's a photon receiver right there, in theory. If I shoot that, it's being built. It has negative energy and negative megajoules and 9.09. Can we please? No, we can't. So we're still shooting that one. Okay. I want to be blown up in a second. But the little laser is actually incredibly powerful. Okay, shoot that. No, shoot that, I said. Oh. That one. That one. Cool. Now it's manually doing what I want. Okay. Wrong button. That button. 9.01. Okay. So if I go back to here, we can see that in theory there's another one right there in front of me. So that should be here. That's a bridge. That's a photon receiver. So if I aim at that, yeah, you're not hitting the hive main structure, that is. If I go shoot and kill this, in theory, it's going to drop V. Why? 8.83. So again, it's dropped the power a little bit. These are not built. They're not built. They're not receiving power. They're not doing anything important. But yet still somehow they're sucking power out of my Dyson Sphere. So what I'm going to do is we're going to try and get a baseline. That's what I really want. I want a baseline. I want a baseline for how much power is going to get stolen by a hive. And we know every single hive, the more ray receivers they have, or the more photon receivers they have on the bottom, real or not real, the more power they're going to steal from the sphere. But we have Snaky Hive. Snaky Hive, I am 100% sure is going to steal 0 power. So what we're going to do is we're going to confirm that by turning you guys on. Yep. And that should solve this problem in about 3 seconds flat. And everything should disappear. I wouldn't mind keeping just that bit there. So maybe I can convince them to wander over here. Maybe. Nope, never mind. The main structure's gone. Yep, that didn't take them long. They're fairly ambiguous about what they blow up. They're pretty much happy to blow up everything. And I'd be really happy if I could run into some part of the structure. Oh my god. Nope. Okay. Okay, can I turn off? Ooh. Turn off that. There's only so much flashing I can deal with. Okay. That's dropped the power down to 5.71 gigawatts. So that hive that had no power and couldn't do anything was stealing like 3-4 gigawatts worth of power out of our sphere. Given that knowledge, we're going to go and try out Beta Hive, which I'm willing to bet is stealing another 2.5 gigawatts. Yeah, actually, is the other one closer? That's Snaky. That's Snaky. Beta is 5, Yida is 4. Nope. They're both about as close as one another. Alright, so we're going to head across to Beta Hive. No, that's close enough. And then it'd be really nice if we could just hit part of this, so that way we'll match speeds. My fleet should be behind me somewhere. And there they are. And can I hit that preferably before it blows up? Okay, I glanced. Sort of slowed me down. It's roughly about the same speed. Okay, so back into this 5.26, 5.16, 5.07, 4.89. How much is left? Almost nothing. 4.33, 4.06, 3.97, 3.78, and I don't think there's anything left. Confirmed. Okay. With that done, let's go try Yida Hive. Radio station from Yida Hive. Oh, okay. And you guys are set to kill relays. So that's another thing in this system. I want to test taking out the relays as well. Now, this one also is depowered. Like, it doesn't have... Actually, can I click on you? So you have a central core. You have no matter, no energy. So there is a possibility, if I could keep the central core and take out everything else, that you might end up like our little snaky hive. But I want a baseline. I want a baseline. I want to make a confirmation. I want to know how to duplicate this going forth. Because my plan is that we should get into a situation where I should be able to leave every single system in a state where I don't have to come back, I don't have to monitor it, I don't have to clean it up afterwards. It should be in a state where it's just perfectly happy. And if you get close enough, you're going to get bopped. I mean, more exactly when you get close enough. Can I look at that? So we're down to 1.1 gigawatts. The relay is coming in. Whoa, it didn't make it. Okay. So yes, realistically, I want to be in a state where I don't have to worry about the different systems. Once we've done with the system, we're done with the system. We never have to go back. We don't have to monitor it. We don't have to take care of it. It's automated. It's automated. That's really what we're all about. And now we're in a situation where I'm not losing any power whatsoever. There are no hives stealing any power, which is important because we definitely have a snaky hive. Definitely have a snaky hive sitting there doing nothing. We also, if we go back to Pride, Pride still has Beta Hive. But Beta Hive is hooked to the farm. So Beta Hive I have to live with. It is in the Pride system. I'm going to be losing about a gigawatt. It's probably going to expand over time. It's probably going to shoot more power. But I'm going to be, no matter what, I'm going to be losing power to that hive forever. Right? So we already know, well, we now know that there is a way to get a hive in a situation where it exists, it takes up that slot, but doesn't use any power. There's a possibility with the Pride. Now it's gonna be like looking for a needle in a haystack. With the relays that I left in orbit somewhere. Yep, somewhere. Needle in a haystack. There is a possibility they are chewing up an orbit. I don't know. In theory, if I come back to the Prime system, we might have a core destroyed that I can click on to find out where they are, but I don't know for sure. I also don't know if a new seed arrives, can it take over that slot and take over those relays? Like, are those, like, so a planetary base, if you take out the relay station above a planetary base, any other hive from the local system can attach to that planetary base. So I've had, for argument's sake, a planetary base, the relay above it, be owned by Alpha Hive. And then I've taken out the relay. And then Beta Hive has sent a relay over that is then attached to an existing planetary base rather than making a new one. And the planetary base is no longer attached to Alpha, it's now attached to Beta because the relay is now attached to Beta. Right? So is there a way that a new seed can come across and as it deploys, it instantly gets, it instantly fills that slot and gets those relays we left in space? We don't know. We don't know. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave this. We're going to have to come back to, well, the Pride system when a new seed arrives, which is, I have no idea when. And we're probably going to have to wait for a new seed to actually be sent, because that way it's brand new. It's not one that already happened to have left. And I actually, no, I want to click on that. You're on your way to Epsilon. You are 4 light years away. However long that takes you to get here. A while. Actually, we can work that out. So if I accelerate up to 3,800 meters per second, because that's the rate that a seed flies at, or is it 1250? I think it's 1250, 3,800, roughly. You're an hour and 10 minutes away. So that seed's going to be here in an hour and 10 minutes. So that means in an hour and 10 minutes, we will have a look at that. All right. So with this one now cleaned off, what I want to do is I need to go to, actually, I want to look back at the sphere. We're launching a lot of sails. We're requesting most of the power, but not all the power. So what I want to do is I want to go to our science planet. I want to go to our science planet. I want to make sure science is running fine, which is epsilon 3, right above us. The one that's very, very busy with lots of ships coming and going. And I want to make sure science is running fine. In theory, science should be running fine, but it doesn't hurt to double check whilst we're here. Make sure science is running as it's meant to, at full speed, because, well, I want science. I want science. I want a lot of research. We are still doing research. That's not a good sign to start with. That's also not a good sign. Okay, so something wrong with research. Can we look at you? So I don't have any green cubes, and I am short on purple cubes. Purple is short on microchips. Microchips are short on microcrystalline components. Microcrystalline components are, and you're short on that. That is short on deuterium. Oh, okay, so deuterium. Deuterium we can solve quickly. Deuterium is, we're just going to make a new one, and you're going to do deuterium. You're going to do remote demand, and that's it. I cannot, obviously. Where were you? Yeah, 4 out of 10 ships out. Oh, well, we're going to max that out to start with. 3, 4. It doesn't matter if I end up having too much deuterium pulled in this planet. It's not going to hurt me in the slightest. Okay, we're going to have to give that a couple of minutes to see if it stabilizes. What we can do is, in the meantime, you, which I set up, we're just going to set you to local storage. Yeah, we're going to set to local storage. That way the deuterium that we've brought in won't interact with the other deuterium, and we can go from there. Meanwhile, microcrystalline components. Swap to north for you, please. Is this build? You're not running. You don't have silicon. Do you have silicon? You have lots of silicon. Okay, so our belts. Our belts move 30 items per second. And those 30 items per second are stacked for high. But that's only 120 items per second. And you don't see me running flat out. Oh, it's the good old frame rate issues. So the belt is very staggered, but it's actually running flat out because all the things are identical, and it's like the whole tire going backward thing. Okay, optical illusion. So what we need to do is, from the looks of it, I need to get more silicon. It's also going to be technically more copper because it's used a 1-to-1 ratio. No, it's 2-to-1 ratio. So I need to get more silicon into this build, which means either I run the belt halfway and then add a new belt in, or I think the easier answer is I don't want to really remove those. So what we're going to do is we're going to get a second belt. We're going to bring silicon. We're going to bring silicon to here. We're going to put one. I'm going to put one of those. A lack of item. Yeah, I'm going to be missing those. Can I put you here and there? And we're going to run that belt through to the end right there. And then we're going to have you go in. And then tab. Okay, that failed because only half the belt was built. Cool, done. Alright, so this means that these guys should get silicon from the outside, which also means that I want to trim some of their sorters. So, you are the input. Okay, so we're going to remove you, we're going to remove you, we're going to remove you, remove you, remove you, and you, and you, and you. Wrong belt. And you. Cool. With those changes, that means the whole build should run, or at least this side of the build should run all the way to the end. Yes, they no longer have that little yellow symbol on them. Turn on lights, please. And that means also have to do the exact same here. Can I grab the belt? I'm going to drag this way to here, to here, to here, and then into there. And then can I move Voltron over to here? Cool. I need to get through there. All right, can I reverse path? Actually, can I put you on first? That way everything gets produced. Run that into there, and we're gonna set you to be those things. And which is your input? That's your input. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go with 7. And then this is going to be your input, and we're going to done. And that should fix that problem. Yep, they're all running. Okay, can I? Light, there we go. Okay, light on. Oh, it's at an extreme angle. Can I just straighten up the light a little bit? There you go. Let's probably move that way for a screenshot. All right, so that should fix that problem. Now, that will then, and actually, hang on, blueprints. Science, 30 science per second. I think this has already been updated. So this is 92 needed and 100 built, but I think this is an older blueprint. Possibly has 96. Cool. All right. Well, if we know this older blueprint has 96, can I make sure? Actually, can I make sure that we copy that and we paste that right there? Cool. You don't need that, and you don't need that, but I will need 4 assemblers. Oh, I have 100. Yoink. Cool. All right, so that should fix that problem. The extra couple of machines will just give us a little boost in production. A little boost in production is all we should need to make sure that this catches up fairly quickly, which should then fix our purple science problem. Our green science problem is still tied to deuterium, and you have all 10 ships out, bringing in all the deuterium, but there's still none in stock, which means I need to go to you, and I need to say local supply. And also means I need to go to you and say, oh, you have local demand. Oh. So this is already pre-allocated. So I need a ship to land with deuterium, so then a drone can take off to go get deuterium. Yeah, so towers have a max throughput, an absolute max throughput, and they're going to request locally first, and then they'll request remotely second. And it's the order it's written in on the list. It's also the order it happens in the game. And it can only request up to 2,000, not 20,000, not 40,000, not 50,000, 20,000. So if I have all 10 of the logistics vessels out, already going and getting deuterium, then I can't send any of the drones also out to go get deuterium. So do I have a solution? I can use fidget spinners. So what's going to happen is this going to eventually run out. Okay, eventually it's going to run out of local supply, and then it's going to send out the planetary, the big vessels, to go pick up more. When that happens, as there's no local supply anymore, if this has run out of local supply as well and can't get it from the other tower, that's when it's going to send out these vessels to go get more deuterium as well. And that might be enough. I might be in a situation where I need to do something like this, where I have fire ice coming in here and fire ice coming in here. You might notice all these vessels are parked. None of them ever take off. Very seldom do they take off. I rephrase that. Very, very seldom do they take off, because this one's bringing in 2,000 constantly. Well, 20,000 constantly. It's setting off all the vessels to go get all the fire ice. And fire ice is much easier to get and much more local compared to deuterium. And then I'm feeding 2 belts in here, which are all stacked 4 high, which means this belt's moving 120 per second, that belt's moving 120 per second, which means I'm actually moving 240 fire ice into here per second, which means these guys don't often get to take off and get things. Like, it had a plus 200. It had a single little drone had the order to fly there to there to go get some fire ice, or possibly to here. Storage. That seems pointless. Fly here to here instead. Occasionally, an itty bitty drone will get enough room in here that I can put 2,000 in. Like, I had enough room that obviously they went and sent off a big vessel to bring in 2,000. Now, you can have more than 2,000 in these towers. You can have, 22,000, 24,000, 20, whatever it happens to be. If there was demand to send the ship out and then you stop using it. So the ships come back with its 2,000 and it goes in the tower and you end up with a tower that's oversupplied. Oh, you have local demand as well. Oh, so you're actually supplementing both of them. So yeah, right at the moment we're over 2,000. Or 20,000 rather. You might not bring things in fast enough. You're set to 20%. We will see. We will see. I might need to tweak these. Because you're on local, so you're actually flying fire ice into here, which was then also feeding this. 7,000. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Because the moment green science. So at the moment, graviton lenses have not caught up. Okay, at the moment. There's microcrystalline components here, which means this build is running flat out as far as everything's concerned. You don't have CPUs, so I don't have spare CPUs yet to make sure purple science is running flat out. Because there is storage in here for purple science, and technically because there is actually some sort of white bar in here, technically means there's green science in here, which means technically we're running at full speed. Although you don't inspire confidence. The towers are partially running. Where is you? It has a white bar. As long as it doesn't physically run out of stock, that means technically it's running flat out. Okay? If it gets down to nothing in stock, like green science. If it gets down to current being 0, then that means it's not running at full speed. Green science itself, I've lost my mouse, it's too much stuff on the screen, is not saying current in stock is 0, so that means technically it's also running at full speed. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. All right. Came here to check science. Science seems to be running fine. If we go to production and we say number 3, and we say this planet only, we're at 3.1. We should be at 3.6. Let's go for the last minute. We're at 3.596. Okay, we're fine. We're fine on science. All right. So that brings me to my next important question, which is critical photons. And the answer is yes. Yes to critical photons and yes to antimatter. No, you shouldn't be letting the antimatter leave the planet ever. Which means, in theory, it's time to double science. Can I have many more of those? Can I have actually let's just do this properly. Okay, if I select the whole planet from there to there, what is it that exactly I need? I need 1,000 special labs. I need 350 quantum chemical plants. I don't have those on me. I need 188 of the minuscule particle colliders. Okay. I'll need 120 oil refineries. Okay, so can we... Alright, can I take you up to 500? You're done. Alright, can I take you buildings? That one. Can I get a neat 1,000, please? Roughly. Cool. Can I go with refineries? 100, left, 120. Yes, please. Can I get quantum chemical plants? About 200. I've got enough sort of to fill in the gap. Miniature power gliders was 190 something, so let's go with 200. Up. No, right. Up. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, select the whole planet again. I do not have 26,000 belt. I do not have 5,000. Maybe I do have 5,000 sorters. 4,000. No, not quite. So that'll be fine. That'll be fine. They'll all be fine. That suns should be fine. 1,000 of those should be fine. 19 smelters is not going to be fine. That's 851, so we need to up that request. Everything else should be fine. So belts, 2,000 sorters, and belts, 2,000 sorters, and smelters. Okay, can we come back to here? Can I go sorters, please? 2,000. Yep. Belt. That much. And what was the other one? Smelters. Those. Can I go? That's like 19. So let's just bring in 20. Okay. That's our request list. Hopefully that gets delivered. I'm now worried. It should get delivered. We're not requesting enough. Maybe. Nope. There we go. 100. Okay. All right. So with that done, we're going to turn off you guys. We're also going to, I noticed there was 3 babs. I have a bab in here somewhere. 2. Is there a bab in here somewhere? There's a bab in here somewhere. Right there. Okay. Oh, because you were cleaning up titanium. Are you not done? Okay, you just need me to look at you. Alright. I thought I fixed this previously. Lack of item. Thank you. Okay. Alright, turn that back on for half a second. Alright, so our plan. Our plan is we're going to start blueprinting, doing a lot of blueprinting. And hopefully get everything to fit together fairly nicely. Wrong button. Okay, I won't turn off that. Okay, can I land? No, can we fly to here? Alright, foundation. Bury. Can I bury this? Can I bury that lava? And can I bury this and that and that and all of that and all of that? That can go too. Can we remove that? And we'll call that a start. And can I also go to here? And remember how I said foundation? We have foundation being provided to us by the fog. Well, it's time to call in 5,000 of it. Okay. All right. So our plan is to definitely remove that power pole before it gets in my way. All right. Our plan is we need to work out exactly what I need to put and where I need to put it. All right. I need one of these. This is going to be important. This is juice. We haven't juiced enough juice currently, but I don't know if I have enough juice going forth, which is an odd shape. Oh, will you fit in there? No. Okay. Will you all go away? We're also going to end up breaking many power connections and possibly end up breaking north. Possibly end up breaking, I don't know, I don't know where I was going with the sentence. All right, you can go there. Okay, you're missing those things. You're missing lots of things. It's fine. We'll get all those things shortly. All right. Step number 1. Step number 2 is science. Can I get a blue science? You're skinny as hell. Can I squeeze you in? Actually, will you go right there? You'll go right there. Blue science is done. It didn't complain, so it must have gone down correctly. Red science. Won't fit there, but will probably fit there. Can I put a red science right there? Cool. Next blueprint, yellow science. And we also get to find out whether all those blueprints I said I was going to fix, whether I actually fixed them. Yellow science. I'm looking at this gap. Okay, what else do we have? Do we have engines? Engines won't fit you too wide. Okay. Gears? Oh, there's a gear build. Beside a gear build, can I do a magnetic coils? It's also tiny. There. There. Magnetic coils, microcrystalline. Yeah. Optical fiber. Green chips. Green chips, another small build. Okay, we're making progress. Can I fill in all of this stuff and all of this? So there's still some very large blueprints that need to go in. All that can go away. All that can go away. All that can go away. That can go away. Oh, actually, you guys are how long? You're 60 long. And that recipe takes how long? 1 per second. So technically I could either blueprint it or I could just duplicate it. I think I'll blueprint it out a new one. All right. Next on our list is, I don't know, we're picking at random here. Can I do plastic? Plastic's skinny, right? I do a plastic. You're gonna say no, right? Okay, they're too close to one another. So, all right. Can I do yellow science? Yep. Yellow science will fit. No. How about here? Cool. Yellow science will fit there. Can I do purple science right beside it? No. No. Foundation required. Oh, that's an entirely different thing. I can fix that. Foundation. Great. Purple. Here. Cool. Cashmere crystals. Here. Remembering that I need to leave a little bit of a gap in the back of it to make sure we get hydrogen in fast enough. Okay. Or possibly just a second tower. Cashmere crystals. CPUs. Okay, down a tile. There we go. Fiber optics. In there. Green science. In no. How about here? How about there? Ooh, green science. Fiber optics. Gears already done. Graphene, which is chem plants, which generally argue. You're going to argue that that's the way, and you would run into the next build. Okay, definitely not there then. Okay, can I remove all of this through to here, through to here, through to there? Remove you guys. Okay, can we and probably preemptively remove this lava and the stone? Can I north? Okay, now we have our nanotubes there, so I should be able to put graphene, hopefully. Oh, graphene's a super long build. Yes, this giant build. In that case, can I put that right beside the previous one? Providing a fit. Can we go graphene? There's iron in the way. Flatten! Graphene can go tab, 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 and that's our foundation required there. But apart from that, you're happy. I will take it. Foundation considered to be delivered. Okay. Tab, 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 tab. That's all. Okay. Yep, that build is massive. And I'm already out of belt. Okay, can I grab... all the belt. Alright, what we're up to? We're up to graphite. Green chips done. Lenses. Lenses. Actually, will probably fit in nicely. Nope. Okay, lenses are done. Magnetic coils are done. Microcrystalline components. I think you're microcrystalline components, aren't you? Here, we hover this over the top of that and we go, yep. Looks to be about the same length. No, it's shorter. How about you? Nope. How about you? Nope. All right, we'll find out. You know what? I don't think I've put it down. I think it was too big twice. Can I put you here? If I put a tiny bit of foundation in a hole about there. Right. Microcrystalline components can go here. If I put in even more foundation. Okay. Nanotubes can fit into this gap, let's hope. No, too high up planet. Colliding with a single power pole that lived. Oh wait, nanotubes. Go. You're getting really close. Okay, that says foundation. That says no go. Okay. I think I'm gonna put you here instead. Oh, they're too far up the planet. Alright, can I do... because the one I'm worried about is strange matter. Can I do strange matter... here? Oh, wow, that went in easy. Okay, can I do... critical photons? That doesn't seem long enough. Oh, it's because it's for 30. I want to copy it. Copy, paste. There. Okay. There. Foundation required. I can solve that problem. Can I fill in that hole? Alright, back to paste. Paste, and I've just realized that also means that this is the original 30 build, not an upgraded 60 build. Can I remove that ghost? And then can we do a copy from here to here? I thought I had a Ethereum delivery problem beforehand. We're about to fix that good and proper. There, no. Well, there's just everything in the way. Okay, vanillization again, and fill in and bury all of that. Okay, back to this problem. Can I put this... oh, we're running out of time. Running out of time just to get ghosts on the ground. All right, so that's that one. What else do we have? We have the double oil refinery, which actually looks like it would go there very nicely. Okay, how about there? How about there with a bit of foundation in that hole? Double refinery. Okay, that's the refinery done. Can I fly over here? Yeah, all of that, and a foundation. Pots are still off. Can I grab all of that? And out of construction mode so I can see where the hell I am. Swing back to north. So again, I can see what the hell I'm doing. I'm going to remove all of that, all of that. I have removed a number of the shields. So we need to sort of get a move on and actually get things in and built and then the shields replaced. So we had nanotubes was missing. There's a bit of coal there. There was a bit of coal there. Okay, nanotubes are still missing, which... Will you fit? No. Will you fit here? Technically, I don't know. We have this graphene build right below the nanotubes that I'm about to place down, which is designed to be supplemental to make sure that we have enough for blue juice. And we're doubling blue juice. So we might need another supplemental nanotube, and you know what? If I can fit you in, I'll just duplicate you. Okay, we're up to nanotubes. We need particle containers, which can go all the way back here. Yep. We need plane filters, which is long and skinny, so you can go in, we'll move you down the planet if possible. Here. We need plastic, which has chem plants, which could make it awkward, but hopefully you will. No. How about over here? No. Okay. Right, we'll leave you for a minute. Quantum chips, which is small. Are you actually small enough to fit that gap? Ooh, possibly. Collide with objects, so no. Okay, fine. Quantum chips can go here. Plastic quantum chips, strange matter we've already done. Titanium crystals can go. Please fit. Okay, and then that leaves titanium glass, which is smaller than I thought it was. I thought it was a massive build. Can go there, and then turbines can go right beside it, and then that definitely means plastic can go in another autosave. Plastic can go in this gap. Deletes. Okay, plastic can go here, and then I think I'm good on graphene, and I think I'm just gonna be short on nanotubes for juice. So we're gonna put just you right there. All right, that's the plan. That's the plan. I still need to double the actual labs, and I need to pick up all this stuff and put it all down. But that's the plan for the next episode. Yeah, for the next episode, I need to turn on the bots and do a circumnavigate the globe, building all this. I'll also need to take all those out of storage, 50 of those, and 50 of those, and a few hundred of those, and a bunch of those. 250 is maybe too much. Maybe 90 of those, and half a dozen of those, and so on and so forth. And oh god, so many of those things. And one around the planet, but that will happen in the next episode. In the next episode, we want to double science again, make all the science go all the burr, and therefore we go from 60 science per second to 120, which also means that queue is going to run out very fast. But I'm running out of time. So as always, thank you guys so much for watching. Do hope you've enjoyed. I will see you in the very next episode where we're going to build all of this. Yes, all of this. I know, that's it, fine. You happy? You happy? You've tapped your wrist enough. We're out. That's it. Thanks for watching. See you next one. Bye. G'day, mate, and welcome back to Dyson Sphere with me, Jetty, and of course, the wonderful Voltron. In our last episode, we did a tour of the planet. We fixed up a couple of things in the Epilogue system, but whilst we were there, we realized that we were not short on critical photons, which is the one thing I expected to be short on. So we decided double science, because why not double science? We're already doing 60 science per second. Why not do 120? So we spent the end of last episode putting down just a ghost or two, just 1 or 3 or 4 of like everything required. Hey, do not try and speed me up. I'm trying to tell all the wonderful people what wonderful things you're doing in today's episode. Be patient. So we went through and we doubled science. We doubled science, but we doubled science all as ghosts. Today's episode, we need to do a build log. We need to build a log. We need to build everything. So that's going to be today's plan. Also, I'm willing to bet 2 things. I'm willing to bet that after going through the edit, I'm pretty sure I missed at least one build, if not a few. And I'm also pretty sure that we're going to be short on a couple of materials. So we're probably going to have to do some farming before I can fully turn everything on. But there's one more important thing I need to mention for today's particular episode. And that is, well, if we look down the bottom right-hand corner, we're now on number 69 of this particular playthrough. So, well, 𝐒𝐿 and the Voltron, please ask that important question. That important question being, what's hour 69? Can we borrow a like? Because it's nice. It's nice to let us borrow a like. And if you're not happy with the video, you didn't enjoy the video, well, that's not nice. Anyway, that's going to be today's plan. So, first thing I need to do is clean up my inventory. I need to get rid of those. I need to, let's put down a box, 1 box, 2 box, and currently the construction bots are turned off because I don't want them running off and doing things. I do not want the smelters in my inventory. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want a BAB. I don't want the shields. We should probably fix the shields sooner or later. V. We only have Snaky Hive here, which is as neat as gets, but we probably need to fix the shields before too long. So I want to dump all that stuff out of my inventory. I also don't need the wind turbines. Yes, okay. I'm going to want at least half those power poles, and I want all those sorters, I bet. I'm going to need, from the other pole, all of those. I only need 20 of those, but I guess... Okay, I'm going to put 50 in the box beside me. I want to have all of those. I want to have all of those. I hope they fit. They do. I don't need the labs. 1,000 of those labs. Can we... Okay, I can put those in there. I'm going to put half of the... what I can fit of the belts in there. Because I will need the 1,000 labs. Yeah. Okay. That's what we're going to take with us. Yeah. And then I'm going to grab whatever of those I could fit. I don't need that. Yeah. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to take with us. And then we're going to start here. I need to turn on the construction bots. And our plan is to fly right to there. Turn on the lights, of course, so we keep constant lighting. And then, yeah, we're going to do a build montage because it's going to take us a while to put down each and every one of these blueprints. Probably even longer if I didn't hit things with an upgrade planner. And yes, I have fully extended the upgrade planner to give me the most surface area possible because it's just a no-brainer. I have so many things because I put down all vanilla blueprints, you know, without the tier 4 assemblers, without the tier 2 chemical plants, without any of those fun things in the last episode. So I needed to have kinetic weapon damage number 10 finish, and I also need to make sure that, well, I ran an upgrade planner over literally everything on the map. Yeah, but we have 6,000 things to build, so I guess I'm going to see you in a sec. So everything's been built, and I've already taken care of a couple of problems. First problem I took care of was, well, power. As you can see, there's a few more suns over here. We're up to 30 gigawatts we can make, and we're using like 25 constant. In saying that, I didn't double the labs. I have no intention of doubling the labs. I want to make sure everything pre-buffers. That's going to be really important. Like, the fact that you have no silicon is a sign. It's a sign that we have trouble. Yes, I've also preemptively picked some items, which I think are going to be the items we need, but like the fact that everybody's out getting silicon right now and there's no silicon available is a problem. Yes. Like there is some copper here, so that means copper should be fine. And actually copper and silicon are the only iron. You got iron here, you've got iron here. Yeah, iron physically exists, so that should be fine. Titanium's fine. Diamonds are a bit iffy. Okay, diamonds are very iffy, but we do have in a juice build, wherever juice build is, juice build is there. I can set you to supply, which means I'm no longer worried about diamonds. Well, the fact that they all disappear is somewhat concerning. Although, actually, you're probably going to yellow, which holds 10,000. Yeah, I need to... Oh, there's the other one. We can set you to supply as well. I don't technically need diamond in these builds because they're going to pass the diamond. If diamond comes in here, it's going to pass straight out. That's really the bottom line. It's going to pass straight out. I also remember to put in the juice up. I forgot the juice up. Thank you. Comments section. I love you. You make sure I fixed most of my mistakes. But yeah, if there's diamond that needs to go out, it will go out. If there's excess, it can be supplied. So I'm not too worried about diamonds. I am worried about silicon still. I'm also worried that I missed a build or two. I don't actually know. I also don't know if juice can keep up. Unfortunately, juice was one of the last things I built. Probably should have been one of the first things I built. So I'd had a chance to pre-buffer whilst we were consuming it. Not even consuming it, requesting it everywhere. So what we need to do is we need to solve a couple of problems. One being power, which I've already solved. Two is shields. We're at 93.15. But the fact that the top of that tower sticks through is possibly a problem. I don't think anybody will get close enough to shoot us, but, you know, better safe than sorry. We're going to put you there. And that should solve that little area. And can I put you here? No, I really want to put these in dead space. Like space I cannot use any other way. And the answer is I won't be able to right there. So I'm just going to put you hanging your ass out. So hopefully I can see it later and go, there's some free tiles. Here. Yeah, I expected this planet we're going to end up with too many shields. Like, we only need 20-ish to do the whole planet. But I expect here we're going to end up with a lot of bonus shields. Just to get us complete coverage in the spots I want to put shields. That's probably the best way of putting it. And can I just put one here for comfort's sake to cover that end of the planet? And we'll do one here. Okay, so that's one problem solved. Okay, two problems solved, three problems solved. I have another problem, and that is, did I filter it? So critical photons are potentially a problem, but we're potentially looking into that. Deuterium. We produce 20k and we consume 24k, which is potentially a problem. Now I have, if I double check in here, I have 100 of these guys on me, but there's a good chance that there's more at home. In fact, we should have 100 buffered up. So if I request that and I hit remote demand, 83, 125, 218 actually, wow. Oh, 300. Okay, that should solve many problems. Okay, because yeah, deuterium is definitely a problem. But there is some deuterium here, and if we find the giant builds, there's deuterium here, but there's no pink canisters. Why there's no pink canisters? Probably because, well, all the pink canisters got nicked off with by another build, and we need to wait for everything to buffer. Like, science has not slowed down. In fact, I've had to add a whole bunch of things to the science queue. We now have More durability at 77,000. More shields at 72. We do have a mecha warp speed at 66, which I missed earlier. We got an 84 then, 84, 78, 91, 90. We're sort of up at the 90 scale, yeah, of researchers. It's getting expensive. Silicon, there's 2,000 there, so technically we're okay. As long as I don't hit 0, I'm technically okay. So I think what we're going to do is, well, I know what we're going to do. We're going to take all of those, and I am going to press all the wrong buttons. I want to press north, not M. N. Okay. I'm going to go explore the cosmos. I think I'm going to go this way first. And we're just going to look for any systems that have hydrogen deuterium. That's exactly what I want. Now, technically, actually, not yet planned. So it says 1.4 per second, because normally the resources are denser. So that's 1.13, and you're at, was it this one? I'm now clicking on the 1.49 and 0.7. 1.7, 0.7. That's fire ice. You're a red giant, you have fire ice? Okay. 1.13 and 0.4. How about something closer to home? So Ranger has fire ice. Delta 0.4. So in theory, the further out from the system we go, the denser the resources are. Which means, yes, I need to go and land on probably a number of gas giants. And yeah, I think I'm probably gonna start. I just want to do everything to the left. I think that's gonna be my plan. You didn't have anything. You do. So it'll be you, and then find, that's my gas giant. And yeah, I'm gonna see you on the next gas giant, I guess. We've finally reached the edge of the galaxy. Yep, it took a while. We stopped at a few places along the way, but we're on our, well, very, very last planet. Well, very last planet of the very last system. Yep, out in the outer reaches of the universe. And every other, well, there's a whole lot of planets with fire ice, but nobody else had. Oh, I've already been there. We've already tapped that one. That's why it's lit up. Yeah, nobody else had deuterium for me, but the good news is deuterium is now crunching along at a nice 83,000. We used about 20, which means we should be good. That's probably concerning. No, as long as it's peaking like that, that means it's fine. If it's constant production, like this is constant in, constant out. Peaking normally means different miners are kicking in as they're requesting stuff out, although that's maybe concerning. I'm not sure. But at least our deuterium problem is solved. Here on the outer edges of the galaxy, we just went to that planet right there, which has 1.7 and 0.6 rather deuterium, and yeah, I decided I want to stand on stable Earth to end this episode. Yeah, we're not hanging around. We're going back to Epsilon. Going back to Epsilon, I need to see what status science is up to, whether it's fully buffered, and that's what we're going to be doing. Well, that's where we're going to be starting next episode. Back where it's slightly less contaminated. But either way, I need to leave this video here. As always, thank you guys so much for watching. Do hope you've enjoyed, and I'll see you in the very next episode, where hopefully I haven't screwed up, and we can just turn on twice the amount of science, because, well, big bars make me very happy. And that looks to have slowed down. I might have forgot to turn on. Actually, that's, yeah, we need to go. We need to go back home. That looks like a problem. Yeah, we'll see. Either way, I'm going to call it here. As always, like I said, thanks for watching. Do hope you've enjoyed. I'll see you in the very next video. All right, bye. G'day, mate, and welcome back to Dyson Sphere with me, Jitty, and of course, the wonderful Voltron, Defender of the Universe. In our last episode, well, we built this science planet. Well, technically we didn't build the science planet. Technically we did build the science planet. We doubled science. We put down a whole lot of builds to do a whole lot of science and found out we're a little bit short of deuterium. So I went for an adventure through the galaxy and found, well, a whole bunch of gas giants to grab a whole bunch of deuterium. So hopefully I don't ever have to deal with that problem again. And today, I really want to turn on the science build. I want to turn on the science build. I want to get science cranking and going from 60 per second. That's pretty good, to 120. That's the plan. But there may be a snag. There may be a snag. There may be something small, little inconvenience that's going to stop us doing that. And we'll talk about that in just a second. But we also cleaned out a whole bunch of hives in our last episode. And I think today, we're going to take things one step further. But before I get to any of that, and also today's problems, I need to ask that very important question with the sun setting behind the wonderful assemblers, and that is, can I borrow a like? I just like to borrow a like. I like to borrow a like earlier in the video. Not happy with the video. You didn't enjoy the video. Well, that's just unfortunate. And Voltron's no longer going to defend your universe. All right. So we, in our last episode, put down well, a bunch of wonderful builds. We doubled this planet. And I preemptively added lots of power, took the power all the way up to 30 gigawatts, which should be fine for power, and we left this planet to buffer. And as you can see, it hasn't buffered. It definitely hasn't buffered. There's definitely a problem or two. Like, I should see every single number be either max or min, okay? Every single number should be either at 10K or 20K or at 0, okay? There should be nothing in between, but as you can see right here, I don't have nearly enough graviton lenses. I don't have enough graviton lenses because I don't have enough strange matter. If we scroll down to strange matter, we can see I don't have enough strange matter because I don't have enough pink particle containers. And if we scroll over here somewhere, aha! We scroll over to pink particle containers, we can see I don't have enough pink particle containers because I don't have enough green engines. And if I look at the green engine build, which I just scrolled past, up right here, we see I don't have enough green engines because I don't have enough normal engines. And then if I come back to where I was standing, which is right here, we see we just don't have enough engines. I've been over the planet twice. I've been around the planet twice and worked out that I, in my infinite wisdom, managed to miss putting down this blueprint. So I don't have enough engines. Hence the planet's not pre-buffered. Hence the planet is not ready to go. Also, in my infinite wisdom, I noticed that purple science is short on, what are they called? Fiber, optical fiber cable, whatever. They're fiber optics, yeah. And I searched around the planet repeatedly. I put a marker here to find out, this is the first one. This is the first build. And I looked, and I couldn't find the damn thing anywhere. So we need to put down 2 builds. 2 little builds, and that should solve all our problems. I'm gonna need all of those. Thank you. Yep, and we should just have to get the camera in a position where I can copy and paste this easily. From there to there. Does that include that last belt? I don't think it does. Can I just grab the last belt again? Cool. Without foundations, I don't need foundations. And we're just gonna hit V straight away. And you wanna live there? Do you feel like there is your number 1 place in life? I think there would be a very good spot for you. There is gonna be a very good spot for you. I don't have any sprayers. Can I get half a dozen sprayers and dump them in my inventory too? All right, so that's number 1. Number 2, I was smart and I put a marker because this place is a bloody minefield. There. Okay, and you are going to be our second build, which I need to copy from that tile to that tile and hit paste again. And you'll probably fit, maybe if I'm really lucky, on the end. No, that thing's going to be in the way. Oh, you'd fit down first. Oh, and then the other one would go there. Oh, of course it would. All right, cool. Can I hope the game doesn't crash when I do this? Because it's not really happy when you do this with ghosts sometimes. Cool. No. Can I get rid of you? And we can put you right there. And then I haven't moved, so I'm still sitting at... Oh, actually, we can try this from this view, because this I'm standing right on top of. Copy. And, yep, paste. And then out to map view, so I can scroll around the planet easily. And we're going to put you... Oh, look, right there. Line up with the one beside it. Cool. All right, I need to build both of those. After they're built and buffered, then we can turn on science. Yeah, because it's not just this part that needs to buffer. Well, technically it is, technically it isn't. In the case of the, what are they called? Particle broadband, that's the name of the stupid stuff. In the case of particle broadband, it is literally a case of just this build has to buffer. Well, technically purple science also has to buffer, but I'm pretty confident purple science will buffer without a problem, pretty quickly. But in the case of our engine build, well, engines needs to pre-buffer, being the build we just put down. And then directly after that, after engines is done, then green engines needs to be done. And then peak particle containers have to be done. And then strange matter has to be done. And then graviton lenses have to be done. And then green science has to be done. So that's a couple of steps. And each step is going to need time to pre-buffer. And if I start turning on the science too early, well, what's going to happen is it's not going to pre-buffer. It's going to... each build is slightly overbuilt by a tiny amount. Very tiny amount. So it will pre-buffer eventually. It's just going to take so damn long. I don't think it would ever happen. Also, you need silicon. No, you don't need silicon. That's diamonds. Diamonds I'm pretty happy with. Okay, so... that should work. Also means that I have no idea if this is enough requests coming in. We need to let the system run. I need to let these two new systems run, and whilst these two new systems run, it's not hitting 0. That's the important thing. Like, as long as there's white bars, we're fine. Like, iron at 4,000 is fine. 3,000 is fine. 2,000 is fine, because then another ship comes in. These all have max recharge, so it should be okay. And what was the other one? There was one other that I just tweaked. Can I get that to go away? But that told me where it was. It was you. I maxed out the charge rate on these guys, so we can get in hydrogen a little bit faster. I do have 2 fidget spinner boxes fitting in another 500 hydrogen each. Is it enough? No. Do I put a fidget spinner behind the fidget spinner to feed the fidget spinner with the fidget spinner? Because you keep hitting 0 occasionally. It's very rare, but it does happen. I might, before we go away... can I put you there? I can. Okay, can we come here and hopefully one more fidget spinner box makes all the difference. I don't actually know if it does. I don't know if there's enough spare hydrogen in the fidget spinner network. Hydrogen gets injected here. And these bots are pretty much always out and about doing things. So I could probably put 3 more on the back. So you got another 380 coming in. You still have your 400 coming in. You have your 420 coming in. Nice. Yeah. Like, I just don't want you to say 0. As long as you don't say 0, everything's fine. Yeah. All right. So, we need to leave this problem. We need to leave this problem. We need to let this problem buffer up. We do have a snaky hive in system, which is fine. Snaky hive's a pet. Okay, we're happy with snaky hive. We already have a Yeeter Hive back, and as we can see, Yeeter Hive is growing. I don't know if I'm happy about Yeeter Hive growing. Okay, we need to come back and make a decision about that in the future. Oh, also I need to keep applying research. Yeah, okay. What about to your 90k? Can we pick some research? 98, 112. No, I don't want ray transmission. 72. That's cheap. What's the one after 72? 98. Yeah, we'll do that too. 76. Oh, let's do that a whole lot. What are we up to with vein utilization? That's logistics spot, Dyson Sphere, others. No, that's the total amount. There we go, 330%. All losses at 24%. Okay, we can go lower. We can go lower. That's fine. The last one of that is still 88k, so it's still dirt cheap compared to everything else. All right, so I need to find something else to do. I need to find something to go entertain us whilst we wait for this to buffer. So the good news is, actually, no, let's start in this view. We have the Epsilon system building. Okay, this is launching a whole bunch of cells, building out Sphere. I should probably go put down some more ray receivers, but honestly, with the science planet not running at full speed, I'm probably not using all the critical photons I'm making. So that's probably okay. Pride, doing great. There is some friends, but we know about some friends. That's our farm. Well, that belongs to the farm on Hope, so that's fine. Ranger. Ranger is where we set up the professional farm that blew up, that I need to go back and rebuild, but I probably don't need the resources just yet. And I probably don't need the cost of processing to have that running. So you're fine. I also can't trim these hives because they all belong to the farm. Yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem. But Necar has a interesting situation where we're building a Dyson Sphere. I'm not actually requesting any power out of the Dyson Sphere yet. I haven't put down a single ray receiver. We're just launching sales, and reminding you to hit the subscribe button. It's not mandatory. It's 100% mandatory. You should be clicking the subscribe button. So we are building this, but if we come out to this view and scroll out far enough and find the Necar system, are you on the way to Necar? No, you're on the way to Pride. You're on the way to Necar. Oh no, you were a relay. I thought you were a seed. Okay. Necar system has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 friends. And the only planet I've visited so far is Necar 1. So Necar 1 we can see has shield coverage 95%, and everybody else, if we go to, that is the satellite planet, has no shield coverage. So I can't do anything about the pests in orbit until I do something about planets. So we're going to go do something about planets. We're going to start Necar 3, and then we're going to hit up Necar 4, then Necar 5, and then Necar 6. And we're going to go see to a few issues because, well, I've got some time to burn. So I might as well find a planet to burn. So that's going to be our plan. We just need to get a bit of speed, a bit of warp pairs. They can go back there. They can go in there. I should have probably dumped my inventory beforehand. That's all right. I'm going to go spend it on another planet. They can go in. Whatever. Necar! Let's go. So I don't really want to piss off the neighbors just yet, but I do need to get a little bit closer to the planet. I'll do. And we want to turn on combat mode, and then I want to press number 9, and then we're just going to quickly fly by. Yeah, that seems to have solved all the problems on that planet. And then from Necar 4, 3, we're going to go to Necar 4, which is in that direction. So turn you guys off and pop. Yep, and then turn you guys back on. Nope, you're stuck in warp somewhere. Come on, guys. Hello. There we go. There we go. Everybody arrived. Yep, I don't want to go into the planet. I just want to swing past real quick. Cool. Can I turn you guys back off and you all disappear? 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 Cool. Next is Necar 4. We're going to go to Necar 5, which is in that direction. A little bit closer. I'll do. And we'll turn you guys back on. And yeah, they'll shoot things from 1 AU away, not a problem. I do need to make sure they hit the backside of the planet, because sometimes if you're too far away, they won't shoot the backside for reasons that I don't understand. And then Necar 6 is right there. Can I turn you guys off and everybody get back in the pocket? Come on. Back in the interdimensional pocket. Hello? There we go. All right. And then we're going to head over to Necar 6. Cool. And just turn these guys back on. And Necar 6 was boring. You know, it didn't have that many friends. And then, can I go back to Necar 2? Necar 3. Necar 3. Necar 3 is the satellite planet. Yeah. And you guys can go away and we will head over there. Yeah, it does mean that everybody in the Necar system's pissed off. Like, everybody's pissed off. And because I've only touched one planet, they're going to be pissed off at Necar 1. Which is honestly fine, because, well, we have plenty of cannons, and they're bored most of the time, so they'll find something to shoot at, being, well, all the incoming ships. And we'll see these numbers, well, that's Ranger. These numbers will quickly turn, well, go way down, very, very far down. Also, because I took out all the relays so quickly, it also means that, well, they only got one chance to send out one attack fleet rather than 4 or 5 as I took out each planet. So technically, I've made things easier on myself. Yeah, they are level 49, 50. Yeah. But it looks like all those ships are disappearing. Yeah, okay. All right, so we're going to go back to Necar 2. Necar 3, sorry. Yep. Okay, run into the gas giant. That's fine, I guess. Who also already has a new friend. Yep, they don't waste any time. A couple of new friends, actually. And, oh, well, there seems like a good spot to land. Okay. So, we have a new planet, which I need to see to. I need to turn on that. We're going to go, well, enable those guys. We're going to switch to space. I'm going to turn those guys off because I don't really want them hovering around space. I don't mind if extra relays land because, well, they're pretty easy to deal with. And then I need to clear this planet, which means, bang? No? Oh, helps if you activate some guns. There we go. Actually, no, I'll leave that enabled. Yeah, that should have an autosave. Make sure everybody knows that I'm here. Yeah, I think everybody knows I'm here. And if we have a look, you have... It's a Guardian. You have 3 gigajoules worth of power still. Get out of my way! You have no power. You have power. You seem... No, you have power as well. No, you have power. So I only have one that's powered down so far. But I imagine the other one's... Oh no, planetary base. Energy 0. Yeah, this is starting to power down. This is starting to power down. Yeah, it looks like they're all just powered down. Cool. So we're just going to go through and, well, clear a planet really quickly. So rather than just clearing Necar 3, you know what we need? We need tunes. We need tunes. We also should at the same time go clear Necar 4, 5, and 6. With 4 more planets added to our collection, it now means that, well, I need to do some outposting. Yeah. So this particular planet has, 5 million irons. So there's going to be 5 lots of smelters. The copper will throw down a smelter. So that's 6 million silicons. That's another 6 smelters. 21 titanium smelters. 2 stone smelters. The fire ice will just export as with the grading crystal. So yeah, give me a minute to outpost a planet or 2 or 3 or 4. We are just doing the final touches on Necar, which Necar 6, yeah. All right, no, we're gonna need more power, 2 gigawatts. I don't know, I've got this end set up and I haven't turned it on yet. Demand, more demand, with some demand and more demand. It's beautiful, but I think it beautifully needs more power. It's going to consume more power. Yeah, it's going to end up consuming more power one way or another. We're going to just add, which has now become my go-to. Like every single planet we get to when we need more power, it's just, let's apply some suns, and let's make sure our suns, well, are powered with yellow antimatter because we can. It's off by tile. -1. I'll do. Okay. Can I throw sorta here, and here? And yeah, you two need actual power poles, which is really annoying, and we're just gonna leave it there. We're gonna leave it there. Okay, so we're using about half the power, but we're also in the Necar system launching sails, but we're not launching sails as fast as I'd like. And I happen to have a bunch of rail ejectors on me. I also happen to have a blueprint that requires, well, a couple of resources to make sails. That being, well, iron, a little bit of copper, some stone, and fire ice. So we're going to blueprints, solar sails 30. Can I change those to those? Can I change those to those? And can I change those to those? Okay, I'm short on assemblers, but everything else looks pretty good to me. Let's put you here. Okay, missing a few items, that's fine. We can throw down a temporary tower. And I needed, nope, the other type of assembler. Those, just 100 please. And the chem plants are actually on me. Can I get 12 of those please? That should solve that problem. That should solve that problem. I think it said juices. I also think it said itty bitty drones, a couple of those, a few of those, and a handful of those. Okay, so I just need those to show up, and then we can put this blueprint down. And technically we also have grading crystal here. So as there is a tiny itty bitty bit of grading crystal here, I'm just going to turn on the grading crystal recipe. We're going to remote demand in the juice. Local supply. Well, it goes in the bot network, so that's fine. We're going to say local demand, local demand, local demand, and local demand. We're going to cap all these out. Where's my grading crystal? It's disappearing. It's in that tower, and there's a lot of it. Okay. We are mining at 300% speed, so it'll probably be okay. Yeah, it's 200 here, ready to go. The copper's going to be really bad. You have access to warpers. I'm probably going to just enable you to go get local demand as well. Probably going to enable you to go and get copper from off-site if needs be. Can I clear that? And that should get the rest of this build in and done. Juice is already here. Yep, and that should be that build done and dusted. Okay, so this should give us sales, and this the blueprint says 30 per second. But you know, if you double the speed of all the machines, well, then it's 60 per second. So this should give us. You know what? Give me 16,000 of that. Solved. And copper. Also solved. Yeah, glass. We got 1.6 million stone, which is 800,000 glass. In saying that, where is a stone? Actually, anyone will do. My ore loss at 21%, and we are researching through a bunch of that currently. So 21% of 1.6, so I gotta multiply by 5. It's like 7 million stone in reality. Yeah, all right. What I want to do is we're gonna keep things simple. We're gonna bring the sails out on that slot, bring them over to here, bring them down to here, and then I'll have a new belt that goes through there and then there. And can I get one of these things, please? Please. Hello, you. That'll do. And plug that in there. Okay, that way they're pre-juiced. All right, I want to add just a sail or two. So I need to connect, we'll disconnect 3 of those plus 3 of those plus we're going to potentially bury you and then go around you. Also going to potentially bury you and go around you. We're going to remove, actually should look, is the other side any better? Maybe? Okay, we're here. So you wouldn't exactly get in the way. We could go under. You I could probably slide past. Okay. So where'd I cut? I cut you. Actually, I don't need to. It doesn't matter if I cut. All right. We're going to remove 3 of you. We're going to remove. We're going to bury that. We're going to remove 3 of you and 3 of you. And you'll notice that when I remove them, can we turn on the power grid? And then chop these 3 out. It doesn't affect the power grid at all. It just goes around where the wind turbines are missing. This is one of the reasons I love this particular blueprint. I'm really proud of this blueprint because it's fairly stable even if things don't go to plan. You know, sure, if I cut them off both sides, then maybe the shields don't have any power, which may be a small issue, tiny, itty bit. But obviously don't cut them from both sides without putting in some sort of backup plan. All right. I need to have blueprints. I want to have 105 railguns, which... Where's that sail belt? It's about there. I don't know if this is going left or right. Foundation required. Okay, definitely some foundation required. And I want to go down 1 more onto that line. And then it's just foundation. This we're just going to pass straight under. Okay, so we need to foundation that. I don't think I need to do that. And that's probably it. Okay, blueprints, 105 railguns. I need to go on that square from about there. And you're going to complain about that. We're going to say, okay, I don't mind. And then I'm going to put another one. I held down shift. Well, it's fine. It's fine. I could have potentially fit in more if I'd slid things around, but also it turns out I'm short on railguns. Can I have... You don't have any free slots. You technically have free slots after I pull out all that belt. Can I have railguns? How many are we missing? Oh, God. 36. Right. 40? 40 is all I need. You're gonna ship me 60. That sort of works. Okay. Can I go to that power connection before I forget? And then we need to go to the sail build, which is here somewhere. Here it is. Cool. And we're gonna run that belt through, and it's either gonna go left or right. I don't know which. Okay, can we turn that off? Okay. It's gonna go left. They're all the wrong type of sorters. Okay, upgrade planner. Okay, and did my thingamajiggy bobs arrive? Oh, they did. Cool. Clear. And we're going to put that in there, and then we're going to go for a walk. And in theory, I should now have enough bots, hopefully, that they build as fast as I can walk. It's looking good. It's looking real good. Okay, we need to detour over here. That doesn't help. But now I can see, can I catch the belts? I can catch the belts. Like, this is a very simple blueprint. It's belt going forward with a couple of items left and right occasionally. More complicated builds, obviously, the bots don't keep up. But this should give us a full loop around the planet of sails. And I believe it launches about 60 per second. I don't know. I've never bothered to actually math it out. There's 200 of them. They launch at 40 per minute. But there's 100 of them because there's only half a planet's worth launching at once because the other half's on the dark side. And so that's 400 per... Okay, I need to stand here and wait for this stuff to arrive at this end of the belt. It's not moving. Okay, there are definitely some misorders. The belt's not moving. Oh no, the belt is moving. Okay, it's just moving so fast it doesn't look like it's moving. And this is down to, we're not great on frames. We're still in the 60-ish range. But that doesn't look like it's moving. But it is moving, occasionally. Local planet. Sails. We're definitely getting rid of them. And you're going to do 1800 per minute. We're making 3.6. 2000. The rest of the sails do go into the network, so other people can use them. Really? Oh, that would probably help. That would probably help an awful lot. So would that. And that. Yeah. It's the little things. Okay, back to production stats. Sales. We're launching 2.4. So I have an extra 1,000. So I could potentially do another belt that was not juiced. Yeah, no, I'm gonna leave it. We should be launching a whole lot faster. 9.2. Actually, can we go back into production stats? Dyson Sphere. I really wish they'd fix these translations. Cell points, 2,000 per minute. And 10 minutes ago... Okay, well, the numbers are still catching up. Yeah, we're now putting 3,000 into the orbit per minute. But if we look at our sphere itself, you are mostly built as far as the structure's gone. You're missing a whole lot of sails. So the sails need to get into orbit and then decide where they're going to go and then start their migrationary path across the system to then attach the sphere. All right, so my inventory is very empty, honestly. Can I throw those into, I don't know, okay, into that? Cool. My inventory, if I throw that in there and that in there and that in there and throw those in there and that in there and smelters, I'm completely out of smelters, well, I was. Splitters, thingamajiggy-bobs, more thingamajiggy-bobs, advanced miners, sorters, unpin that, put those over there. And what else do I have randomly hanging around? Belts. No, belts been done. Foundation, and you. So, my belts, my inventory's... Okay, I take it back. It's not empty. It's not struggling. It's just not maybe as healthy as I'd like it. So, I also hate outposting. For the record, I hate outposting. I do not want to go do... Like, I still have 4 more planets to do, okay? I still need to... go do the other Necar ones. We've gone and we've you know, it's got a shield, but I haven't actually gone and grabbed any of the resources. And I would feel irresponsible if I didn't grab all the resources. So I think what we need to do is go and mix things up a little bit. So I think we're gonna go and say hi to Beta Hive. Beta Hive's, it had a small incident previously. And I think that incident needs to be improved. Yeah, just to mix things up a little bit. You know, a little bit of a change in the pattern. Because I personally can't do another planet. Yeah, that's close enough. Go. 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 Never mind then. You guys just hang around right beside me. I'll go do all the hard work. Point 3. Shoot that. Shoot that. Shoot that. Okay. Oh, the ship's over there. Hive. Missed it. Can I hit a solid object? Okay. Can we... Carry my mouse. Can I turn that off? Because that thing is annoying as hell. And it is an awful lot of firepower, but I don't think I'm at the point where I need more firepower. In saying this, this is a level 53 Hive. I'm trying to ram... Oh, I'm trying to ram into that before it disappeared. Okay. Yep. Yep. Okay, there's a few unhappy vessels, and this core is destroyed, so that will probably take care of that problem. And the unhappy vessels are all going towards poor Necar 1. Poor Necar 1, who just gets picked on over and over and over again. Was that a relay? Really? This is annoying. All right, so with that done, I want to go and I want to duck back to Pride. Or go back to Pride. Going back to Pride and getting an inventory refill is just, it's quicker than it is for me to stand around and request things out to me. Because, well, technology. Actually, no, it's probably written in here. No. 1 point, well, if I do anything at 1 light year, I'm going to miss Pride entirely. Hope. Can I go to... Hope? Nope. Yep, that green patch. Okay. Back on Hope. We can get an inventory resort. Yep. Hi, friends. Hi, all the fidget spinners in the world. Also means that I can drop back things that I don't need, like those. Cannons are this way. Yeah, you guys can go in there. And then it's best not just don't look at things. Just don't look at things whilst they rearrange things. Actually, there is labs in here and better smelters. Can I dump both those? Labs. Go in the lab box, and better smelters go into the better smelter box. All right. Whilst they refill my inventory, yeah, one of the reasons it's quicker to go back is Mecha. My warp speed maxes out at 0.6 light years per second. So half a light year per second, and if we're talking going from here to Necar. I saw Necar. See, I'm missing Necar. 5 light years. 37 seconds. It's quicker for me to come back here, and rather than me set up a whole bunch of towers to bring in a whole bunch of items, for me to just come here and stand in here for like 20 seconds and refill that. And refill that. It's already done. Wind turbines are already done. Power poles are done. You guys are done. You're done. You're not done. I needed a complete restock of those because it turns out with our little adventure in the Necar system, we sort of ran out. Can I grab those, shove those in there, those in there, those in there? It does help if I go and move to you. I understand there for 2 seconds. Those can go in there. Boxes can go in the boxes pile. Those can go in that pile. Those can go in that pile. Those can go in that pile. Those can go in there. Shields, because I went through a pile of them. Threw a whole bunch of planets back to back. That goes in there. There's another 6 of those. They go in there. They go in there. 12 of those go in there. Fidget spinners. Can I land? Yeah, if you land, actually, it'll tell me here. Capacity. Yeah, 12,000 per minute. That's what you need. That's what you need. That's so much better. So much better. It's not like power is something we're particularly worried about anymore. Okay. And speaking of power, we did have all these guys running, which are... They are keeping up just. Okay, you're all turned off. And... Is that the last of them? That is the last of them. It's also the last of you. Oh, it's not quite keeping up. Okay. Can I... Can I squeeze another sun in somewhere? Yeah, can I grab you and rotate you that way? Bring off a belt there. Because I can't get you in the back of that one because the curvature of the planet's wrong. Yeah. Yeah. But I can do that. Because, yeah, we're not really worried about resources anymore. Grid load, 96%. And there is 2,000 spicy rods in there. Also 2,000 core elements. Also a small tower out the front with I don't know how many. Can I put one of those on top? 1,200. And if I was at all worried, in the boss, there's another 2,000 over here with another... this one's only got 10, 90, 50. Oh, that's why. Oh, they're all like that. Copy, paste, 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 paste. Yeah, that didn't add any more, but, yeah, I'm really not concerned about resources anymore. All right, so one other thing I did want to do, and this is one of the reasons I want to come back to Pride, is batteries and auto-saving. Batteries. God, those saves are getting bad. Still 500 meg. We're definitely over that 16 milliseconds. Yeah. Yeah, at 50 UPS. We're hitting that limit. All right. I'm charging batteries here. I'm not going to charge batteries here anymore. We're going to request in dead ones, yes, and I'm going to set you to storage. They're not allowed to leave anymore because I had a great idea. Production number. I want, these are all items. This is the Necar system. No, I want local planet. I want accumulator and accumulator. Because I can now track those things. Which means if I go to the Pride system, I can see I'm charging here and I'm discharging here. If I go to the Cyrus system, not doing anything in Cyrus. If I go to Epsilon, I'm not doing anything in Epsilon. If I go to Necar, yep, that's a gas giant. That's a gas giant. That's why they're in the list. Somewhere in the Ranger system. Somewhere in the Ranger system is the magic place where we're using the accumulators. So now I've changed this setting. You're now on a timer before you run out. Which means in the next episode, I'm going to make sure it's going to be the next episode because I've done enough outposting. I've done enough things. This video is already over 2 hours long. What I'm going to do is in the very next episode, we're going to go track down exactly where those batteries are being used and turn it off. Yeah. I was going to say, surely you can do a better job. And it turns out, no, you can't. Because you're not actually mining. You're just providing the roboportness for you guys to consume the last of it. But oh my god, all losses down to 20%. So you need to be mined 5 times to get 1 ore out of this. Oh. All right, yeah, next episode, I am going to, like I said, we're gonna go find the battery system. We're gonna kill the battery system, probably replace it with a bunch of stars, because I have lots of stars. And then I'll need to find somewhere to recycle. I have no idea. Several thousand accumulators. But I'm going to leave this video here. As always, thank you guys so much for watching. Do hope you've enjoyed. And I'll see you in, well, the very next video. All right, bye. G'day, mate, and welcome back to Dyson Sphere with me, Jenny, and of course, the wonderful Voltron, Defender of the Universe, who in our last episode did a whole lot of defending. We went and cleared out 3 planets from the lovely fog and permanently kicked them off those planets. Also, we went through well, all the hives in the Necar system and also removed all those. And then we headed back to well, turn on a little bit more science at Epsilon to find out somebody made a boo-boo. And I missed 3 builds. 2 builds. 2.5 builds. Like, I might need nanotubes there, I might not. I don't think I do, but it's probably okay. Just to make more juice, but it's probably okay. And then, well, we were left with waiting for the system to rebuffer. So we came back to Hope just to check on Hope, you know, restock our inventory, do all that sort of stuff. And at the same time, well, I turned off the battery build. We're no longer charging batteries, no longer shipping them out to the rest of the galaxy, which should be okay, except there's definitely a planet still using them. So today's episode, I need to find which planet is still using batteries and kill that build because I don't want to deal with batteries anymore. And at the same time, well, on the Necar system, we did set up 4 planets. We defended 4 planets on the Necar system, but I never, ever bothered to actually outpost them. So we need to actually do some outposting. Yeah. So, oh, actually, no, we didn't kill the hives. We could probably go kill the hives at the same time. Yeah, we need the Defender of the Universe to stop having us skits. And, well, yeah, hurry me up and make me ask that important question. And that important question being, of course, well, can I borrow a like? I just like to borrow a like. I like to borrow a like early in the video. If you're not happy with the video, you didn't enjoy the video, Mr. Voltron has said, well, hurry up nonetheless. Anyway, with all that said and done, let's talk about today. Today, first thing we're going to be doing is dealing with, well, turning on the lights. Yep, lights. Okay, first thing I want to do is I want to remove this. This is all superseded. We don't need these anymore. We're powering everything off suns. Can I remove all of that? And all of that. Cool. And that's now in my inventory somewhere. Yeah, all right, we should probably go dump that. Should, could, might. Could also delete it. I'll do the responsible thing. I'll go dump it where it belongs. The other thing I want to do is we have a lot of batteries that have been pre-charged, and I sort of want to get rid of all of them. Collect. Yeah. I want you to collect all the batteries. All the batteries we can find in all the system. Where is... So I have sorters on me. There you go. And I have... There we go. Fusion power plants. More of them in there. Cool. All right. I want you to start burning through every single damn one of these we can find. We're going to plug you into there. And then I need to go to our battery charging station. Yep. Cool. And we also need to find out where the batteries are actually going, because that's going to be important. So, there we go. I landed too soon. Come on. Walk faster. We're still blitzing through research, like about as fast as we can and then some. Can I remove that? And then we're going to go input with a filter. And can I pull those out and those out? And set uniform filter to be the charge type only. We're going to clear that list and guess the filter and provide. Cool. So that should ship them back to there. That should get them used up. You request all of them. Yeah, and you no longer remote supply them out. So that should... So you're going to grab everything that passes you. But I need to make sure that we do something like that. So once they go into the system and into the tower, they can also come back out. Also, where the hell's that one sorter? Oh, you chew out a whole inventory slot all by yourself. All right, so that should let us fill up this tower with charge accumulators, have the charge accumulators come out to here. The charge accumulators should go into magic box that we're going to uncap. Can I put the flat ones in there? And they should cycle through the system, be charged once. Once they're charged, they should disappear in there. They should be turned into... what are they called? Orbital collectors. Orbital collectors. All right, production stats. Research is still ticking on. 80,000 hashes per second. Production-wise, it's still 4,000 universal matrix per minute. So I can't argue with that. But what I need to do is I need to find number two. Number two, accumulators. So we need to search Prime System. We know about the Prime System. Cyrus System, not in the Cyrus System. Epsilon System, not in the Epsilon System. Odaka System, nope. Delta Array System, nope. Ranga System. They're in the Ranga System somewhere. Are they on Ranga 1? No. Are they on Ranga 2? Yes. Okay, so that's 120 per minute, and if I go back to the entire cluster, that is 144, and then I look at local planet, that's 24. That means they're all on Ranga 2. So we now know exactly where they are, and the answer is Ranga 2. Can you mine faster, please? All right. So we need to head out. Beta Hive. Yeah, Beta Hive's attached to the farm. Okay. Ranga 2. Okay, we need to head to Ranga 2. They are obviously still using batteries. Do I want any supplies whilst I go there? No, we can just import stuff in if we need it. All right, so our plan is to go Ranga 2, rip up the current battery system. If it still needs power, which obviously it does need power. Well, actually, no. With the battery system, there's a chance that it doesn't actually need the power, because the batteries will just discharge no matter what. It's one of the things that I don't like about Dyson Sphere. The energy exchanger system becomes the primary power for the planet. So like if you have solar panels, if you have wind generators, which are like free unlimited power, they'll still use the batteries over the free unlimited power. It just doesn't make sense. Cool. Go. Best landing I've had so far. All right, where is this battery discharge system? You bring in cells fast enough? Looks like it. Okay, battery discharge system is here. Okay, and if I click on you, we definitely need the power. All right, and in that case, no, I don't want to import suns. I want to import yellow fuel cells. Can I get a few of those brought in, please? Yeah, and we're just going to, actually, I'm going to disconnect the old system first. So I want you to remote supply. Yeah, remote supply should do the trick. That way they'll all go through the system. They'll be used once more. And I never hooked up half of them because we just didn't need the power. They'll all be used once more because, like I said, this is the primary power. Like, it doesn't matter what other power sources you have, this becomes the primary power, which I'm really not a fan of. Okay, can we remove everything from there to there? And then remove just that bit and just that bit. And then you guys will eventually burn through 4,000 of these things at a rate of 54. Yeah, you're gonna burn through them reasonably quickly. And once they're burnt through, they'll then be discharged. Therefore, they can be sent back to home planet. Therefore, they can be charged one more time. And then they can be taken off to, well, be used once. Can we... How much power do I need? A gigawatt. So 4 suns. I think I can remove this quarter. You know what? Actually, let's just remove this quarter. Can I just change you over to suns? Okay. Land on the ground. Remove that. I didn't really want to remove that belt, actually. Love misclicks. Okay. Remove that. And should have done this right from the start. Remove all that. Okay. Cool. And then can I empty that belt? Cool. And rubbish bin. Rubbish bin. And at this stage, rubbish bin. Okay, can we get COSMO? I need to pull some of those out of my inventory. Can I go 1, 2, 3? About there with a 4th one there. That's gigawatt of power already. We're gonna plug that in there, plug that in there, plug that in there, plug that through to there, and you guys are not even running because they're still using the battery system. Okay, so I just need to use more power in the system. Okay, so in the Ranger system, we are building a dark matter sphere, and if I turn you on, you are very much not built. We are launching 9,000 sails. The rockets are all done, but we are launching 9,000 sails per minute, No, we're only launching 2,000 sails. So a few more sails being launched would probably not be a bad idea. Also, we're consuming more sails than we're making, which is actually perfectly fine, but also could be perfectly fixed. Okay, so this is assembly machine Mark III. I would like to fix this. Do we have, or do I have? I do have some of those on me. Is that enough? Probably not. Can I put those in there? Can I put down, actually there's one right there. All right, can we land? Can we go to this tower? Can I just add in a very quick request? Because we're just gonna double this build. Not physically double this build, just double the speed of this build. Can I get 100 of those, please? All right, this belt. Normally, comes out to about here before it flows back, because normally this build has 12 chem plants, and I cut it back to 6 because I used the faster refineries. But well, if we're going to double speed build, I need to make sure the belt's going in the right direction. Can you just reverse and then plug that into there? But if we're going to double the speed of build, I'm going to have to redouble the refineries. So we're going to... can I upgrade sorters? Everybody happy now? Okay. Then we're going to drag this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I love the construction speed of the bolts now. Power. Okay, and then can I grab those 100? And then we're going to upgrade the facilities, and like so, you now do twice the amount of cells per minute, per second, per whatever. Oh, actually, no. I missed those 3 machines, which would have definitely broken everything. Okay, so that should be twice the amount of cells being produced, which should... Probably better in a 10-minute graph. You just see the instant spike. No, now brings us up to around about this rate at which we're launching. Okay, well, I have another solution for that, and that is copy pasto. So we're gonna take all of this, copy pasto, and we'll just put that here. Yeah. Okay, can I pull out some of those, 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 a few of them, couple of them. Can I request in... We out of glass? Oh, there's no stone left on this planet. Can I have you bring in glass from elsewhere? Because we have glass just about everywhere in the galaxy. Alright, so I need that, and I was trying to set you up to do those. Can I just have 200? 200. 2,000. It's not really what I was looking for. But okie dokie. Alright, so with this built, this should again double our sale production, and that should hopefully be enough sales that we'll be fine. You're not set up with remote demand. You've still got 6 million copper left. Okay, where is the stone smelter? Can I set you to 1%? And that way you grab every bit of trace stone there is on the planet. Yeah, because at the moment it's set to 100%, so they need to have at least 200 stone for them to go pick it up. And obviously that one didn't have 200 stone left. Yeah, they're still discharging. Okay. Alright, so you should be running... Actually, you would be running if they arrived. Nope. 260. Okay. Alright, so as soon as they arrive, we can start cranking out sales. We've already started producing... Started? Resources still flowing. Okay, so we've just started making sales now because the belts were still buffering. Come on! And actually, I want another one. Can I please bring in those? 200? 200? And... So we're requesting all the power. And then some. Mainly because the fog's eating 55% roughly. So we're making 120. The Dyson swarm, so we now actually have a swarm, although you can see as quick as they're launching, they're disappearing. that number is... We're going to keep an eye on that. Okay, so making 120. We are requesting 84, and they are using... No, we're getting 51, and they're getting 67. Doesn't matter how much we're requesting, that's what we're getting. And our dissipation is, I don't know, tech tree. Our dissipation is 2%. Yeah. Okay, can I grab those? And can I grab those? Okay. All right, so that's more solar cells being made, which we're going to fire into space. We're going to fire all of them into space. Can I find a clear path? Oh, okay. There's a previous tower that I left for importing goods. Here? Okay, I like that. You're dead. Can I get a... So I have... You are local with remote as a backup, should I need to turn on remote, which I haven't yet. I need you to be technically remote supply, so you burn through the local hydrogen. Not that we've had a problem with local hydrogen backing up, but it's better to be sure. Also, well, if we run out of local hydrogen, it's not the end of the world because we have stars ready to go. Okay, so I want to... I think the best way to do this with the belt. It's still with the belt. Okay, so we're going to bring a belt out on that tile number 3. We're going to bring you over there. We're going to bring you through here with a shoe. And then I'm going to assume that if I remove 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, and I sort of aim to get the belt. No matter what, I'm going to have issues running the belt right the way around the planet. One of those guys is going to get in the way. All right, we're going to 105 railguns, rather. Left to right, right to left. I think it doesn't matter. What we want to do is we want to just try and line this up roughly in a spot where it's like, okay, we can build this. And I'm thinking here. Too far. Yeah, because there's one belt that's trying to connect from the end of one build to the other end of the other build going through the planet. Yeah. Shift enter, please. Cool. And then overlap. And that belt went past that one. It went into that one and then into that one. But I can sort of accept that. All right. So we're going to bring our sails into here. Okay. And then I'm going to do, well, I'm going to walk this way first and get stuff built. And then we're going to do the same for the other build. I'm going to grab the other build sails as well, put it on the same belt, fit it into the same build. And can I do number 3 up over through to there? I need to put a shoe on it. And you can just feed into there for all I care. And you can have a shoe for spraying. And off we go. All right. So this should increase our sail launching capabilities. If we check this currently, there is a spike of sails that haven't been assigned to be absorbed yet. They're being absorbed right now. Maybe they're not. If only the game had some sort of sounds for, you know, all the EM rail ejectors launching. Like, there's sounds for the cannons, which the cannons on one side of the planet are working. Can I turn off those guys? I prefer if the cannons did some work. Oh, speaking of cannons, are they running good ammo? They are running good ammo. Okay. All right, so this should increase our launch capabilities. More launch capabilities means Sphere gets built faster. There's a possibility I'm launching too many. Oh, autosave. Please be patient. Sorry, I need to dump another 500 meg save file to the hard drive. Yeah. So there is a possibility that we're going to be launching too fast. If we are launching too fast, then the sales are just going to dissipate after 90 minutes. I think 90 minutes. Yeah, I think with all the research, it's 90 minutes, but that's fine. Like we're so far in the end game. Wasted resources are not really a thing anymore. Hello? Where are my sales? Oh, there they are. Okay, I now walk faster than the sail belt does. Well, I always walk faster than the sail belt, but now I build faster than the sail belt does. Okay, yeah. With many upgrades comes much responsibility and fast building. Cool. All right, we need to go there to there, to 2 more tiles out and around to there, and that should be the end of the build. I can't really squeeze another one in because the next row is right there. You now have 0 in stock. You also have 0 in stock. And I'm going to just turn you on remote. Yep. More sales, better sales. Cool. All right. So we do have spikes. Am I launching too fast? I don't think so. Maybe. That's actually 9,600 from 120 frames with 80 nodes. 80 nodes is the nodes the number I'm looking for. So each one of these, yeah, it's the nodes. You can only attach 120. The more nodes, better. At least for absorption rate. Okay, so we have 80 nodes. Each node does 120, which means my maximum rate is 80 multiplied by 120 is 9,600. Well, we're launching too fast. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I don't even think I care. And that's 9,600 over 40 seconds? Over 60 seconds? Or maybe it's over 120 seconds. I can't remember what the absorption rate is, but like I said, we're so far in the end game, I don't care if I'm wasting resources anymore. We're just over it. All right. So that should let us launch sales faster, which should get the sphere built faster. It's probably just going to make the hives more powerful, but as this is technically where our broken farm is, I sort of don't care. Yeah. I do need to go visit the farm, and we will go visit the farm in the future, but right at the moment, I just want these guys to level up. I'm curious what happens when we get to level 100 hives. Like, we're blitzing through research so fast, it's ridiculous. But with this done, I need to go back to finish the project on, where is it? It's probably got so many things. Ah, there it is. I want to go back to the Necar system. We need to go back to Necar's. I do want to blitz the hives in here, but I also should start at number 6. No, we did 6. 6 is launching and smelting. 5 is just captured. So we need to go to number 5. I need to fill that with smelters. I need to go to 4, fill that with smelters. I need to go to 3, fill that with, well, 2, fill that with smelters. Number 1 is, well, that one's obviously already outposted because it's launching rockets. And also, hello. No, that's a seed. It's off to Epsilon. So you have Snaky Hive. You have Yeta Hive. You have Beta Hive. And Epsilon? Epsilon. You've started nicking off with my power. FIFA's not going to be happy. They're going to have to send me back out. All right, yeah, we're going to go to the Necar system, and I need to put down a bunch of smelters. Because we need to wait for those buffers to complete. Being that we missed important items like motors, we need to wait for motors to buffer, then green motors to buffer, and that leads to particle containers. They need to buffer. Then after particle containers are buffered, we need to wait for strange matter, because the particle containers go into strange matter. Yeah, we'd fly too fast now for me to hit anything accurately. Also, the planet doesn't load in time. Oh my gosh. Okay. Need to... We missed engines. So engines going into... Sorry. Electric motors go into electromagnetic turbines. So I need to wait for that. Well, I need to wait for this to buffer. It's not going to buffer because they're being all converted to particle containers. So I need to wait for that to buffer. Then they're not going to buffer because they're going to be turned straight to strange matter. So I have to wait for strange matter to buffer. And then strange matter has been turned directly into graviton lenses. So I need graviton lenses to fully buffer before the strange matter fully buffers, before the particle containers fully buffer, before the electromagnetic turbines fully buffer, before the electric motor buffers, and then finally, I can turn everything on. And all the buffers are set to like 10,000. So I need to waste some time, just a little bit of time. So we're going to come to Necar 5, and I'm going to put down a whole lot of advanced miners, because we shouldn't just leave the ore sitting here untapped, because that would be a waste. It would be a waste not having tapped resources in the cosmos, and then I need to put down a whole lot of smelters. The good news is, you know, all the smelters are blueprinted. I just need to have 9, 10, 12, 23, 24, 25, 26. I need 26 smelters, 26 smelter blocks. So after putting down just a smelter or 3, 1,392 it turns out. And fixing up power, because obviously we started burning through power, so now we're running suns on this planet, same as every other planet. I need a break. And that means, well, Hive needs a break. Yeah, we have an Hive out there that really looks like it's consuming far too much of the power that we're not doing anything with. So we're gonna see to Hive because I need a break. We do want to set up our space combat. So I have got half the fleet are just running destroyers. The other half the fleet is running destroyers and the corvettes. The corvettes don't last as long as I'd like them to, even with the ridiculous levels of research I have. And yes, I am researching more combat construction drone flight speed because I can. In fact, actually research really quickly. You're at a 98,000. You're at an 84,000. You're at 96,000. 84,000. We're gonna do another combat drone upgrade at 94,000. We're in the 90s. Like everything is. Oh no, that'll be the first one over 100, over 100,000 for research. Yeah. Yeah, I think Hive needs it. It needs a good talking to. So we're going to head out and say hi, because I think it's worth it, you know, just to make sure that, you know, we loosen up the... I don't know. I'm not even going to come up with an excuse. Basically, I want the Hive gone. I want the Hive gone. I also need to give it a chance for Hope to rebuild many, many smelters. Now, I still think this is our best combat method for send the ships off ahead, you know, about 1 AU, 1.5 AU, head them sort of not directly at the Hive, but off to one side. And then what we need to do is zoom in on the Hive. And we just want to get close enough that, yeah, things aggro. And then once things are aggroed, we'll just face slightly to the left. Okay, nope. Tab, thank you. Tab's the button I'm looking for. I want to face slightly to the left. If I face slightly to the left, it keeps my fleet over here, away from the base, but still close enough that, well, we pick off the Lancers and also the Humpbacks. And then once things come out and stop attacking my fleet, they're sort of close enough they'll go play with the Hive. You know, we can see that the destroyers are lasting a decent amount of time. The corvettes not so much, hence why I've changed up my fleet composition. Can I cancel that dispatch now and then come a little bit closer to home, because there's probably not that much left. No, there really is not that much left. Yeah, there's a couple of humpbacks. That's it. So, again, I want to get close. Yep, that's the fleet coming back to me. And most of them are still locked in combat, so they're being spawned right beside me and then sent in. And we just sort of want to get... I want to get in the same plane as the Hive. That way I can target things top and bottom easily. And 3AU is really close, but then again, I have so much research that, yeah, doesn't really worry me too much. And now I will mention, and I should be doing this. You should attack retrograde, okay? So you should attack so that the Hive is going away from you all the time, rather than, you know, it's suddenly coming towards you. But like I said, I'm super late game. I just, yeah, I don't care. They're ripping through this Hive. Okay, it does help if I tell them to target things like, okay, slow down. I want that gone. I want that's sticking up. That shoots back. Hello? Yep, can we get rid of that? Can we get rid of that? Can I get rid of that? And, oh, that's green and shiny. Can we get rid of that? And that. And that one. And that one. Oh, green and shiny. You go away too. Come on, click, click. Yep, as long as we've got all the fleets selected, if you target something, all the fleets also target the same thing. But you got to click and hold. Not a fan of the click and hold. I'd be much more happy if I could just hold, like all the time. And if I'm happy to be targeting something, that's what I target. It's also what the fleet targets. Yeah, that thing, please. That thing, fleet. That thing. That thing. And there's lots of re-clicking because they don't seem to get the message all the time first time. That's hanging down and you will go green. I don't think there's... Oh no, there's one right there. Can we make that go away? Cool. And is there anything left that shoots back? Space to go up. So three-dimensional space. It's space to go up. Space to go up. Alt to go down, and I generally hold the W button. That way, whichever way the mouse is facing is the way I go. And no, there's nothing left to shoot back. And of course, space to speed up and control to slow down. So yeah, we just need to wander through this Hive and obliterate everything. I do want to turn off that thing. It's super high DPS, but so annoying. So annoying. Alright, actually, can I just ram into something solid? Cool. Yep, now I've matched speed of the Hive, and yeah, it's going to disappear. As for our total costs, I still have 500. I did have some in my pocket. Yeah, I didn't really take a before and after count of how many ships I had. I'm requesting 1,000. So I think it's pretty safe to say, let's top that one up and put that back, and top that one up and put that back. Put those in there and put those in there. The taking out the Hive cost me 214 corvettes and 145 destroyers. As you can see, I'm burning through the corvettes so much faster than the destroyers. But that is the end of that Hive, which means more power for us and less power for them. Also means that, well, now Necar's 5 is fully outposted, and in theory, shipping stuff out to the rest of the galaxy. I need to go look at Necar's 4. So, yeah, we're just gonna jump over there really quickly. And, nope. Yeah, I will definitely warp less than a kilometer. Okay. Yeah. I need to outpost this one again. Well, finally. So this is going to be 2, 3... Well, it's going to be 13. Ooh. Okay, it's going to be 44. Plus 2 is 44, 46, 47, 48, 49. Call it 50. 63 smelters. Another planet's up and running. Another, I have no idea. Some amount of smelters. Another 3,000 smelters have been spent. It turns out I've already gone and, well, increased the buffer back on Hope to make sure we make smelters as fast as possible. Oh, also, our stack sorters, that's another one. Stack sorters are keeping up so far, but it is 6,000 of them. Belt is also struggling to keep up because, well, you know, it's 25,000 belt. Yeah, each one of these planets is very expensive, but you know, there is a lot of resources on the planet. Speaking of a lot of things, I want a break because it's been a while to do a planet. The time's always down the bottom right-hand corner if you want to, you know, see how far into the game we are. Yep. Again, these videos are being recorded over several days because, yep. But Alpha's right there, and I think Alpha could do with a talking to. Research. We're also like we're still digging through the same research we spoke about earlier. We haven't got the combat drone. The combat drone for an extra 20% damage is nice. Also, the durability of every unit. Because no, wrong button. You guys, can you please pop up? They start off with 1,750 hit points, and then I've done enough research that I've actually added almost 40,000 hit points to them. Same goes with the destroyers. Like they start off with 5,000, and I've added another 11,000 hit points to them. Also damage, like major damage, 450. I've added another 2,000 damage to them. Minor damage, 80. I've added another, yeah. The point has been made. We're supersized at this stage. But Hive, maybe not. Okay, seems more reasonable. Okay. Okay, well, they're all aggroed. So that was accomplished. Ships, can I get you to go play with that hornet's nest? Yeah. I prefer to be over here. All right, first off, directionality. We are attacking retrograde. Good. And I definitely don't want to be catching the Hive. But I need all those guys to stay red. If they're red, they're aggroed. And that's really what I'm looking for. I'd like to be a little bit closer to this slot so I could target them. But no matter what, like the numbers are dropping. Like constantly dropping. Because our ships do considerable amount of damage. Yeah, as long as I can stay away from the humpbacks. The humpbacks are still nasty. But, you know, these are, what, level 53? 53 hives. So, that also means all the ships are level 53. So, they're incredibly nasty. Hey, can I get everybody to target one ship? Just one guy. One guy. No? Oh. Select all the ships first. Yep. Yep, and you can see when the click connects, everybody targets one ship for half a second, and that ship definitely vaporizes. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's a click and it's a click on a ship problem. If it was a click and hold, and they just happened to shoot at whatever was under your mouse pointer, yep. Whatever the reticule was on, that would be so much better. Because that way you could just click and hold, and at the level my ships are and I could just basically swing it through the mass and they disappear. But I think that's everybody. Swap views. Yeah, we're down to just humpbacks. Okay, so I want to drop a little bit lower. A lot lower. A lot lower. Okay, let's aim at the Hive. And we'll use the Alt button to Build without condition is enabled. Well, that shouldn't be. I don't know how I turn that on. Obviously, there's some keyboard shortcut that is. Hang on. Let me see if I can turn that off. Okay. Yep. Turned off. Yeah. There's a mod setting that literally lets you put anything where you want on top of anything else. I have no idea what the keyboard combination is for it. I'm guessing Alt and Tab, Alt and Shift, Alt and... I was flying down, so I was holding Alt, which is not a regular button you sort of hold. Okay. Let's sort of level with the Hive now. I'm at 3 AU, but I can't target anything yet. Oh, there we go. Can I? Nope. There we go. You did. 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 Slow down a little bit. You did. Can we target that guy and that guy and that guy and that guy and like when we all gang up on somebody, they disappear real fast. Okay, I flew too high. But that looks like another Hive dead. Okay, I want to be close enough that I can target things. That's sort of important. I can get rid of that humpback. And then, like, I can see laser pointers out there. But I'm definitely not close enough. Okay, slow down. And also raise the height just a little bit. Okay, can we get rid of that shiny thing and that shiny thing? And oh, there's a shiny thing down there. That one. There we go. That looks shiny. That looks shiny. There was one over here. You're shiny, and I'm definitely dropping lower in frames. We're definitely stressing the game. Yeah, we're down to 45 FPS. Well, we're down at 20 odd FPS, but it's the UPS. The UPS is what counts. Lower frames doesn't really affect your gameplay. It's the lower UPS. It's when the mouse stops. Stops when you click on something. It doesn't happen instantly because the game engine is lagging behind. Because I built too much. But we just got an energy weapon damage level 9. Hang on, what's that add? Yeah. So did your damage go up? No. No. Okay. Oh, actually, I know what damage did go up. It would be... So you do 1,200 damage plus 2,160 damage. Yeah, that seems effective. Can I get that to go away? And that to go away? And that to go away? Are there more? Can I turn off the zappy zappy? Oh, there's more. Can I get that one to go away? And that one to go away? And that one? And that means there's probably some on the underside as well. Yep, that one. And that one. When I'm this close, I just don't want to be losing ships anymore. I just want to be in a stage where we're just going to chew what's left. Oh, that's the relays. All the relays are getting blown up. Okay, can I get rid of that one? And you. These ones here. The one I was just hovering over. They're the plasma towers. They're the really... I clicked on it already. They're the really, really nasty ones. They do way more damage than anything else. So we have these ones. Plasma generation tower. Does damage 660. And that's also plasma. Where is that one? Phase tower does 800. Okay. They're both pretty deadly at this point. All right. But I think... I don't remember. This was Alpha Hive, right? It was Alpha Hive. Yep. I think Alpha Hive is done for. Which means I'm going to have to go outpost another planet. Another planet. Oh, but there's more of these guys. Can we just get that to go away? And that to go away? Yeah. Can I actually just run into something? Close. Well, that vaporized. Never mind. All right, we're pretty much match speed with the Hive. Okay, so without the Hive disappearing, it's gonna be time to go to number 4. 5, 4. No, it's now time for number 3, which is not 3. It's number. Oh, actually, it's 3. Yeah, it's 3. Okay. I was gonna say it's 2. All right. Where is that? It is that direction. All right. Another planet. Another planet to join the cluster. We've reached an interesting point. An interesting point where I'm out of materials. I'm out of smelters. I'm completely out of smelters. I have smelters requested over here, and there's 20. There's 20. That's something. And this planet recalled for another 2,160 smelters. And technically, well, smelters are where are we? F for freaking handcrafting. Smelters take 3 seconds to craft, and I do have a T3 machine, so in theory they should take. Actually, I assume it's definitely a level 3 machine. I don't know if it's a level 4 machine. I don't know about that. You have a crafting speed of 1.5, and I don't have any other ones. Oh no, I do. There we go. You guys have a crafting speed of 3. So we're doing a smelter every 1.5 to 1 second. No. 2 seconds? They take 3 seconds to craft. So you with a crafting speed of 3 would take 1 second. You take 2 seconds. So I'm making a smelter every. I must only have a T3 machine doing it. Yeah, we're making smelters one smelter every 2 seconds, and I'm out. I'm out. There is still 500 to be put on this planet. Everything else is, well, if we aim the camera sort of the right direction, rang up. Everything else is the old farm that still I need to go visit and upgrade. I research, or I think research is the only thing that's going to protect the farm and get the farm up more levels, and therefore we can actually start using the farm again. But I'm short on smelters, which means I have 2 choices right now. I could either wait for the smelters to arrive, put down the smelters on this planet, or, well, wait and go. There's a line leaving me and going towards Snaky Hive. I could go deal with Snaky Hive whilst waiting for smelters to arrive, and that's perfectly viable. It's something we could do. Or we could, well, just wait here for the smelters to arrive and then go deal with Snaky Hive and then still move on to Necar's number 1. Yeah. And I'm definitely going to be renaming this system to Necar's eventually, because people keep pointing out that I'm probably playing with the YouTube automatic subtitle generation gods and fire with the system called Necar. So I think I need to rename it to Necar's, which I don't think is any better, but it's close. Although I've noticed that the YouTube auto subtitle generation thing is very bad at Australian accents. Just because we say asphalt the wrong way does not mean that you need to be mean to us, okay? I know the automatic subtitles does very good with American accents, and also with, you know, those from the UK does a pretty good job there, because, well, you're speaking the same language and your accent's slightly different. But turns out there's just not that many Australian content creators out there that say asphalt as asphalt. So it's asphalt, because that's how we say it here in Australia. But yes, my choices are go kill some time. And rather than drag you guys along for killing the time, I think what we're going to do is we're going to leave it for the next episode. We've done an awful lot. We've still got more to do. I've got this planet, one more planet to do. I think we'll start back next episode here with all the smelters done. And then we'll go kill a hive and then do one last planet. And I think when that's done, we should have finally given enough time for all the science to pre-buffer, and we can turn on science, because we're still doing like research. Not local planet. Entire cluster. We're still doing 80,000 hashes per second. And hash rate per second is one number, but if we look at that particular research, that is 93.6 million hashes. That's what actually matters on how long it takes to get the research done. You know, this is 12 minutes to do, well, 3/4 of 70,000 research. Originally it cost 90. So 15 minutes to do 90,000 cubes, and we're about to double science in the next episode. In the next episode, we shall double science, at which point a 90,000 research is going to take sub 10 minutes. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure everything will have buffered by then, and that means in the next episode, we'll go crank out the science. All right, Voltron, you've done enough defending for today. You can have a break. I'm going to leave this video here. I'm going to invite you guys back for the next episode, which will involve a little bit more saying hi to hives, and also, and we have the combat ship upgrade now. So really, it didn't change your stats? They look the exact same. I'm looking at durability. Oh no, damage definitely went up. Okay, damage went up. Durability hasn't. But we're about to finish another durability research, which means they get even more hit points. Yeah. I'm going to see you guys in the next episode. We're going to go kill some more hives. We're going to finish outposting the last 2 planets. Meanwhile, Voltron's going to have a little bit of lay down because he's had enough. And then we'll finally double the science for 120 science per minute, which is an awful lot. But either way, I'm going to leave this video here. As always, thank you guys so much for watching. Do hope you've enjoyed, and I'll see you in, well, the very next video. All right, bye. G'day, mate, and welcome back to Dyson Sphere with me, 𝐒𝐮𝐞𝐫, and of course, the wonderful Voltron, who wishes to get back to defending the universe. He wants to go out and finish the last of the combat. We're on, helps if I can find the right button, that button. We're on, the Necar's 3 system? Well, Necar's. I haven't renamed it yet. Necar's 3 system, 2 system, one of the systems, and we finally got all the smelters in and done, which means helps if I turn on the GUI. All of the Necar systems are now outposted, which means the only things we need to do in here is, well, say hello to 𝐒𝐮𝐞𝐫, also say hello to 𝐒𝐮𝐞𝐫, which are fully formed hives, which are probably going to be a bit of a challenge. And at the same time, the other thing I should probably do is I should probably actually start capturing some of the power this sphere is making. It is the lovely, can I turn off the backstructure? It is the lovely subscribe sphere. So I'm going to remind you that you should subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, because today the last thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be heading back to the Epsilon system, and we're going to be turning on the full science build. The full science build doing, well, 120 science per minute. Per minute, which should really chew through, well, the research. Yeah, we're doing a 104,000 point research currently. 150. There's another autosave. Hang on, please be patient. There we go. Yeah, everything's at like the 100 and something range. Oh, look, 100k. Do we still have anything in the 90s? Ray efficiency, I don't care about. No, really not. No, everything's over 100,000 now. So yes, we're going to be heading and, we're going to be heading out. We're going to be killing some hives. We're also going to be turning on science, which means I'm going to ask that very important question before we get into today's episode. And that is, well, can I borrow a like? I just like to borrow a like. I like to borrow a like before we head off to combat. I believe I've been told for every single like that I get, and I get to keep, it means that we have a better chance of living through the death and destruction that is going to be part of today's episode. But if you're not happy with the video, you didn't enjoy the video, I've been told that, I have to get down on, get down on one knee and give you your like back. All right, so let's start off with, I don't know, 𝐒𝐮𝐞𝐫. We're going to go say hi to 𝐒𝐮𝐞𝐫. We're going to try not to warp right into the hive this time. That would be the plan. But we do need to be a little bit closer. Like one a bit AU is sort of, that's too close. There you go, 1 a bit AU. Cool. All right, what I want to do is I want to have the fleet out and about. Can I just very quickly disable you guys, because that way you disappear and then I can re-enable you. I want you selected, and we want to, okay, first off, let's check some orbital dynamics. So retrograde is to the right of it. So can I send the fleet out 1.5 AU? Perfect. Yep. Can we just send the fleet 1.5 AU in front of us? And then when they've sort of reached that area, which should be like right about here somewhere, we can just point our nose into the hive for half a second. So we make contact and then point our nose away, and that should drag all the lancers out. Nope, don't even have to do that. All the lancers are pissed off already. Okay, so then we're going to aim slightly to the right, away from the hive, and watch the lancers approach. And what we want to do is probably call our fleet back a little bit. Can I get a 1 AU? There you go, 0.9. Yep, which should initiate combat. It has. And if we bring up this, there is 350. Oh, there can't be just 350. I guess we have cut off their matter for a very long time. Yeah, there might just be 350 ships. There's like 80-ish in humpbacks, which will never go out and attack. Or maybe it's 120 in humpbacks. I don't know. But with that now done, we're just going to go and get close to the hive then. Yeah, we went and captured all the planets. So because we captured all the planets, they didn't have an opportunity to keep replacing the matter that they were spending attacking the planets. So they've been assembling ships like Hive. Hive is currently sending out an attack wave towards probably Necar's 1. Oh, I should really pay attention. I should really pay attention. Yeah, can we slow down a lot? Can we target those things? Yep, as long as I'm in range, and the reticule changes when you're in range, it changes to the yellow. That means what you target actually disappears, and I'm definitely taking shots to the face, and I prefer not to. I'd really prefer not to, because the shields are down. Yeah, that's enough range. Okay. Can I slow down a bit more? So the reticule changes to yellow when you can actually target something. So if it's very far away, I don't really have anything very far away anymore. I'm too close. But as long as it's yellow, yep. And I click on that, all the fleets will move, or all my fleet will move to attack that one item. Realistically, you should be aiming to try and keep your attack center mass. So right where you are, so nothing needs to get out of its current position to shoot. Hopefully that's the plan. I can't reach that one. Can we do that one then? No? There we go. Can I do that one? I can see you're lit up. Yep, and I can see you're lit up, and I can see you're lit up. And like I said, if you're in range, if everybody's in range, they'll just instant target. And whatever it is just vaporizes. You can go away, and you can go away before you charge, and you can go away, and there's one over there. You can go away, and you can go away, and you nope. There we go. That's in range just. You can go away, as can you, as can you. As can you. I really hope when they release the next update with, they've said there's going to be spaceships, so for like space engines, vehicles that you can ride. Well, they didn't actually explicitly said vehicles that you can ride, but vehicles of some sort. Also possibly space stations from memory. I don't know. They've already released a post on Steam about what's coming with the next combat update. But I'm really hoping that we get a couple of things. I'm really hoping I can match the speed of an orbital object, so I could fly up to a hive and just say, maintain this speed from that hive. And And I sort of hope space combat becomes a little bit more dynamic and interesting. Very, very early on in this update, they nerfed space combat. Originally, a Hive could have 4,500 units, and they took it down to 1,500 units, so basically reduced it by a factor of 3, which is one of the reasons why I cranked up the difficulty on the Death World. Yeah. So now we have level 50 Hives. Also, that's something else I hope they changed. I hope they increased the levels overall. Can I just ram into something? Or not? Okay. Close. But I sort of need to fly the same direction as the Hive as when I run into something. Can I... fly that way and accelerate? Oh, never mind, that disappeared. All right, enhanced structure number 18, which means I want to look at that. You guys now have what's that, 17,000 hit points, and you guys have 6,000 hit points. Yeah. We need to get more damage for them, obviously, but more hit points definitely helps. Yeah, this Hive is just about vaporized. Cool. And then we need to go say hi to Hive, which is the last Hive in the system. Who just sent out attack and is just getting weaker and weaker as it sends out attacks. And I completely forgot that we're sending out attacks. What is... Oh, that is an attack wave going down to say hi to Necar's 1, which has 3 ships, 2 ships, 0 ships. Yep. It's just getting vaporized before it even gets close. All right. So we need to go to... I didn't mark it. Can I go to you? And where are you? You're in that direction. 5 AU away. Okay. Can I put the fleet away? And we'll technically enable them. And we'll just go over here and say hello. And hopefully not... Never mind. Never mind, spoke too soon. Okay. Okay. Which way is retrograde? Retrograde would be up and to the left. So about there somewhere. Which sort of means I need to fly right past the front of the Hive, which means I think we're just going to go straight in. Yeah. You have how many units? 350. Yeah, I think we're just going to go straight in. I'm really not worried anymore. Like, as I said, these are level 50 Hives, okay? These are over twice the strength as what's normal maximum in the game, but rotate the right direction. Because of our infinite research, they're a bit of a joke. Hello? 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 Lancers? Hello? You have 10,000 hit points. 26 hit points worth of armor. You also have, well, I think this is for space combat, this is for planetary bombardment, and this is for when they get even closer and they carpet bomb the planet. Yeah. And humpbacks are buried in there. Can I click on a humpback? Humpback have even more hit points and do a crap ton worth of damage. Can I... No, nobody's close enough yet. Somebody's close enough. Okay. Yep, somebody's close enough. Come on, I need you. 1 shot, 1 kill. 1 shot, 1 kill. There we go. We're starting to get close enough. There's already 140 of you left. You're all half dead. Half your fleet's disappeared already. The humpbacks are a bit closer. My fleet is going and playing with humpbacks at the same time. I really wish you wouldn't. Okay. Sure. Let's just go this general direction. Can I rotate? And... No, we need to go a little bit faster to catch up. And same story. We're just going to blitz our way through this one as well. All right, can I up and slow down and target that one? Everybody get him, and then everybody get him, and then him, and then him. Come on, come on, into the fray, guys. Go away. Okay, that's dead, 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 and now we started working on the hive already. Okay, can we get rid of that shiny thing there? No? Oh. Select the fleet. There we go. Now we get the reticule. Alright, guys. Oh, I don't really want to pin things. That's another thing. Like, the GUIs hanging over the GUIs. Can I target that? Can I target that? Can I target that, please? Yeah, that. There we go. That one. Up, there's a bunch in the middle. That goes away. That goes away. No. Okay, can I get that one? You're shiny. You can go away. You're shiny. Shiny. I can go away. Is there anything left? Yeah, there's one down here. You can go away. There's one all the way back there. That's the thing. Wherever they exist on the top, they also exist in the same spot at the bottom. So if you can get in the perfect plane, we can see both in top and bottom. You can sort of go, okay, well, there's one on the bottom there. Therefore, there's one on the top right there. There's one right here. And therefore, and there's one right there. Therefore, there's one underneath in the same locations. That one. That's the non-shiny one. And yeah, it helps so much when you can match the speed of the hive that you're attacking. That way, you're not constantly getting closer or further away. But there's no match speed currently in the game, which is frustrating. Hence why I tend to ram into hives. Because that way I'm guaranteed to match the speed of it. Or at least what's left of it. Can we get rid of that shiny thing? There we go. Yep. And I don't see... Oh no, there's one over there. Can that go away? Yeah. And that looks like all of it. Alright, in that case, can I just go forward a lot and we'll just park ourselves right in the middle? Because worst comes to worst, like I've got, what's that? 110,000 hit points. I could take a shot or two to the face. And the shields just absorb it. So if I get into the mix with only one or two lasers possibly left that I haven't killed off, then I take the damage and therefore we don't lose any ships. But then again, the ships have an awful lot of hit points. The thing they don't have is they don't heal. Can I ram into... Thank you, that'll do me. Okay, and can I turn that off again? All right. Cool. So that's going to be the end of this hive in about 5 seconds, which means we're going to have to go to number 1. We're going to have to set up a ray receiver or 10. And then I don't think we have any reason to stay in this system. Yeah, we don't really have a need to stay in the Necar system. We're going to have to head back to Epsilon and crank on the science because it's got to have buffered by now. And realistically, I want to see how fast we can get this. Yeah, I really want to see how fast we can get science to move. Also, I want to know T. Vocalize starts to others. No, this one. Ore loss. There is an achievement for getting your ore loss per mining operation under 15%. Also, it means currently our loot bonus is 216%. So there is a chance if we get this high enough that the one farm back on Last Hope is enough to provide us all the yellow bits that we need for, well, all our needs to run all the power in the galaxy. Yep, in the galaxy. We're at the stage of in the galaxy. All right, can we head to Necar 1, please? Readjust and rewarp. and then actually land on the planet. Okay, so I set this up with smelters, which was maybe a mistake, as I really want ray receivers on this planet, because it's inside the sphere. You guys are still launching as fast as possible. We have the original rocket construction here as well, because this was just like a temporary planet. What do I want? I want to have... Well, they can be set to supply in case somebody else wants them. I'm going to grab one of these. I'm going to put you... I don't know where. Where's going to be a good spot for ray receivers? Okay, we're going to put you here. And we're going to set up ray receivers. Ray. Let's just pick some amount to start with. 700 is maybe a bit much. Let's go 200. I'm definitely going to need more foundation at the same time. This is all subject to moving. I might end up moving this whole build in a little bit. But why? We have 66.7 gigawatts. Okay, so a ray receiver can consume 120 megawatts. So it means technically I need to consume this much power. I need 550 ray receivers. So let me just change that request slightly when I work out where the hell I put it. Right there. We might want a few more. Yeah. 600 plus the 300, that gives you 900. Yeah. All right. Give me a sec to work out exactly where we're going to put these down and then throw down a ray receiver or 5. I think if we turn on the power overlay, because the planet's always divided into quarters, I think like I want to have a dead straight line to start off on. So I'm thinking here. And then you're going to get in the way. You're also going to get in the way. Well, you're going to get in the way, rather. I don't know. Give me 2 seconds to work out where the ray receivers are going to go, because putting down ray receivers is not exactly what I would call fundamentally important. Oh. I'm going to also mark that, because your Hive is gone. Like, no longer in orbit, gone. So I don't know what happens to you. So we got a couple of ray receivers. I've also taken a chance to paint the sphere, because it wasn't painted. It's now painted. And we're sucking down about most of the power. Which is fine for now, except it's still building. So I think we should have a few more ray receivers. Like I said, these guys max out. There we go. 120 megawatts. 120 megawatts each. It's a little bit over. They're requesting 121 because they're only 98.8% efficient. I know. That efficiency loss is getting to me as well. But the research is just not worth it. We are currently working through, vein research, because that gets us up to 128k. It also hopefully gets me down under that 15% that I'm looking for. And I should explain how I put these together, because putting down piles and piles and piles and piles and piles and piles and ray receivers sucks. Honestly sucks. So I do it with blueprints. We're going to... This is the primary direction. Yeah, this is the primary direction. And this is a secondary because there was some smelters in the way. So let's do the primary direction. We're going to remove you and you. All right, so first thing I do is we grab this and drag it out too. Okay, after I've got that, I plug in a bit of a belt. And I've shown this before, but I'm going to show it again. And then we do another one there, another one there, just so we've got something to work with. Okay, and then we're going to plug this into the middle line, this into the middle line. We need to feed you out to the main line. That's all really irrelevant. The other thing irrelevant, and I put this in 1/4 of the way around the planet normally, is I just have a pile sorted there to go backward. That way they end up stacked. Otherwise I max out the belts. Okay. Once we get to here, I need to have... Can you stop patting the ground? I need a tail. That's all I need. Just a tail. All right. once I have that, I copy from the tail all the way back to one tile short of the next ray receivers. And then if I hit paste, and it's actually rotated the right direction, and then I put that over the tail and drag them out, and we hit the plus button, we can see that there's a gap between them. But if I hit the minus button just once after I get the original blueprint, I can drag this out so far and just put down a whole stack of them. Now, once I have a stack of them, I could just paste another stack. Or, because I know I'm basically going to be wrapping the planet with these guys, I'm going to copy from the very end, which includes the tail, don't really need the foundations, to one tile short of that one as well. And then I'm going to put you here, and then I'm going to drag, well, okay, let's clean up some things first. All right, can I remove you guys? Can I also remove you and you? And we'll put a bit of foundation here just in case. And you've already been foundationed over, but I need some foundation here and here. And can I remove you and you? And let's just fill in that gap a little bit. Can I make sure resources are going to get hidden? Do that one, that one. That's fine. Okay. Back this way around the planet. Okay, you need to disappear. These smelters may or may not get in the way. I don't honestly know. And that should be everything we need. Okay, so paste. Cool. I want to go from... I'm going to land on that tail. I'm going to drag to the right. And I don't even need to see, because I know no matter what, I'm going to hit the minus button just once. So if I hit the minus button once, everything moves back a tile, and then we're going to say 2 there. Now, I'm going to get an error about collisions, because, you know, obviously all these smelters are too close. We're trying to go through, and this is why I buried the resources first, so we can put in the belts anyway, through the miners, etc, etc, etc. We're going to have an issue with you, but the main belt does get through, and that should bring us to right here. And you obviously have an issue because I didn't quite landfill it enough. But I'm going to go shift enter, and then whilst I'm looking at it, I'm just going to fill that part in. And then can I get, I don't know, that many? Paste. Can I put you there? Can I put another set? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then we're just going to go for a wander around the map. Now, I do have markers around the map with the power poles. Well, the wind turbine power poles. The wind turbine power poles. So I know roughly when quarter of the map is. So when I get to another quarter point of the map, and you'll actually see it on the existing lines as well. Helps if I'm probably a little bit more upright with the camera. I feel like I should have hit a quarter line. Up, that's it. Quarter line. No, that's not it. No, quarter line's all the way over there. Okay. Keep walking. There. So once I get to a quarter line, I grab out my sorters, and again, I just go one tile backward. And we should find... it's so hard to see. There's one here. There should be one around here somewhere. No. There should be. Well, I don't find it, so we're just going to put one in. Can I get you to go backward a tile? And I get you to go backward a tile. You cannot have too many of these. Like, there is no such thing as, like, overdoing it. Because all they're doing is they're stacking things one on top of one another. So if it's already stacked full high, things just pass straight through. If it's not stacked full high, well, then it stacks them. And that's our plan. That's all our plan is, just to make sure things are stacked up so we can get as much throughput on the belt as possible. And again, when I get a quarter of the way around the planet, there should be more of those. Actually, there probably wasn't on that one because there's a giant smelter blocking the way. But next quarter's got to be coming up. Or maybe I passed it. I think I passed it. Okay, you were the missing one. I put you in there and hook you in there. And yeah, I must have well and truly passed it. Okay, quarter line. Can I turn back on the power overlay? So there's a quarter line here, which so hard to see. Okay, so I missed the first quarter line. Okay, can I get you to go preferably not like that? Can I not remove belts? No. Okay, fly here. Come on. Okay, remove that, and then we want to go backward, and then next quarter line is here, which I did put one in. Next quarter line is here, where I didn't put one in, and fly here, and then that wraps us through to the end of the planet. No, there's technically a quarter line here, which I did do. A quarter line there. Okay, yep, so they're all done now. All right, which means when I find out where the hell I am located, no. There's 3,000 of these things here. Like, I'm not short. I'm not short by a long shot. How many? Got 120 left. And I had 300 and something to start with. And we're now sucking out 84 out of 68. So I think we're good. I don't think we need any more ray receivers just yet. I technically need more sales, but I don't think I can be bothered. So what we're going to do, and what I really want to do, is I want to crank on a science. So we need to head to the Epsilon system. Yeah, you're coming to Necar. You're going to Pride. You're coming to Necar as well. Okay. Epsilon. Epsilon has a number of friends, and Snaky Hive is fine. Okay. Snaky Hive was our control. It's a completely deformed dead hive for some reason. Snake Hive. Yep. Is a brand new one, as is Beta Hive, as is Yeta Hive. So this is a brand new seed has arrived in the system, and this is as good as it's got. This is as large as it's got. It hasn't got any bigger. So we now know that that is the max size they're going to get, and we want to go to number 3, please. Cool. And we'll check the stats when we get there, because I'm curious how much power they're absorbing. If it's a fixed amount, because they're not going to get any bigger, because they don't have any matter, because they've spent what matter they had, well, building what small amount of structure they have, and also building relays, they can't expand. Now, if I take out their relays, and then they build more relays, it's going to spend what little matter they have left. Also, if I go and beat up what's available, what exists of their current base, if they don't have any matter, they can't rebuild it. Yeah, I missed entirely. You can definitely tell where science is happening. Okay. Can I land? Alright, quick double check. So, spin to north. You're at 20,000. Graviton lenses. Actually, look for the straight line. So we have a straight line. So graviton lenses here at 10k. Green science is here at 10k. And green science is here at 10k, which means the engine build, which I shoved here. No. I found a gap for it. There we go. Engine build. Maybe engine build. Honestly, don't know. But I do know the engine build is fully buffered, so we should be good to go. All right. So I need to come here, and we need to do 2 things. I need to double up the amount of labs that are producing white science. I also need to double up the amount of labs consuming white science. So we currently have 240 of the replicator labs making white science, and actually the outside labs are not running. Okay, can I get 200? I need at least 240. So let's bring in 300. Once these arrive, I should just have to go around to each one of these, and they are currently how tall? 5 tall. So I just shouldn't need to add just 5 to each one of them. And that should take our science from, let's do entire cluster, number 3. We're doing 413. Actually, let's do just this planet. We're doing 360 on the nose. So that is 60 per minute on the nose. Research is at 67K with just this planet. So this should double out to 135 hashes per second. Okay, all 300 are here. Okay, can you are set to 0. I'll have all those. And where's our entry point? So this is green, red, and yellow. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. And then I should have 40 left over. No, 60 left over. 60 left over. Okay, so that's 240 labs thrown down. Okay, that got a whole lot larger. All right, so in theory, everything should pre-buffer instantly. Everything is on the belt, ready to go. So 6-1, we're looking for 7-2. We also need to get on top of consumption. Okay, so where is our output? Our output is here, our input. That's flat out. Okay, can we get you guys? Can I have you be fully stacked at that point? And you be fully stacked before you get on the main belt. And you fully stacked. And you fully stacked. And you fully stacked. This is what I'm talking about. So you're stacking, and if you leave a gap, it's being filled by 1 high. I don't want things being filled with 1 high. I want them to be filled with 4 highs straight away. Because we're trying to push, we're really trying to push the system, because we are actually doing, well, we're doing 120. So we are doing like a full belt's worth, a full stacked belt's worth of science on this particular belt. So it means that, where are we? I want to go stand here. It means that everything that comes through here, you need to also be stacked. Everything that comes through this one choke point needs to already be fully stacked and needs to be shoulder to shoulder. So no, I need you to walk. I need you to walk. I need to try and control the camera at the same time. The belt at that point should be nothing but white science. Nothing but white science. Okay, you need one. Nothing but white science, and it should be fully stacked. Okay, we need more normal labs. Okay, so our consumption is only 5.8. All right, so I need more normal labs. Can we copy? Drag from there to there. I have 366. So I need potentially 366, but I don't think we need that much because they weren't all running last time. So how high are they? And then the new question will be, are they all the same height? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 366 at 5 tall means that in theory I have 74 stacks. Okay, and I have 326 right here. So what's... So it means potentially I can make them 5 high, 6 high as well. Yeah, they are the same height both sides. Okay, confirm. You are 6 high. Okay, and you're now 10 high. So let's go with 4. Let's try and bring them at the same height. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 4, 4. that one and that one. Okay, so that should be all the science fully upgraded. And now, okay, there's no science on the belt, which is both a good sign and a bad sign. Okay, let's look at the outside. So science gets through to here. Then it gets through to here. I know these labs still have light, so here is where science stops. Why there's a random single piece of belt there, I don't know, but it's now gone on. Okay, so we're getting our science to here, and it starts here. So we're making it 3/4 of the way around the circle currently, and we are producing 9.6 out of 7.2. We're consuming 7.8, so we're consuming more than we're producing, which means one of two things. Either there's an issue with science here getting onto this belt, i.e. not everything's fully stacked. That looks so stacked. Like, these guys are not outputting at all. Okay, can I need to relieve the pressure. So you're outputting, but you're not outputting. Okay, can I just... Okay, can I consume everything in there and everything in there? Oh, I got 168 science packs. Can I consume... Okay, there's an awful lot. There are no gaps on that belt. At all. But there's gaps here. Yeah. Alright, so we're back to the age-old problem of Dyson Sphere is really bad at fully compressing a belt. It doesn't do a terribly good job of shifting things. And actually, it looks like every single time you output is when I get a gap. No. That looks fully compressed. Fully compressed. We're at 7170. This is not good enough. Okay, what we're gonna do. We bring all the science to here, and then we fork it down, we run it through all labs. But everything's made symmetrically with a pattern, so to speak. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna come to this end, where we've produced half the science. And by the way, because we have a full belt, full high of green science going in, it should mean that by the time it gets to here, it's basically dead. Same goes for purple. And here there should be like half the density on the belt. All right, I zoom right away in so we can see what we're doing. Okay, so that's out. What I want to do is here. I want to connect you to there with juice. How do I get juice? Okay, we'll do that connection first, and then we'll put a juice shoe. I don't need you anymore. Okay, can I juice shoe? I can put a juice shoe there and move that over, but I have no idea. Okay, can I move you over a tile, pull you up, grab a juice shoe, collide with object. So you're gonna have to put your juice shoe... No, can't go there. It has to go there. Okay. Alright, can I run the belt through there? Then put a juice shoe here. Then put my sorter there. And then plug that in there. Yes, okay. I need to get juice out of here and into that tile, which is going to be awkward as hell. Can we bring you out, across, down, and in? Okay. Voltron, out of the way. Okay, that looks like it works. And then that means that this belt no longer goes underneath, bringing in science. So that just stops right there. And wow, it's dangerous trying to remove that little belt. All right, so, and I had some amount of science stuff in me. Okay, so we've now split the white side's built in half. This is one half, so this only needs to do not 120 items per second, but only needs to do 60 items per second. And the one on the other side of the planet also needs to do 60 items per second, which now means, in theory, 7,200. Oh, we're there. Look at that. That's 10 minutes. I don't know will it actually stabilize. I think we're always going to have these little upsy downsy peaks, but I think over 1 hour, it's going to look like... Obviously, right here, I forgot to turn on research for 5 seconds. But apart from that, that is a very, very flat line. Sure, we need to run it for a little while. We need to run it for a little while to confirm that we're going to have the numbers required. But I am very, very, very happy with that. And power. Power, 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 power. 26 gigawatts out of 30. So we technically have spare power. And one thing I'm curious about is imports. Hydrogen import? Hydrogen import. Okay, hydrogen might be the next thing that breaks. Because we're still technically hydrogen neutral. Hydrogen negative. Even with the hydrogen being made from, well, the much fire ice, plus the hydrogen that comes from oil, plus the hydrogen that comes from every other process, like, you know, making antimatter. Antimatter's not backed up. Oh, that's 60 machines. That's 120 machines. Okay. Well, one's backed up and one's empty, which is sort of okay. But I'm willing to bet, yeah. Can I change you to supply and supply? Storage, rather. And storage, yeah. So other systems, other planets were stealing my antimatter. And you guys are not overscaled at all. So technically you'll never catch up. Probably means that I should add a single 1 or 2 extras on the end, just so we have a little bit more production than what we're consuming. But juice looks to be fine at 20k. You're not zero. And that's the other thing now. Now there's 2 of every build. I'm expecting one build to always be choking and the other build to be fine. Like Yellow Science up here is only at 5k, whereas this one's sitting at steady at 10. In fact, we haven't even started consuming this one yet. We won't consume that until this one empties, because we also have 20k here and 20k here. So it's gonna take a little while. Oh, and you're also bringing deuterium. No, it's 11k. Hydrogen 2.9. I can always add hydrogen to another tower. Already have added hydrogen to another tower, along with copper, silicon, and magnets. I add hydrogen to another tower if needs be, but now I know there's another 14k up here, which should be fine. But yes, this means we can chew through science, and we can see. Okay, so we have green, purple, and antimatter feeding at the top. We have red, blue, and yellow feeding at the bottom. We can see from the shininess of our towers, and also where science is on the belt, that we're feeding about 2/3 on the right-hand side of the outside towers, and about 2/3 on the left-hand side of the outside towers. They're the ones actually consuming the science and doing the research. And our hash rate is 10 minutes. 1 minute. 135,000 hashes per second. Yeah. At 711. And it's a little bit short, but that's 7.2 flat. And our consumption's still higher. Technically, I turn that off. And 1 minute. Okay, so it's just what I happen to have in my pocket is making the difference. Okay, turn that back on and bring that back up. Yeah, it's counting up. Not by a lot, but it's definitely counting up. Yeah, I must be using a couple of science packs per minute. All right, but we now have science running, which means I need to find a new project. We could add more labs. We could add more science. We could go from 120 per second to, I don't know, put in another copy of the planet. Can I fit it? Can I just duplicate the whole planet? Can we go to 240 on this planet? Possibly. Like, we've used slightly less than half. That's the halfway line. We went over the halfway line just there. Yeah, sure, that build does wrap halfway around the planet. I need another one, so, you know, it's going to be a little bit awkward. And we have some space here, so maybe we can add another one. By the same token, we can go deal with the farm that's been broken for a long time. And I think that's going to be the next task. I think, considering how quickly we can burn through science now, because we're doing 72,000 per minute, which means, well, you're 10 million hashes, which is going to be 1 minute worth of research. 10,000 science is 1 minute worth of research. So it does mean that, well, getting a little bit more damage is not going to take that long at all. Also, enhanced structures, 119,000. Well, this goes up to 128, so this is sort of in our next batch of research. Yep, it means we definitely have options for, well, upping the ante. More enhanced structures, more damage, all that sort of things, which means in the next episode, I think we're going back to the farm. But I also know that I really need to leave this episode here. We are producing a crap ton of science, which means I need to stay on top of this list. I also need to, well, make sure Voltron gets a little bit of a rest in between episodes. You know, you've got to keep his vitality very strong when he's got to go defend the whole universe. Oh, and I want to look at, so you guys need 2.85 gigawatts. Nothing that can stay for a little bit. We also probably need to put more ray receivers on the internal planet. Yeah, we have more critical photons available that we could be picking up on Epsilon number 1. But yes, I need to call this video here. As always, thank you guys so much for watching. Do hope you've enjoyed vein utilization number 32, which means we are under that 15%. I have got that achievement. So I'm going to see you in, well, the very next video. All right, bye. G'day, mate, and welcome back to Dyson Sphere with me, Jenny, and of course, the wonderful Voltron, a defender of the universe, who's already trying to speed me up. Hey, look, I'm just talking about you and how wonderful you are. You should just roll with it. Okay, in our last episode, we went and set up science. Just a little bit of science, just like, you know, 7,200 per minute, you know, 120 per second plus, and science is going great. In fact, it's been running for a little while, just to make sure we can definitely keep up with that rate. But today's episode, I want to ignore science. I want to ignore science because it's one thing that we don't have set up, we haven't had set up for a little while, and that is today's farm. So today I want to go and, well, I want to have a skits. Yeah, after we finish the skits, what I really want to do is I want to get the farm back up and running. I want to get our, what is it, Ranger 4 farm. I want to have, yeah, that's right, the Ranger 4 farm. I want to get the Ranger 4 farm back up and running, and that's going to be on today's plan. So we need to, well, restock the inventory with all the things that it may need, and then head over to Ranger 4 and rebuild the farm, and then possibly defend it for a little while, because now, well, the base is a level 55. Yeah, oh, logistics carrier engine number 14 just finished. Nice. Yeah, so the base is a level 55, which is a little bit mean, but as for our science, galaxy-wide, we're doing about 7,800 per minute. It's a pretty good number, Not entirely happy with the number. We'll come back to that number in the future. But as for this planet, we're doing 7,200 neat, and have been for quite some time. In fact, research-wise, if we just look, you're our cheapest one, 110,000. 128,000. Yeah, all the researchers are 120 plus. Logistics carrier engine, which we just finished, which was way cheaper than that, but you know, that's level number 15. You're 132, you're 150, you're 148. Well, you're in the queue at 119. So yeah, all the researchers are 110, 104, 112, 105, 112, 112, 119, and 128. Yeah, we're over 100,000 for all the researchers. So today's plan, like I said, is to head back to Pride, do a full inventory restock to make sure I have everything to rebuild the farm, and then head to the farm and then defend the farm. So with a plan out of the way, myself and the wonderful Voltron need to ask, can we borrow like? Just like to borrow like early in the video. If you're not happy with the video, you didn't enjoy the video, I'll tell you what, I'll drop you off on the farm planet and you can defend it yourself. All right, first thing we need to do is head back to Pride. We're gonna go back to Pride. We're gonna head back to Hope, that one. Very busy one in the middle. Yep, we're gonna head back to Hope, and on Hope, we should be able to get a full inventory restock. And it's just quicker for me to fly back to Hope and get a full inventory restock than it is to have, well, me set up a half dozen towers here and have the logistics vessels fly stuff here. Because I can do that, that's perfectly valid, but as you can see down the bottom, our cruise speed is 0.6 light years per second. So if it's a couple of light years to get there, we're there in like 30 seconds or less. Yep. And then, well, we have the fidget spinners, which will then, well, reload my inventory pretty much instantly. So can I want to hit that pole first. All right, first place I want to go to is here somewhere. Actually, it's right there. Okay, this is where we keep foundations, and according to this, I have not 10,000 foundations in my pocket. But if I stand right here, I get restocked to 2,400 foundations per second. You know what? You need more charge. Yeah. So I want to stock up on foundations first, and then here the fidget spinners arrive from everywhere else on the planet. Restocking my inventory. I should really keep those, but we're going to drop them on the ground. Great. So that's done that. I want to head to, well, here-ish somewhere. Here. Can we turn on lights, please? That way we can see what we're doing. Yeah. All right. So we want to crash land right about here. All right. I have some of those in my pocket. I don't want those. I have some of those in my pocket. I don't want those. I don't want to have the foundations anymore. They can go over there. I have some assembly machines, which I want to dump off in here. I have some labs, which I want to dump in there and in there. I have some of these assembly machines, which I want to dump off as well. Okay, I have advanced miners. We'll put those there. I have smelters. We'll put those there. I have thermal generators, which is going to press the delete button because they just don't matter anymore. We have drones. We have big ships. We have the corvettes and the destroyers. And it was asked in the comments, and I probably should address this. Why do I still carry the corvettes? Because surely they don't do nearly as well as the destroyers do, and that is entirely correct. They do not last for nearly as long. But if I bring up my stats, we look at space stats. Group letter E, F, G, and H are all nothing but destroyers. A, B, C, and D are a mix of destroyers and corvettes. Why? Because they die off at about the same rate. I burn through ships at about the same rate if I run them at this ratio, and I can have an extra magic inventory slot that carries 500 of these. Whereas I can't just say, hey, I want 2 magic inventory slots full of destroyers. Yeah, it's just about balancing the load, pretty much. Okay, we're going to put those in there. We're going to put that in there. I'm going to put all of those in there. All of those in there. All of those in there. Turns out I'm still receiving belts, which is here. Yep, go fly over there. And then, what else do I want? Power poles can go away. Sprayers can go away. Normal miners we're never going to deal with again. They can go away. I have too many thermal power plants. They can go away as well. I'm never going to deal with those either. Pretty sure we're well past the wireless power tower stage, so we're going to drop them on the ground as well. I can't see myself. Maybe I use storage tanks. I don't know. Yeah, they've been sort of hanging around for. Eventually, I'll need them. Okay, so first off, anything I've dropped on the ground, I'm going to click that button, make sure it disappears. Okay, what I need to carry on me is I need everything to rebuild this farm. And as it was on a populated planet with, you know, a few friends, or that planet's probably going to be more populated than when I was last there. So I need to do a risky landing into a combat zone, and then after I've landed in a combat zone, I need to set up the farm and then hold the farm. Yeah, okay, Voltron, it's fine. So I need to make sure that I have everything in my inventory ready to go. So I know I'm going to need some signal towers. I know I'm going to need some babs. I know for this particular build, we had large storage boxes on top of the babs. And in the large storage boxes, we were using that to move around goodies. So I'm just going to take all of those and all of those, just to make sure I have some spares. I want to have some of those available. I don't have any standard towers available, or at least I don't need any. We're going to need some big shippies as well. I'm going to need, I don't know, 100 and let's go with 3 slots worth of those. I'm going to want some amount of fidget spinners available. Can I get another less than 60? Cool. Actually, no, I can take another 90. That'll do. Okay. What else do I need? I need to have, okay, I need to have a shield, because I know there's a shield on that planet. I need to have, well, actually up to an inventory slot. So 46. I want to have half of those available. I need lasers. Lasers are going to be important. Very important. Because that one, the farm is defended with lasers, which are built here with a super duper machine. Okay, can I just take all of those, just so I probably have enough, and you get back to work making more, a lot more. What else do I need for the landing? 'Cause it's gonna be a hot landing. We're gonna want some of those out and about. Okay, they can go in there, and they can go in there. Cool, that makes me feel a lot better. Oh, power poles. I'm gonna need some power poles. 200 power poles should be overkill. I have belts. We have cannons. Actually, no, they're rockets. I want cannons. Substations, because I use those for power as well. Okay, I think that's everything. I think that's all the things that I need to arrive with to do a hot landing. Because basically I need to rebuild this whole blueprint, because don't forget, it's there, it's just ghosted and damaged. And then once I've rebuilt it, I need to defend it. So we're gonna have to obviously stay in the middle with our fighters out and about, trying to hold the ground whilst probably bad things happen around us. Yeah, that's gonna be today's plan. Also, whilst we're here, we do science on this planet, which is running fine apart from green science. Green science is here. And there's a little bit in the tower. And it's running flat out. It's running absolutely flat out. And that is because I'm assuming most of the green science is going into our warper production. Because this is still the only place. This is the only place in the whole galaxy where I'm making warpers. Like every single warper, where are we? Production, space warper, entire cluster. They're only being produced here from this green science build. Well, that green science build. That's producing all our warpers to keep the whole system running. And if we come out to this view, there's a few ships bouncing around. Yeah, okay, so we need to go to Ranger. We need to go to Ranger number 4. You can tell which one Ranger 4 is very quickly. And can I look at this planet? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's a hot landing if I ever saw one. Okay, and the Ranger system has how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, okay, so it has the max amount of hives, all having a great time, having a ball parked right there. Cool. All right, so we have a plan. It is to go to Ranger 4, hot landing, defend the land, and then whilst we wait, have research continue. 10 minutes at like 8,000 per minute, which means there's 15,000 cubes left. That's going to take a minute and a half. So we're doing about 10,000 cubes. Yeah, about 10,000 science per minute, roughly, which means one of these takes 11 minutes to research. Yeah, that puts things into perspective. All right, so we need to head that way. And then very, very carefully make landfall. And I don't think there's any, like, come in stealthily and land in this situation. I'm willing to bet the reason the farm fell is a planetary base landed beside or on our farm. Like, it had a shield. It did have a shield. It wasn't a massive shield. It was a single shield generator. Okay, I need to... Whoa! Hi, Gastrat. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. First off, which is retrograde? Sort of the direction I'm coming from. Okay, can I slow down? Oh, yeah, that's a pincushion if I ever saw one. Alright, we need to get close enough, and I need to turn off that. And can I enable the ships? So they're not going to attack relays, because I do not want to take out all the relays. If I take out all the relays, then I have to wait for them to repopulate. Holy crap. So I can set up the farm again. I want to carefully, surgically find out where our base is. Yeah, we're close enough that some of them are going into orbit around the planet. Find out where our base is. Where our base was... And our base was right there. Okay, that's energy shield level 15. That sounds like it's going to be useful. Okay, can I turn that way? All right, so we can see that, yeah, you plus you basically landed on top of our base. All right, so whilst I have the space fleet attached, I can left click to target. Okay. Yeah, you can sort of bombard the planet through a relay. Can I remove that one too? Can I remove that one? And I want to remove that one. And I want to remove that one. And that one. And that one. And we'll take out you as well. And we'll take out you and you. And you. Do not land. We wish to stay in orbit, please. Yeah, okay. So I've pissed off some friends. It's fine. It's fine. We're just going to take out just enough relays, I hope, that we can make a soft landing, so to speak. Can I take out that relay? Alright, so can we... No, can I go to galactic view? I want to take out a few more across the top. Can I do that one and that one? And then back to galactic view. That one. And that one. Okay. Actually, can I do you as well and you? Okay, so if I hover right about here, this is sort of above where our landing position is. We've sort of cleared out half the relays on the planet. So those bases will attack once, maybe twice, and then they're going to have to wait for a new relay to come and attach them to provide them with energy, so then they can continue to attack. There is definitely a couple of bases that are far too close and just need to be removed outright. Okay, but I now have a new problem. The planet is fully assembling. There is many pissed off critters, I bet. If I get can I actually turn off those? I don't want them doing anything. It says assembling, but nothing's happening. Is anybody following me? No? I'm safe? I'm expecting a trail of replicators to follow me. But if they've all lost my scent, because I went far, far enough out to space, that would be perfect. All right. Can I land here? Okay. We need to, first on, turn on that, grab some fuel, turn that on, and definitely enable you guys. Okay, and now the shitstorm starts. Okay, can I switch to space, turn you guys off, so you're not trying to block my view by parking out in space, and I need to remove this. Basically, straight away. Because this is way too close. And I don't even know whether we're going to make it on first landfall. We might need a couple of attempts to get this done. Because it's a little bit chaotic. Just stand here. Oh boy. Okay, don't stand there. Come. Come back to here. Okay, I think it's valid that we can do a reassemble. Yep. Yep. Fly, 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 fly. Ooh. Okay. I think we need to wait a minute for that to calm down. So whilst we wait, can I turn on that? All right. Yeah, I've taken down a bunch of relays, which means, let's pick Hive. So if we look at Hive, and I zoom right the way in, we can see these icons here. These are relay stations, okay? Except these relay stations, the way the code works is these relay stations are going to constantly attempt to go to another planet. They're not going to come to Ranger number 4. And I really want them to come to Ranger 4 because I took out a bunch of relays that were on Ranger 4. Like this relay is from Snaky Hive, which we might go and very quickly say hello to. I'm in the orbit of a gas giant. Can we get out of the gas giant, please? Okay, I flew way too far. Can I enable that? And actually, I don't want them on just yet. 10, 9, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, and can I turn on number 9? And I want you guys to just knock that relay out of the sky. Because that relay, it was going or coming from, I don't know, I didn't look. It's retreating from somewhere. Yep, it's retreating from one of my planets because there was no way for it to land on that planet. So what I want to do is I want to take it out. I want to take out any of the existing relays. Wow, that's a few attacks. Poor Ranger 1. Okay, you're a Snaky Hive. So you're brand new. And none of your relays have targets. Cool. Can I go to Snaky Hive? Yeah. We're just going to blip all your relays. Okay, that way you can make new relays. Hopefully. Because you're probably a little bit low on matter. You might be out of matter. It's fine. It's fine. We're going to do it anyway. What I want to do is I want to take out all your relays because I want you to have new relays. I want you to have relays that can possibly go park on Ranger number 4. Because even the bases that, well, existed there, slow down. Cool, done. Can you guys turn off? Because you'll just rip that base to shreds in half a second. Can I have my mouse disabled? Yeah, what did I say about ripping that base apart in half a second? It's half obliterated already. Cool. Alright. Other sneaky Hive. Yep, you're today's target. Whilst we wait for Ranger 4 to calm down. Alright, so what I want to do is I want to head to other sneaky Hive. And we're going to just well, hopefully take out your relays, which means I need to get to the center, which means I need to clear out everything else, which is possibly a problem. But in saying that, I do have 1,000 of each type of vessel on me, and you have 1,500 ships, which I'm pretty confident we can do. Okay, I want to bring that up. I want to hold down control. I want to zoom all the way up. And, okay, I need to aim this way, just so we're not aimed at the Hive. 1.3 AU works for me. And then hold control so we get that grid. And I want to aim for just, you know, to the side of the Hive. About there. I just want you guys to be close enough to aggro it. And so right the way down. Oh, can I also turn off that and that and that and that and that? No, off, 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 and off. Oh, we aggroed it. I wasn't paying attention. All right, aim over here. Can I drop all that and 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 that? Yeah, we're just gonna drop out all that space junk. It's fine. Alright, how's things going? Everybody's pissed. And my fleet's down behind. This is not ideal, but I wasn't paying attention. Can I just pull you guys back? Yeah. Yeah, you're sort of attacking the wrong direction right into the heart of it. It's not a good combination. I'm gonna take extra losses today, but that's fine. It's fine. Like, you know, what's another 1,000 ships? About a few minutes production time. Yeah. It really doesn't worry me in the slightest. Not anymore. Okay. Bring the school. That would be right. It's a school of ships. At least they act like a school of fish. Okay. I definitely want to be flying this way, because that is close. Ooh, high autosave. Yeah, autosaves are like over 600 meg now. Okay. Can I individually target and have everybody gang up on one ship at a time, and whilst flying preferably that direction? Yeah, and as long as I click on a ship and everybody targets one ship does go blip. And if I can shoot occasionally, that probably doesn't hurt. Probably. I feel like I want to go that way. Yeah, they're still following. It's fine. Okay, I'm now... The reticle's changed. I'm now out of range. Yeah, I'm out of range to tell the fleet what to hit. Am I? Oh, not out of range for you. Or for you. Yeah, trying to understand what's happening in 3D space with a 2D display, a little bit difficult. Okay, don't come towards me. That's really close. Like, I have level 16 shields or something, but, you know, you guys are level 55. So, all's fair. Otherwise, level 30 hives are just absolutely are a cakewalk. We're definitely thinning them. And if we look over on the right-hand side, I have lost about even numbers of corvettes and destroyers. And that's what I'm sort of looking for. I'm trying to lose them in level numbers. Now, whether it be more efficient to just carry destroyers, maybe. Maybe it'd be more efficient to just carry corvettes because they're faster and they're more maneuverable. I don't know. But I do know if I carry them in even level, even numbers, and I lose them about the same rate, seems reasonable to me. And you're down to, you still got 700 ships. Bloody hell. Don't forget the base has been, these bases have been farming matter forever. So I'm not only competing with the rate at which we're killing them, I'm also competing with the rate at which they're making new ones. And I guarantee you they're making new ones pretty damn quickly. In fact, well, you can see there's a trail of new matter coming in. And they're humpbacks, they're humpbacks, they're humpbacks. I'm trying to look for new lances, but I don't see any. Because as with the planetary bases, the hives do the same. They go into a burst mode, and they suddenly pump out a whole bunch of them all at once. But we're down to 300, which just means I need to either have the ships auto shoot or click on 300 more ships. And now I'm much more confident about getting close to the action. Maybe a little bit too close, but okay. You're not close until the little cannon starts firing. Little zappy guy. That's when you're definitely too close. You, and I have 60 left. Yeah, okay. And the hive's over there. And yeah, there's new lances. You can see them here in this no man's space. And part of my destroyers are going off and dealing with humpbacks. Really wish you wouldn't, guys. Okay, that solves that problem. Okay, humpbacks. Can I get you guys to target that, and then that, and then that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and you, and you, and you. No, that's just space junk. And that. That one, and I'm getting far too close. I think we're attacking this from in front. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Can I go that way just a little bit? Okay, can I go that way a lot? Can I do that? Because that's what I really want. I want those gone. Like, you're hitting the main shaft of the hive, which I guess works. It means shooting the relays becomes much more easier because they're out. And there's no longer a central core for them to hang on to. Slightly easier to click on. Come on, guys. I need. That's the only targets. The only targets are gone. Okay, cool. Alright, so we're going to leave that hive back alone, and we're going to head back to Ranger. Oh. Can I see you back up as a target? And I need to disable that. Otherwise, all the relays will get obliterated as soon as I drop in. I need more warpers. And I probably need to do this crash landing again. I'm going to need another lot of fidget spinners. I need their towers, their cannons, their shields. Shield's not super important. We have the Babs. I think that's everything. Okay. Can we go to this? And let's see if we can stick this landing a second time. Oh, brakes, 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 brakes. Power slide, brakes. This planet's a little bit of a hot potato. I do not want to come in hot. Okay. Construction bots are on. And I think the base is probably over here, going by the health bars. Can we get a bit closer so I can see where I'm landing? Okay, so the plan is once again to land right there, and then just try and get everything built instantly. So, come in for our landing. Perfect. Grab some fuel. Helps if you get power up and running. And also helps if I put cannon shells in there. Because you had cannon shells previously, but they've all been obliterated now. And that's what I'm looking for. A much more calm and collected landing. You know, there were units coming, but that's okay. All right, can I turn on you guys? You're never going to go away. And I also want to remove... Let's remove you. And can I get items? I would like those. 100 will do. Demand. Okay. Because I can see myself needing replacements. Signal towers, all of them. And my job is to try and make sure we hold this. Oh no, there's the artillery shells I'm looking for. Can I restock my own in case we have to do this a third time? And you could have some lasers. Because the lasers get preloaded into these Babs, ready for the Babs to rebuild them should something bad happen. Okay, so this base is powered down. And because it's powered down, I don't have to worry about big giant death lasers. Like level 55 death lasers. I just have to worry about all the friends laying around that are coming out to say hello. And there's a lot of them. Don't get me wrong, there's an awful lot of them. But I want this base to disappear. Cool. Alright, that base is done. I want this base to disappear. And I don't want to fill these in, because it seems if these holes remain, another base can't land in that exact position. And there seems to have to be some sort of minimum distance between one base and the next. And that's what I'd like to keep. I'd like to keep, you know, a minimum exclusion zone from my base to, well, theirs. You, I want to go away as well because you are far too close. So we have 1, 2, probably 3, probably 4. Okay, so we want to try and get out this wall, which is a whole lot easier said than done. Okay, if I stand in the middle, generally everything disappears. As long as I keep an eye on the shields, which are massive, by the way. We'll have a look at the stats in a sec. But yeah, my shields are, you know, forget it. Mouse pointer? Yeah, okay. My shields are way out here somewhere. Oh, God. Maybe not. You all disappeared. There's a lot of friends. An awful lot of friends. I seem to be very low on ships. Okay. Let's come back. And I'm out of ships. Okay, I want all 1,000 of those, please. Cool. Re-enable. Okay, so this base is half gone. This base is untouched still. And the cannons seem to be holding. And junk to the ground, delete. So there are 50 odd things that need to be repaired. There is a signal tower and a box somewhere. There's just a box somewhere. Okay, I have boxes. There you go. Oh, you're bringing in loot. Okay, cool. All right. So we want to go to here. I don't want this base to disappear. And of course, we're so close that we're going to run into the neighboring base and upset them at the same time. Yep. Okay, can I make that go away? And that go away. And that go away. Alright, that seems to be everything. Okay, so my plan is we're going to go and stand away from those guys, close to here. One thing I do need to do, and this could probably be awkward, actually we could turn on the lights. See if that doesn't really help. Is I do want okay, maybe we turn off the lights. Yeah, okay. I do want to have replacement fighters. So number 4 is gonna have to come up a tile to here. Across the top of this build, past the back of that gun, and then down to ground level right here. I'm going to want to collide with objects. Okay. How about if I put a box in a box? Okay, I need a box in a box. I need you to be locked to one slot. You to also be locked to one slot. Nope. Those... And those can go away. We're just going to dump a whole lot on the ground. And I then want a single sorter to bring those in there. We should fill up the bottom box, then fill up the top box, and then be pushed into the lid, where they can then be requested and end up in my pocket. Because I have a feeling we're going to go through some losses. Yeah. Alright. So you're up and running. We have a shield. It is literally just enough to cover us, nothing else. Okay, now it's daytime. I see. Can I close that, please? Alright, I see this problem, which I'd like to remove. Cool, I'm happy. You're far enough away. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Okay. Everybody else is far enough away. Okay. So we need to obviously wait for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 16, so I don't know, I lost count. 15 plus relays to come back, reattach to a base. If we come out to map view, like this relay here, which is going to from Yi to Hive, yep, to Ranger 1. I might have, yeah, to Ranger 1, which is fully shielded. Like, it can't land here. So I might need to go and clear out some of these. But what I really want to do is, this is a modded playthrough. So I've gone and enabled, well, by default, we have all this infinite tech. A lot of infinite tech. And I want to keep doing that infinite tech. But by default, the Hives, they max out at level 30. And of course I installed some mods so they could go a lot higher. You know, technically the max level that the game can handle is level 100. So what I want to do is I want to sit myself right about here. I'm just going to sit here. We're just going to farm. I'm going to farm by, well, running time forward. Running time forward an awful lot. Yes. I'm just going to see you guys in the next episode where, well, we'll see what level they get to. And exactly how long I need to stand here for. You know, we're coming up with 80 hours worth of playtime. We'll see what happens. Oh, and one other thing I can do is I can come in here, and because Dyson Sphere, and I love this feature in Dyson Sphere, because the frames are not attached to the updates for the game, I can tell the game I want you to process faster in exchange of me having less frames. Because I don't need to see what's going to happen for the next couple of hours, because I'm just going to be standing right here. The only thing I do need to do is we have 5 things in research. You are 126, that's fine. You're 132. What is this? That's 132 as well. We'll grab another shields, because what could that hurt? Actually, I want to talk about shields. Where are we? Durability is very, very high. My shields are at 15 meters, which is an awful lot. If you think about where you're standing, it's 15 tiles in every direction is your shield radius, which means I cop a lot of stray shots. An awful lot of stray shots. And every single time we do this, we get another half a gigajoule worth of more shield power, shield capacity. Yep. But I'm going to leave this video here. I'm going to see you guys in the next video where we can see how far we've got this leveled up. Because, well, with half the map not having replicators on it, standing here is pretty safe so far, but we'll see how long that lasts. Anyway, like I said, I'm going to leave this video here and energy circuit number 12 here as well. And I will see you in, well, the very next video. All right, thanks for watching. Bye. G'day mate and welcome back to Dyson Sphere with me, Judy. Now, we've already had a lovely 3-hour time-lapse to start off this episode because it's been asked many times, what is my goal for this series? Where are we going to call it in for this series? And I could build a giant Dyson Sphere, but we just don't need the power. I could go out and I could go and attempt to clear all the dark fog from all the systems, but I think I create the difficulty a little bit too hard for that to happen. Now, I could keep building and expanding until we completely run out of frames, but we're well on our way. So my plan always was to go beat up a level 100 Hive. But we're not close. We're not close. There's still a lot we need to do. Hang on. Look, I'll introduce you in just a second, okay? So, today, I want to talk about that objective, that goal, what we can do to sort of push along that goal, and what we can do in the meantime. So, before we get to any of that, I need to ask that very important question. The very important question before the wonderful Voltron goes and, rushes me along anymore. And that is, well, can we borrow a like? I just like to borrow a like. I like to borrow a like before I tell you my stupid plan. That is, if you can spare the like. If you can't spare the like, I can understand it. But then again, Voltron, the wonderful Voltron, he does need as many likes as he can get his hands on. All right. Today's plan is a simple plan. We have been sitting on this planet for 3 hours. Yes, it was a 3-hour time lapse in 3 minutes. And these guys were all at level 56. They're now at level 57. They were just on 56. They're now just on... Oh my gosh. Lady, shut up. That does remind me. Can I tell you to not shoot up at air? Because I'm no longer AFK. You can also not shoot up at air. And you can not shoot up at air. Because if something lands near me, I'm going to end up removing it manually. Because I'm no longer idling. Alright, thanks. Please tell me, like, the new update brought the new AI lady and your thoughts. I want to know what your thoughts are, because currently I can't stand her. Alright, so what I was saying is, actually, we've got some hitting level 58. So level 58 needs 57 million experience to level up. Where's my little pause? Level 49 base. So my 49 base needed 30 million experience. That is 30 million, right? No, it's 3 million. 3 million experience to level up to level 50. My level 58 base needs 5.7 million because the experience resets when they level up. So they need to do with all that again. So each time they level up, it costs more and more experience to get to the following level. Consequently, I've done a couple of things. The first thing I've done is gone into the mod settings, and I sort of added a 0 here because I wanted them to level up faster. In saying that, it took them 3 hours to go up. We'll call it 2 levels. We'll say that they went from 56 to 58. That's an awful long time to go up 1 level. And if we just check our stats for combat, local planet for the last hour, my losses are, well, we'll call it 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 signal towers. I have lost a number of drones, but I think we're winning this battle on an overall losses scale. Yeah, I think we're doing all right. If we go to 10 hours, well, there's hives and stuff we beat up, but there's an awful lot of these vehicles over the last couple of hours. Yep. And then I've lost some odds and ends when we were trying to recolonize the farm, but now that we're here, it's been very, very, very stable. So, for me to level up the farm, I got a couple of choices. One, I could, wait. And that is a valid choice. We could just sit here, we could do another, 12, 24, 48 time lapse. I could put Dyson Sphere on my other computer, which is my old computer. It's a little bit older, it's a little bit slower. I just have it run Dyson Sphere for a week straight. And I could add a mod that's going to do auto research because I'm going to need to keep spending the research points because I'm going to have to keep leveling up my stuff as well. The problem is, well, it's going to pick whichever research happens to be the cheapest. In our case, the cheapest research happens to be vein utilization, not 40. It happens to be ray transmission efficiency unlocks, which we are losing less than 2% on our ray receivers. I don't really care to do that research. The other research that's dirt cheap is research speed, which just cuts down the number of labs that I need. I've already built enough labs to do the research I have. So again, this research doesn't really help me, and it does get expensive very quickly, and it's a waste of research points. So I could do that. It's perfectly valid. We could do that, not an issue. My other option is we could try and build a little bit closer to some of the friends to try and aggravate them into a constant attack state, which is what I want to attempt to do. So we're going to turn on lights. So turn on the lights. There we go. So we can see what we're doing. And we're going to be dragging a belt of ammo out of this mess somehow out through here. And we're just going to expand a little bit. I'm expecting what we build is probably going to end up getting lost. I don't think it will last long term, but I'm hoping it lasts for a little while. Can I bring this up to height 2, height 3, height 4, height 4? Okay, in that case, can we remove that? Can we go 2 tiles, then height 4? Yep. Not quite. Okay, can I go higher? Not quite. We're clipping the laser towers. I sort of built this as compact as I could. Can I go out that way? No. Okay. I don't really want to remove a laser. Okay, can we come to there? And then we're just going to go straight up. We're just going to go straight up so I can get out of this mess. Okay, that's a bit too much straight up, but I like your ideas. Okay, so this is the tile that's going to give me hell. We need to clear that. And then clear this laser. No. Now the signal tower's in the way. No, no, there we go. Okay, we get down to the ground. Okay, once we're down to the ground, we're going to grab artillery. And we're just going to, well, add artillery to all the problems. Can I get power in there? No. Okay, can I remove you, and you? We can put power here. Okay. Maybe I can make that belt look slightly less stupid then. Artillery in front of power. There. Okay. Can I get that belt to come forward 1 tile? Forward another tile. Here. Okay, you can go to there. Alright. Cool. That gets our shells out.
Mineral depleted.
Cool. Because farm-wise, I don't need the materials anymore. We're definitely past the point of needing materials. Can I bring that to this hub?
Depleted.
And then... You need 1 more tile, do you? Artillery. Okay, artillery goes there. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to grab a power. We're going to put a power in front of this guy. We're going to put an artillery in front of the power. And then we're going to grab our belt from here and drag it to there. Cool. Then we're just going to line the place with artillery because I didn't go over the production stats. But we're not exactly spending a whole lot of artillery shells. Can I drag that way instead? Can I get production stats? Number 3, nope. Number 2, nope. Number 1, no. Okay, it's not on the favorites. Oh, we're on the kill stats. Production. Yeah, we're using 10 artillery shells per minute. Yeah, we're not really going through artillery shells like there's no tomorrow. Really? You can face the other way and fit? Fine, you can face the other way. All right, same time, we're going to grab one of these guys. We're going to throw Babs in basically wherever we can. We're not going to make this expansion complicated at all. We are just trying to, well, defend everything as best as we can and move towards the friends. Yep. Can I now move you there? There is no way I can fit in Babs and power. Okay, I didn't think that path through. All right, that's fine. We'll put Babs in front. Can I bring this through to here? Can I put a power in front of you? And then an artillery in front of the power. And then that belt goes into there. Cool. Now we got that goal aligned. We're going to fill the place full of artilleries. Cool. Power here. Here.
Flight mode.
Yeah, flight mode. Yeah, I like it. The lady doesn't shut up. Can I get one of them? We'll put one of them here. One of them here. No, you're in the wrong spot. I need to put in the artillery first, the Bab second. Okay, there and there. And remove you. But we're going to run that through to about here. Can I put in a Bab? Here and here. Now, I'm copying these Babs because these are set to don't pick up. Well, they're technically set to pick up. Okay. And they're priority balanced, but realistically, there's nothing for them to build. So it doesn't matter whether they're prioritized, balanced, or not. But if they don't need to pick up, maybe that saves me some processing power. Because, yes, I am still running it like 20 frames per second. The game is struggling just a little bit. Okay, can we drag those out? Can I throw a power here and here and here? And then can I put a power in front of this guy? And then another artillery in front of this guy. And we're going to drag that to there. And then can we come down here so I can get this corner built as well? And then we're just going to put a whole bunch of Babs in front of this stuff. There and there. And there. The idea is we're just going to fortify everything as best as possible. Because, well, I'm also going to do a horrible thing, which is going to be a bad idea. And I know it's going to be a bad idea, but we're going to do it anyway. And that is, I want to extend my little base to, well, right in front of the friends' bases. Like, right in front of it. Like, as close as possible. Can I? Oh. No, because you're sticking out by a tile. Can I take this through to that line? Great. And then we can grab artillery and we can go from here to... Well, I'd love you to do the corner like that, but the game says no. Great. Can I put one of these here and here and here?
A landing relay station detected.
Oh, really? That's super helpful. And it's coming here. Well, cool. I like my friends. Can I grab a Bab? We're going to put a Bab here and here and here with power there, power here, power here, and lack of item. I think you lied to me. There we go. Many items. Okay, can I put one more artillery in? No. That's unfortunate. All right. So, we've extended the whole system out. We've given ourselves just a little bit more room to expand, and more importantly, more artillery to shoot at the same time. That's the real key thing. Really? Sort of expecting to get one more in here. That's fine, I guess. Okay, so a little bit more room for more artillery. More artillery means more guns shooting at the same time, which means less losses. That's really what all I'm aiming for. So I want to put you here. I want to put you here. I'm going to flip you around enough times that I can then drag this way. Yes, we're still using Babs' walls. Even though, and I'll show you in just a second, the ridiculous amount of hit points that most of our buildings now have. Okay, Bab to here. Can I get you placed? Can I put a power? No? collide. That's why. Move that to there, move that to there, and we'll put a redundant power there. And whatever we shot at is vaporized. Okay, too close. We can go here then. And same story, we're just going to drag this out this way.
Flight mode.
And then come to this corner, and I need a substation there with a flatten, please. Cool. That's all. Okay. And if I do this corner, we can maybe fix the other corner. Well, they're facing the wrong way. Okay. Go away, and go away. Yeah. The game definitely feels unhappy. Unhappy with what I'm doing to it. Maybe that's inaccurate. Maybe my processor feels unhappy with what I'm doing to it. That's probably more accurate. All right, that'll do us. Building destroyed. Is it on this planet? It is. So a BAB got taken out already. Maybe we just don't have that BAB. Okay, so our plan is to give myself a little bit of a larger front. Larger front means more cannons. More cannons means more bullets in the air at the same time. It does mean we're probably going to spend more shells, but realistically, shells at this point are not really my issue. Cool. You're going to get deleted. All right. So that's step number one. Step number two is I'm thinking this base right here would really like an artillery about here. Just to make sure it's constantly unhappy with us, which should bring constant attacks in, which is why I want a larger footprint. Larger footprint means, like I said, more shells in the air at the same time. But our biggest thing we have is hit points. Okay. Now, I've done an awful lot of research. If we look at the tech tree and we look at this one, we've done level 20. Our next one's level 21, which is 152,000 white science. If we look at combat, does this tell me? Durability coefficient is at plus 80%. Now, each one of these does just 4%. So obviously I've done 20 levels, which is a little bit expensive. But it also means that if we look at something like a BAB, then BABs we've been using as walls for the whole game because they had 750 hit points. They actually have a lot of hit points compared to a lot of other buildings. But I've given them a bonus 600 hit points. And we already had one destroyed. Because they take a pounding. They absolutely take a pounding, and they take a pounding in a hurry. These little guys do an awful lot of damage. Let's pick the ground ones. The Raiders on the ground, they do 81 damage. The Rangers in the air, they do 40 damage, but they fire more often. And the Guardians do 134 damage. And they come in packs and go and sit on top of buildings and just blast down from the sky. Which means things don't last long when they're dealing with Guardians. Also, we put in interstellar logistics stations as corner posts, I guess.
Depleted.
And they have 9,000 hit points. And prior to doing, extending out the walls, I would regularly see these go down to 2 bars worth of health. Which means, 2/7 of their health, 5/7 of their health has been removed. Or are they fifths? Can't remember if the health bar's in 5ths or 7ths. Whatever. They get down to about 2,000 or 3,000 hit points and have an awful lot of bots trying to repair them at the same time, and they wouldn't always survive. So what I want to do is, like I said, I want to go and aggravate this base. Now, if we aggravate a base constantly, it should increase their aggro, which should increase how happy they are with us, which should, if all goes to plan, convince them to level up in a hurry. And is that just south of their border?
Depleted.
I'm going to have one artillery. I'm going to have a BAB. I'm going to have a second artillery. No, that's the path we need to take. Okay, so I'm going to bring this out here. In fact, I'm going to bring this all the way through to... Can I flatten that place? Oh. We're going to bring that all the way up to far too close. Okay, I want artillery. I want to be able to sit at about this. So just before the coal marker. So I'm going to put a... No, I need another belt going this way. Okay, then we're going to put an artillery. So this is going to be our step number... Nope, artillery. Step number 1, artillery. Okay, step number 2 is going to be some sorters. I want to have a sorter going that way, and I want to have a sorter going that way. Okay, step number 3 is going to be power. Obviously, we need power to run different things. We're going to put a power in here. I'm going to give you a friend, and then I want to fab hard up against your friend. So there. Okay, power can go up a tile. And then I want to flip you around, and I want to put you back to back. There. Okay, so our plan is to run that into there, and bring that out to here as well. Okay, so with the plan underway, we're going to have power, fab. Power, fab. Artillery.
Building destroyed.
Yeah, just vaporized. Absolutely vaporized. The Babs don't even get a chance to think about repairing themselves. They're just dead instantly.
Mineral depleted.
Oh my god, lady. Thank you for all this helpful information. Okay. Power.
Building destroyed.
Bab. Okay, they are my belts. Thanks. Okay. Nope. The belts.
Building destroyed.
Okay. Okay, you can. We'll keep that. You done? Guys, you literally flew too close to a sun or an aggravated base. Thanks, guys. Here I was trying to build calmly. Okay. So I want artillery. I think that's the correct direction. I want artillery. Yep, out to there. Then we want another power. And then another Bab. And then we want Babs on this side. Out to here. And then I want Babs on... Whoop. Lack of item. Oh, okay. Lack of item I can do something about. Can I get 50 more of those? And there and there. And put another artillery here. And here. And one there. And one there. Can I get a Bab here?
Mineral depleted.
And a Bab here, maybe safe? Power. Bab. Okay. Can I step back a little bit?
Building destroyed.
Okay, that one has to go away. That has to go away. That has to go away. Yeah, you can see the issue. We literally have hundreds of hit points here, thousands even. And things just get vaporized. Can I land?
Building destroyed.
Okay, can you guys go away? Okay, so the towers are not aiming at our units, at our artillery. It's just the units firing at us. Okay, so what we're gonna do is except that everything's disappearing. All right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna put in one of these at 9,000 hit points. Can I remove that power? Yep. That also vaporized.
Building destroyed.
Okay. Can I remove that and that? And we'll just take that bit of belt. And can I rotate the camera, please? And that bit of belt. And we will put in one of these in the center. And then I'll put one too close here. And then I'll also put one here.
Building destroyed.
Oh. Like, each one of these BAMs is at maximum charge rate. And the bots are on recharge. On repair. Okay. Can I put you back a little bit further? Like, I want you to take damage, but also I want you to survive. Okay. It is forcing attacks to come in non-stop. It is forcing us to level up non-stop. It's definitely doing something. That's confirmed. But like, again, the hit point, they're just gone. Gone. Transportation. How many hit points do you have? You only have 5,000. So there's no point putting in these guys because they have less hit points. Okay. You are just not going to work there. You're also not going to work. You're now the new target. And now they're taking out the front. Repeatedly. Yeah. Okay. All right. New plan. New plan. They took out one bab over here. Do I not have babs on me? I don't really have babs on me. Can I dump those in there? Can I grab me 170 babs, please? Okay. New plan.
Building destroyed.
Okay. New plan is more artillery makes it better. So we're gonna have. Can I get a belt out here? No. Can I get a belt out here? Yes. Okay. We're gonna have new artillery. Here. And we're just gonna run you guys straight forward through to that spot. Wait, we're going to connect you to there. I'm gonna put in another sorter to empty that belt. We're gonna take this and we're gonna run that to there. Okay. You all should have power. You all should have shells. You all should be able to fire. My power doesn't reach far enough for me to put in another row of BAMs on the outside of this, but I can definitely put in power.
Mineral depleted.
BAB. Power. If I put a power, BAB, power, that should give me plenty of redundancy, like an awful lot of redundancy, because these will, if one of these substations goes, it'll just power over its top, well, over the, it'll skip one without a problem. We might just put another one here. Can I put another one? I know it's really getting in their face, but no, you can't, JD, there's no power. Okay. Can I put one more subby? And then another one of these. Okay. Can I do the same over here? Can we bring out from here to here to here? Where does artillery go? Artillery lives in this tile. We're just going to drag that straight out and grab a sorter from there to there, and then drag that directly to there. Yep, the M1's gone. It's fine. Alright, can I copy this little combination and paste that little combination over here? Yeah. So even more artillery, like all the artillery. Okay, new question. Can I put in a cannon collides with object. Can I move that back slightly? No. Alright, in that case, can I put a cannon, row of cannons like that? I'm going to take this belt and run it through those. They're not powered. They're artillery. Their base defenses are not powered up. So high energy dead. High energy laser tower is not aiming at me. So that means I'm not close enough that I'm aggroing it. But I am hitting a lot of their base with splash, which is making them awfully happy to see me. Awfully happy. Level durability. Your durability is maxed out, so I'm not actually damaging the main base because I don't want to damage the main base. I don't want the main base to take any damage. I just want to have the attacks constant, and that seems to be what we have right now. Okay, so with you guys having constant attacks and having a whole bunch of fun, this corner didn't do so well, so we need to come over here and fix this again. Can I put another corner post in? And I'm out of artillery. Do we don't actually import artillery. Okay, can I import? Well, I've got 250 on me. Never mind. Okay, is that enough to force them to level up? So we started the episode with 61. We're now 62. There's another building destroyed. Okay. Don't care. Building destroyed 99 plus. Thanks. That's super helpful. You're saying this BAB got destroyed. What's been rebuilt? So stop telling me about it. Okay. Can I then put a corner post in here then? Collides. Yes, I can put a corner post right there. Like, it doesn't even technically need power. It just needs to sit there and absorb hits. Okay, can I enable these guys again? Because if they can help, they can help. We've lost 2 babs here. This corner's fine. So can I get another corner post? And we might accept that bab doesn't come back. And instead put a corner post right there. Okay, come over here. But we have a lot more firepower than we started. Oh boy, do we have a lot more firepower. 10 minutes. Hey, another upgrade. We're now going through 100 artillery shells per minute. And just importantly, the way we see whether we're under constant attacks is... That's a ranger. You. So the radar camp. You are currently turbocharging. So you are currently spitting out units as fast as possible. And it says 20 seconds, then it says 60 seconds, then it says 20 seconds, which means you are just constantly pouring out units. You're never going to stop. This ranger camp, radar camp rather, same story. 20, 20, 20, it's 60, 20.
Relay station detected.
Okay, there's that. Also coming in. That guy. From Snaky. Fun. I don't know where fun is. Fun has a seed. Oh boy. That's a 600 meter save. Okay, so you get a little bit of warning when seeds are coming in. That's sort of nice to know. Also, I don't care. As for this one, you're about to land from above us.
Building destroyed.
And you're going to lock onto this space. So, can I pause real quick? Okay. So you're a level 63. You are a level 63 relay. This base over here is a level 63. Everybody seems to be a level 63 at this stage. Notice how the frame rate speeds up as soon as I hit the pause button and the game stops processing. It's awesome like that. Unpause and it's like, oh yeah, frames. Oh, ow. Yep. Okay. So you're going to connect into there, which then means you're going to power back up, which will be even more friends arriving more often. Well, that's on that side, so that should be all right. Okay, we can close that. So we lost, it says 2, but it's only highlighting 1 building. If I delete that, it still says 2 and only highlights 1 building. Okay. Ideally, I'd prefer to have that there than not have it. Okay. And this base is just constantly pissed off. Like, non-stop. Which technically means everybody else on the planet is also constantly pissed off. And will never, ever, ever, ever stop being pissed off. Which does mean we are going to level up fast. Now, is this enough? Is this enough to get us to level 99, 100? I honestly have no idea. Will it survive is the other question. Because now that I've increased this by 10-fold what we had previously, they're now going to level up 10 times as fast. Now they're under constant attack, it's going to be even faster than that. But with them leveling up so much faster, my research... My number 3, entire star cluster. My research, which is slowed down because this research is slow. I think this is slow research. Yeah, this one's a slow research. 1 hour. Yeah. My research is slowed down. And when I mean slow research, I should explain that. So this is 136,000 research, but also requires 172,000 hashes. Whereas if we go to communication control, it's 162,000. So it's more expensive white cubes, but has 145 million hashes. So less hashes, which is how fast we're going to process the science. Our hash rate is, does it tell us? Research speed, 400%. No. Our research speed is, from memory, 360 hashes per second. So each of our labs can do that hash rate per second. But it does mean if we hit some of the slower researchers, i.e. Necar energy circuit. So we're looking for 170. So we Necar, it'll be drive engine, 54 million hashes. So you're a faster research. 140 million at 150. You are 36, 32, so it's a 1-to-1. You're a 1-to-1, and this is a higher than 1. No. Logistics engine core, no. Vein utilization, no. There's not that many of them. Combat drone, no. Enhanced structure, no. Maybe Necar is the only one. I thought there were 2. 3632, 156, 140, 150, 54. So that requires a lot of hashes. That'll let us actually burn through science faster. No. Okay, so it is maybe probably only Necar. Necar, I think, might be the only research where the hash rate is higher than the number of cubes, therefore it slows down their whole overall research. And one of the ways I could mitigate that was would be do 5 levels of this. But again, if I do 5 levels of that, it's gonna, well, waste a whole bunch of science. But I think, goodness stroke, which building? That's rebuilt, so no building. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this video here. I'm going to leave this episode here. I'm going to leave this Voltron right here in the middle. Land. Turn off, turn on. With my ships out. And I'm going to leave the game running. I'm going to see what happens. Because like I said, I'd really like to get to level 100. I'd really like to fight a level 100 Hive. 100 is the highest the game can handle currently. Like, there is going to be an update. I don't know when the update is, but there is going to be an update. Devs already said there'll be an update with more and improved space combat. Along with... So they said there'll be more space combat. There'll be more space... interactions between you and the Hive, and they also announced engines when it comes to space. I don't know what an engine in space means. I don't know if that means we're gonna have like teleportation rather than flying faster than light. We can put in stargates and ship things via stargates, and maybe stargates is something that the dark fog will actually attack in space, because currently, well, out in space, they don't attack our logistics vessels, thank gosh, but they also don't attack gas giants. So this is why early on I went and tapped so many gas giants, because it's completely immune to the dark fog. They don't bother. Oh, they also announced space stations. Yeah, space stations got me curious. But that's a lot of future updates, not here now. And I don't expect that anytime soon. Anyway, like I said, I'm going to leave combat here. I'm going to see what happens. I'm going to see how far we get and see if we're going to get to the magical level 100. Also, you know, what are your thoughts? If we can't get to level 100, what do I do? What do I do to sort of call it into this series? Because we don't need a bigger sphere. I don't need more critical photons. I have thousands of them. Production stats, critical photons in this list. Yeah. Oh look, there was a big demand. Supply wasn't touched because I just don't need them. AMA fuel rods, like we're burning through them currently. Strange annihilation. My production is still above my consumption. Like, these are... There's 11,000 of these things sitting here in this tower. All the other belts are backed up. Like, I physically removed one of our loot types from this tower because I just don't need more loot. I don't need more power. I don't need more production. We're doing 8,000. Well, when we're in a decent research, we're doing 8,300 science per minute. So yeah, suggestions. If we can't get to level 100, what would you like to see? What would you like to see to complete the series? And Dyson Spheres, we should mention, you're still being built. You are many sales still to go. Ranger system is complete, including its it still has a dark matter sphere going up, which is going to take some time. Pride has its dark matter sphere up and running, and well, it's done. Who else do we have? Oh, Necar. Necar has its subscribe sphere going in slowly, which is this one right here. And again, it's just a lot of sales, an awful lot of sales to be installed. And I think we're attaching as fast as possible. I know there was a mistake that I did earlier where I put the wrong thing onto a juice belt. That got fixed. So we're not even in the Necar system. Yeah, so I don't know. But I do need to leave this video here. So as always, thank you guys so much for watching. Do hope you've enjoyed. Leave your thoughts down in the comments below, and I will see you in the next episode. I have no idea what the next episode beholds, but there'll be at least another episode. Anyway, that's it. We're out. See you next one. Bye. G'day, mate, and welcome back to Dyson Sphere with me, JD, and of course, wonderful, Voltron, a defender of the universe. We're back for our very last Dyson Sphere episode, because, as you can hear with the cannons that are going on in the background, I've been waiting patiently for the dark fog to be leveling up. Now, I've done everything I can, absolutely everything I could, to make sure that, well, they'd level up as fast as possible, and whilst I've been waiting for them to level up, I've been burning through some research. But before we talk about that, not before we go and battle a level 100 Hive, I need to ask a very important question. A very important question with the series drawing to an end, and that is, well, have you clicked subscribe? Come on! You gotta be kidding me. You're here for the very last episode of a Let's Play. You should have definitely clicked subscribe now. I should see the analytics telling me that 100% of all the viewers are current subscribers. Also, I'd love to borrow a like. I just want to borrow a like. I like to borrow a like because This episode has been hours in the waiting. I know. It's been hours for you. Well, actually days for you, but it's also been days for me. I have been trying to convince these guys to level up as fast as possible, and it's taken some time. So, with a like done, a subscription given, let's talk about some of the things that have happened. First off, let's talk about our tech tree. We've been burning through research, okay? Currently, we're researching explosives weapon damage, number 16, which, as you can see, is slightly expensive at 264,000 research. Yeah. Directly after that would be combat drone damage at 292,000 research, because that's the next cheapest item. We do have, energy shields. Energy shields are 240, which is slightly cheaper than the 264. Yeah, and even the energy shield after that's at 270, which is slightly cheaper than our combat drone. We do have some mecha core upgrades that I could go get, which are technically also cheaper, but also mecha. Current charge speed is 11.4 megawatts. And then I have a 300% bonus on top of that due to fuel. Oh, sorry. A 2,300% bonus on top of that for fuel. So our generation capability is 270 odd megawatts. Yeah, we're pretty good. We're pretty good on power. Yeah, energy shield is 8 gigajoules worth of power. It's a little bit stupid at this stage. We've been playing for a while. Everything is a little bit stupid. Yeah, I should mention that we've been doing some research. So communication control, next one's 288,000. That will give us, is it under mecha? Is it under mecha? Oh, yes. That'll give us another 3 construction drones to go with the 45 friends we already have. We could also get drone engine speed, because currently my drones fly at 48 meters per second, whereas, well, the wonderful Voltron himself, he's a little bit slower at just 16 meters per second or 40 meters per second when he's flying. Yeah, the bots are faster than me when I'm flying. My drive engine capabilities, yes. Max warp speed is 1 light year per second, which does make hitting targets incredibly difficult, I should add. Generally, this is something I don't research, but also should point out the next level is 336,000 science. Yeah, science is going strong. Going down the list, we have done a whole lot of ray transmission efficiency, because I installed a mod that would do whatever research was cheapest whilst I let the game idle in the background, because the game has been idling. I won't tell you for how long yet, but it's been a little while to get the hives to level up from, what were they, level 70, 60? All the way to, well, where they are currently. So yes, our ray transmission efficiency, basic basic power dissipation is 0.001%. Yeah, we're doing okay. Our logistics carriers, yes, they fly at 0.4 light years per second, which is actually not too bad. But their cruising speed is 4,800 meters per second. So they move. Yep, logistics drones, 62 meters per second. Even little bots are at 22 meters per second. My walking speed is 16. The little fidget spinners fly faster than I can walk. Yeah, and the logistics drones, they fly at 62, like I said, which is faster than I can fly. I can't even race a drone anymore and win. Things got a little bit out of hand. Vein utilization, that's 256,000 for the next research. I think maybe I just threw in the combat. Yeah, I threw in the combat ones because I want to try and get them done. But vein utilization is automation. Yes, here we are. Our mining speed is 780%, and our ore loss per operation is 1.488%. Also, items through debris, we have a 370% bonus. It's massive. It's a massive bonus. Research speed, again, I installed a mod that just did whatever research was cheapest. So I have no idea what our research speed is. I have no idea how many labs I need anymore, but it's way less than it once was. Yeah, you're 312, you're 384. Out of curiosity, you'd be 312 as well for the next level upgrade. Combat upgrade, kinetic damage, 420%. Nice. Energy, 340%. Explosive, we're doing 400. That's going to give us another 20, bring us up to 420 as well. EM, funnily enough, there's no upgrades for EM. It's stuck at 150. It's pretty crap. Yeah, but it only affects the throwing towers that they added, which were pretty crap to start with. So don't get those because they never upgrade ever. Also, our ships, well, the ships only have one set of upgrades to start with, but we do get a flat damage upgrade. They have 270% damage upgrades on them already. Also, you might notice our durability coefficient. Well, we've done 25 levels, which means I have exactly 100% hit point buff on every single building I build. So if it originally had 500 hit points, it now has 1,000 hit points. Okay, so that's where we're up to with our research. Now, research-wise, helps if I'm not looking at CPU to marker production. For the last 10 hours, it's been flat. For the last 100 hours, it's been pretty damn flat. We're actually 30 hours since I last saw you guys. The game has had 30 hours worth of runtime with it just sitting in the background doing what it can whenever I have a free time, which honestly I don't have that much free time. I don't sleep that many hours. Hopefully Editor GD doesn't rat me out and say how many hours I don't sleep on the screen. Also, well, I'm often rendering videos and doing other things, so I don't have a lot of PC downtime. So consequently, it hasn't had a lot of runtime on a per day basis. But if I had to go out for a couple of hours, or I went to bed every night, you know, night's relative, yep, I would just leave Dyson Sphere on the screen, preferably zoomed in at like the ground or something to try and get as many frames extra, well, processing frames extra as possible. But as you can see, the game is humming along at a whopping 40 FPS. And me changing the graphics settings, dropping them down to absolutely nothing, makes no difference because I'm completely CPU bound. We did have that up on the screen earlier. My GPU, with a quick alt tab, my GPU, my lovely 4090 is sitting there and going, yeah, I'm 15%, mate. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Whereas the CPU, which is a 13900K, not currently overclocked because I lost the silicon lottery, is currently sitting at, well, 41 UPS is as fast as it can go on a good day. Yeah, I have absolutely maxed out the game. But what I want to do today is I want to actually battle a Hive. Now, I did say level 100 before, and I really wish we could hit level 100, but I did actually leave the game running for, it takes another 15 hours, because, can I just do a pause? Thank you. Okay, to level up from level 99 to level 100, and this is one of the reasons it's taken so long, because every single time they level up, their research, their experience resets back to 0, because that's how they count it, and then they need like 20% more than they did on the previous level. So we're at, hang on, just let me, that's 61, comma, 390,000, comma, and 54. So it's 61 million experience with some change to get to level 100. And then like I said, I did let them level up. I did let them level up all the way to level 100. And the only thing that I found out is the game doesn't appreciate it and it promptly crashes. That was fun to find out the hard way. Yeah. Okay, so what we're going to be doing in today's episode is we're still on the lovely Ranger 4 system. And it is, well, actually, let's go one zoom further. Yeah, every single planetary base that could have, does have. Yeah, if you give them enough time, they repopulated every single one of these bases that I'd intentionally left alive. So what I want to do is, I want to keep things fair, okay? I want to, with my ultimate tech, I want to take on level 99 hives. And I want to clear like half the planet. That's my real goal. I want to clear half the planet. And then what I want to do is I want to go back to the old days. Back to the old days prior to having mods, because a lot of people said, like, why did I make my life more difficult? Why did I go and level up the hives? Why did I give them a level cap of 100? I should just let them max out level 30. So then we're going to go do some level 30s on the other half of the planet, because I'll just revert them back to level 30. Uninstalling the mods is really easy to do, and they just go back to level 30. So that's going to be our plan for today's today's video. But before we get to any of that, I should mention that production-wise, science is going great. Can I go to 10 minutes, an hour? An hour. Let's go with an hour. Hour gives us a pretty good average. And we're now going through 91 shells per minute. Yeah. You can see our production. We obviously used some, so I could actually collect some. But everything else has been fully, I don't need more materials on any of the farms. And we have a farm here, obviously, and there's still a farm back on Hope, Last Hope, New Hope, whatever the original home planet was. That farm's still going. It's doing a great job. In fact, it provides more than enough core elements to do everything I need. This one basically does nothing. Yeah. Apart from chew through crystal shells. Also, I should mention the space warpers that we built on the original Hope planet. Yeah, the green science we did there has covered us for the whole game. So, yeah, there are some questions that people had. Oh, and we still have so many critical photons. Actually, speaking of critical photons, there's one other thing I wanted to cover, and that was Dyson Spheres. The sub to JD sphere, full of antimatter, dark matter. Yep. It's not even half built, and still needs 21 million sales, and we're 8 million in. Yeah. It's still going slowly, with an absorption rate of, well, actually we're firing faster than they can absorb. So that's the thing. That's in the ranking system right here. Epsilon is completed. Okay. FIFA 1. FIFA didn't win as a whole. Can we fill in the hole, please? Done. Bring that back. Cool. Epsilon. Okay. But yes, it's basically done. It's sort of absorbing as fast as it can. It was attaching 7,500, and now I've added 3 more nodes, so they're going to absorb 4 more nodes. So it's going to add another 120 absorption rate. Again, like we're building. We can build the structure way faster than you can build the sails. The sails is what takes the longest part, and it's why previously I would generally build my spheres out of nothing but, well, frames, because they can launch rockets way faster than I can ever get them to absorb spheres, absorb sails. The Necar one, the wonderful subscribe sphere, it's getting there ever so slowly. It is absorbing at maximum rate, which is 6,000 sails per minute, per second, whatever it happens to be. There is 6,000 currently absorbing, and yeah, it's getting there. But again, it's just going to take forever. And the Pride system does have its dark matter sphere, but the Pride system's also a very, very tiny one. It's not based around, it's based around a yellow star, so they're much smaller than their blue star type O counterparts. Yep, we got a blue star in there as well, and the Ranger is, of course, the blue star as well. The blue stars lead to, the type O's lead to a much larger sphere, which leads to a lot more sails, a lot more total power generation. Like this is 119 gigawatts. This one's 671 gigawatts, and this is 247 gigawatts, and it's only half built. So yeah, it leads to a slightly different scale. Anyway, like I said, what I want to do is I want to go and play with some friends. So we're going to pick a direction, hopefully a safe-ish direction, because I'd hate to die this far in. Safe, he said. Okay, we're going to go deal with you, because you're the closest. All right. I have EDB ships. Do I have a tower locally that brings in EDB ships? I do. Cool. I'll have all those, please, because we're going to probably burn through them. They do have twice the hit points that they normally do. Oh, hit points. Can I pick something like... Oh, yeah, you'll do. So Interstellar Logistics Tower comes with 5,000 hit points and mine have an extra 5,000 hit points for a total of 10,000 hit points. And as you can see, I already have, well, buildings that don't exist. And, like, this is just... It's being hammered. It's a BAB. It's a BAB that can repair itself. The Babs have 1,500 hit points. Like, the gun just disappeared. The gun has 1,200 hit points. It just, like, 5 shots and half the hit points go. Actually, we can hit pause. Okay, pause! These guys have 20 hit points worth of armor and have a damage of 131. The Rangers in the air have, again, 20 hit points and damage of 64. And the ones that you really want to worry about, I'll click on a different set. Come on, Guardians. Guardians have the same 19.8 hit points worth of armor. The armor is universal, it goes up per level, and they do 214 hit points worth of damage. But they stack very well on top of yourself. This is a group of 48 of them, and they'll quite happily stack right above your head and then shoot down on you en masse. So, our plan is to take out this, which I should also mention. You, high energy laser tower, you do 4,000 damage. So, with caution. Come on, reload, fire again. Come on, come on. Go away, go away. Oh, yeah. Come on, I want the base dead. Now, my little drones, and I do admit, you know, the frame rate is incredible here. I don't disagree. My little drones are doing a wonderful job, but I have 1,000 here, and you can see how quickly that those numbers are disappearing. No, you guys die. Cool. Yeah. You can also see how quickly I'm getting amassed. Yeah, I need people to get shot, please. Nope! And there goes my shield. Instantly. Okay, so we're gonna reassemble Icarus. Yep. Perfect zone. Perfect zone. Cool. Yep. Stand back here for just a second. Okay. Attempt number 2. And like I mentioned, my shield rate is several gigawatts, but it's dropping. Like, it's dropping with, you know, a gigawatt worth of charge rate. Yeah. Things got a whole lot meaner since, well, letting them level up. Come on. I'm just trying to thin the herd. Thin the herd with the artillery. I also should mention that my total energy power is going down, even though, well, I'm burning the best fuel with so many upgrades. It still burns out faster than I can replace it. Yeah, the joys. You guys are above my head again. Cool. Hello? I'm not winning. I'm just getting saturated. Here, we'll try and shoot the base. Okay, that's a mistake. That's totally a mistake. Yeah, you guys can die, and you guys can die, and nope, my shield's down to half. Okay, so plan B. At this stage of the game, we're sort of on a plan B situation where we have different ways of doing combat. That is, we switch to space, we enable the fleet, then we hold down control. We take out that, and 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 we take out that. And if they don't have relays, you know, it just makes life easier, right? Because that way they can't have that constant roll of reinforcements. So, now that we've done that, actually, can I remove, sorry. Can I remove, no, switch to space. Can I remove, hello? Yeah, that one. Perfect. And that one, that should give me enough room. All right, so as I'm going to have attacks coming from the ones that still have relays, let's go for this base here on the corner. Okay, we'll try a different base. Relays are gone. It should power down pretty soon, considering, well, there's in theory a whole lot of draw out of it because it's constantly bringing new units in and, you know, charging up lasers to try and shoot me. Those sorts of things. And even my plasma cannons don't take out... Ooh. Yeah, don't take out the big guns at all. My shield is taking pounding. Okay. My laser cannons, where are we? Sorry. The anti-matter capsules do 1,500 plus 3,600 damage. Yeah. Yeah. Normal artillery shells, 1,000 damage? Yeah. Hey guys, can you get out of my way? I want to go forward. I want to go forward. I want to go forward. I want this space gone. Like, it's powered down. Oh god, I'm about to power down. Yep, I still at the stage at level 100. I can't solo bases. It's just not possible, right? The Dark Fog has upgraded at the same rate I've upgraded with infinite tech, and that has kept this whole playthrough a challenge. There have been times where I've been miles above them, and I just rickroll a base, but the game has never, ever, ever been a cakewalk. There's always been challenges. Is there any bit of flying? Not really. And you can hear from the background, building destroyed, building destroyed. I've turned her way down, but she hasn't shut up yet. So, this is what it's like at level 99, because level 100 is impossible and the game hates me. So, let's try it at level 30. Just give me 1 second. And welcome back to Vanilla, which I haven't been in a long time. Yeah, okay, cool. Tutorials, nice. Yep, I haven't been in a long time. Welcome back to the Death Cluster, which there hasn't been Vanilla since day one. Pretty much. Yeah, so I am still massively overpowered. Actually, we should just... where are you guys? Babs? Defense. Bab. Yeah, still 750 HP. Cool. My cannon still does ridiculous amounts of damage. Yep. That does 1,200 plus 288. It seems like I don't get all the bonuses. That sucks. Okay. I still charge massively fast. You know, this takes some time to recharge. And let's go and see. So this has the tower. Oh, actually, can we? No, I can't pause the game anymore. I don't have that mod. All right, can we come back to here? Because I'm gonna have to do this via map view. Cool. All right, you now have 6 armor and do 1,560 damage. So it's still an awful lot of damage, but it's also an awful lot less damage. A radar on the ground has 6 armor, does 45 damage. A ranger has 6 armor and does 23 damage. And a guardian up here does 76 damage. So significantly nerfed. Okay, with that out of the way, let's go in here full speed. Pop. 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 Oh, you got them away, my bullet. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. I just walk straight in. That's what I should do. If I walk straight in, they can't get in the way of the bullets. Okay. Pop. You shut up. Ooh, way better. Way better. Yep. So this is the problem. This is the problem with the current Death World settings, that eventually you can out-tech the Dark Fog by an awful lot. Okay, I can literally walk through the bases and just auto-fire everything at this stage. And this is, of course, well, with the relays. I didn't pick ones without relays, did I? Maybe I did. You know what? If I pick ones without relays, let's go try one with a relay. Oh, look, everything around me disappeared. And again.
Destroyed.
Oh, I am taking damage. The shield is... No, it's recovering. Never mind. Never mind. I thought for a second they were in trouble. Nope. Okay. This base. Just shoot right in front of you. Yep, whatever's closest. This thing has so much splash, it'll take care of the rest. Yep. So this is why right from square one, I made sure the Death Cluster was going to be a challenge the whole way through. Yeah, fighting Hives is much the same. At level 99, they're brutal. I'm not going to even bother. Like, we just burn through ships. We absolutely burn through ships. But at level 30, it's a cakewalk. It's an absolute cakewalk. So, where does that leave us for Dyson Sphere? Well, it leaves us with the end of this series. This series is officially done. I have nothing else to share. We've done a very, very good job. I could go make more science and more things, but I'm running at 30 FPS, okay? I'm just fighting the bottom of the barrel to get down to 0 frames. Also, technically, if I turn off the dark fog, because there are ways to do that with mod options, then I get back, okay, I'm gonna go outside combat zone, outside combat mode, performance, combat, no, performance. My combat system's using 30% of my CPU, which is hovering around about 20 milliseconds. If I get down to 16.6, I get all my performance back. So 10% of that would be 2 milliseconds, 20% would be 4 milliseconds, 30% would be 6 milliseconds, which would bring me down to 14, which means I'd be back running at full speed. So without the dark fog, and yes, you know, everything out in space is just as bad as it was previously. That hasn't changed. But without dark fog existing outright, then I could have kept playing at the rate we were playing and making more science, but there's no challenge left. So where does that leave us? It means that, well, I need to wait for the next challenge. I need to wait for the next update. The devs have said that in the future, there's going to be combat version 2.0 with more space combat, which is what I'm waiting for. So up until then, I think I'm just going to leave you with your knowledge that Voltron has been very busy defending the universe, and we've done our job. And, well, as far as the Dark Fog are concerned, we're unbeatable. Thank you guys so much for watching. I do hope you've enjoyed this series. I know the last episode took a lot longer than what I wanted, but like I said, it was 30 hours. It's been 1/4 of our playtime just standing on the planet or waiting for the Dark Fog to level up as fast as they possibly could. Anyway, like I said, all said and done. Thank you for watching. I will see you in, well, hopefully, the very next Dyson Sphere series, if not even sooner, with some of the other games we're playing here on the channel currently. Anyway, that's it. We're out. Bye.